Okay, welcome. The time is now 10:54. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Los Angeles Unified School District Board of Education for Tuesday, September 16th, 2025. I will take roll. Ms. Newbell. Dr. Rivas.
Present.
Mr. Melvoin.
Here.
Ms. Griego. Ms. Gomez.
Here.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin. Board President Schmorlson.
Present.
And Student Board Member Yang.
Present.
Okay, we have a quorum. We'll go directly into the Pledge of Allegiance led by Mr. Yang himself today. Looks like we got some wires crossed where we actually did have a video lined up, and I'm just gonna, I feel like we need to honor the kiddos who made the video, so let's at least restart the video, and we'll plug that volume up, and can we watch these kids do what we all did when we were about their age. So if my friends in ITS could rerun that video, we're going to observe it and honor those little kiddos. These are second grade and third grade from Camellia Elementary School Dual Language. We're going to make this happen. Normally, it's supposed to go on that gigantic screen behind us, and we only had on these two screens. So maybe we'll give those kids another shot next month and make sure that we get it done right. And we will also now play the land acknowledgement.
We acknowledge that the Los Angeles Unified School District operates on land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Gabrieleño and Fernandeño Tataviam peoples, who have stewarded this land for generations. We recognize these indigenous communities' ongoing presence and contributions and honor their connection to this region. We recognize Gabrieleño people as the original stewards of the Los Angeles Basin and the nearby coastal lands, and the Fernandeño Tavium as protectors of the northern valleys. These lands have and continue to hold deep cultural and spiritual significance to their people and have shaped the community we live in today. We pay our respects to the Hanukvetam, ancestors, Ahijerom, elders, and Eyohinken, our relatives and relations, past, present, and emerging, and commit to supporting indigenous communities through education, ensuring their voices are heard and their legacies are respected. We commit to deepening our understanding of the histories and cultures of the native peoples of this land. This acknowledgement demonstrates our ongoing efforts to build and sustain relationships with indigenous communities and contribute to healing and reconciliation.
Okay, on to board president's reports. Okay, we have some labor partners here. I know Ms. Nichols is here. I know we have LA School Police represented. The first labor partner, whoever come on down. First to leap at the opportunity. Let me make sure your microphone is on before you begin, please. And Ms. Martinez, always please announce who you are for us so we know what's going on. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Gloria Martinez, and I'm the UTLA treasurer. And I'm here today
Estoy
to
aquí el
speak.
día de hoy
To speak on the unaudited
para
actuals.
hablar sobre.
I especially want to.
Can you pause for a second? I'm hearing our Spanish translation.
Toma.
This is the third thing that's gone wrong in 3 minutes of the board meeting, I think, so far. So if we could make sure that the translation isn't coming through at the same time, we should be okay. Translations, can we do a check to make sure we're not coming through live on the Zoom as our person in the room is speaking?
Sure.
Please, thank you.
Okay. My name is Gloria Martinez. I'm the UTLA treasurer and a special ed teacher out of East area. And I'm here to discuss the unaudited actuals. But I do want to start off by saying that we think it's imperative that board documents are posted online on time. There is no reason why something that is stamped on Friday is put online on Sunday. So we think the public and the board has an obligation to make sure that we are transparent in the process. But I want to speak in regards to the classroom salaries. On June 3rd, the district reported to this board that it spent 47% of the cost of education on classroom salaries last year, well below the state threshold requirement of 55%. And certainly we understand and we can see why the state would have such a threshold. Then we were told that the district had been calculating the percentage incorrectly for several years. They provided you revised percentages that were considerably higher, but no reasonable explanation on how they got those revised figures. If you were in my classroom, you would absolutely have to show your work. You would have to explain your calculations. But once again, somehow neither the board nor the public are worthy of the same high standards I hold for my students. The new unaudited actuals show an entirely different figure of 54.3%, which is still below the state required 55%, and the district is not meeting the threshold. However, this new number still represents a significant change to the previous calculation and no explanation. UTLA made a request in June for documentation for the accounting changes that resulted in these upward revisions. We have received no information on this. In other words, no one has shown their work and no one has explained how they calculated their figures. The board deserves an explanation, and so does the public. With the latest financials show that LAUSD continues to overspend in administration while underspending in instruction. LAUSD underspent the original instruction budget by $600 million, while overspending in general admin and school site admin by almost $400 million. As fiduciaries, it is the obligation of this board to request a detailed account of the changes made to the cost of education reporting, make them show you their work, and make them explain their process. I also want to discuss OPEB and some recommended changes to the budget. The OPEB trust generated more returns than LAUSD originally projected. With only $40 million contributed to the general fund during the school year, the OPEB trust grew by $143 million. Given this, we recommend that the board revise its budgeted contribution this year and prioritize other crucial budget areas. The fact that the budget office decided before the budget process even began, and without consulting the school board, to pre-program OPEB trust contributions into every school site position without making them more expensive for school site budgets does not take authority away from this board to determine the trust contributions. If the OPEB trust contribution and the budgets are not reduced further, it will be the first time in board history that these unnecessary contributions were made under a qualified budget. I also just want to, UTLA wants to commend board members Gomez, Rivas, and Griego for bringing resolution number 26 for Latino Heritage Month. It goes beyond just celebrating, and it reconfirms sanctuary status and the need for mental health supports for our students. And on resolution number 27, we thank you, Board Member Hendy Newbill, for the Freedom to Learn resolution that calls for ensuring curriculum that supports social, political, economic, and historical perspectives, calling on the district to hold teachers harmless for teaching accurate content and uplifting Black studies and ethnic studies courses. This is a much needed resolution to meet the moment that our educators are currently living in. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Ms. Nichols, Maria Nichols, are you out there? Thank you.
Good morning. I am Maria Nichols, ALA Teamster President of approximately 3,000 administrators in LAUSD. Today is an unprecedented historic landmark day for ALA in our existence of 45 years. Today we stood tall and proud, hand in hand with our 5 labor union partners as a show of unity and solidarity to advocate collectively for fair and a just contract where the language of the contract protects the workers that we serve. We are in the midst of collective bargaining, and we have currently, we know of a substantial reserve where at this time, many of our communities and our school administrators are bleeding out with the demands of work hours and workload, where one person now is doing the job of 3. Our cuts last year with 400 APs has had a negative impact on operations, safety of schools, instructional supports, and more importantly, mental health coordinated supports around PSWs, school psychologists, PSAs, the coordinated services that are so desperately needed at schools to be able to uplift and help our students and communities. Especially at a time right now where we are challenged with immigration and ICE and fear, where we know there is an increase of trauma and a lot of need. Our schools run on human capital. We are a human capital district, and we need the people to do the work. I get many calls on the weekends after hours where we have principals at their sites very late into the night, coming in on weekends. And I know that when we sit across the table and I bring this up with data and surveys and narratives of folks sharing their stories, lifting up their voices, the response that we get is, well, the district isn't asking your principals to do that, your workforce to do that. Why are they doing that? We're not asking them to do that. Why are they coming in on the weekend? Because the work needs to get done. And there's only a few administrators left to do the administrative tasks. There is a sense of commitment and pride in the work that administrators do. That is why they show up. But it is at the expense of their physical, mental, and emotional state at this point. Our ALA Teamster campaign, Our Time Is Now, Enough is Enough, is our roadmap in addressing issues that are coming directly from voices from the field. I am proud to have stood today hand in hand, side and by side with our labor partners, because the fight is real. The fight will take all of us to really have you listen, hear us. And although we are appreciative of Superintendent when you come and bring greetings, for example, to EPO with your eloquence in speaking and your compassion that you bring, gratitude to our folks, we appreciate that. We appreciate your presence. But now is a time to take action. Words are no longer enough. The 60-hour weeks need to stop. We take care of the children. Your children. Do we get to see our children at home? Do we get to have a life of work and balance? Where is the joy in what we do? So I ask of you to please listen, look deeply into the surveys that I provided you for collective bargaining, read the 685 narratives that I provided you in full transparency around working conditions and work hours and the realities of what we are facing at this time in schools. Board members, you know, because you visit schools every day, and you have direct contact with our principals, and they share with you because they trust you. You've built a relationship with them. It's a time to listen. It's a time to act. We want to be your friend. We want to work with you. I want to leave the collective bargaining this year with a strong and just and fair contract. That is all that we ask. Bring dignity and respect back to the workers and the workforce that make this district great, because we are great. And I have a lot of pride in saying that I was a student here. I have served here as a teacher, as a coordinator, as an assistant principal, director, community of schools, and now as the union leader. I have great pride and great faith in this district. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Mr. Gamez, I see you're back there. Come on down. You'll have some time to share with us. Are there any other labor partners here to follow Mr. Gamez?
I agree. A sense of safety is the best vaccination against negative mental health issues. So hire more school police officers. Thank you for the layup. My name is Gil Gomez. I'm the president of the LAUSD School Police Officers Association. Let's talk healthcare. Last week, I took my daughter to UCLA Hospital for a checkup, and she's doing great. And at 7:30 in the morning, I saw, while I was waiting by the elevator, I was sitting down and I saw a woman a little older than I am, African-American woman, tall with a mask on, walking frantically towards the neurology department at UCLA. And she was frustrated because the door was closed. And she sat next to me and said, if they told me to be here at 7:30, I'd expect them to be here on time. And she was frustrated, and I said, don't worry, UCLA is in a four-way tie to be the #1 hospital in the state of California, tied with Cedars-Sinai. And she smiles and she says, I go to both of those. And I smiled back, and of course I was trying to comfort her because she seemed a little frazzled. She said, I'm 87 years old, and I'd had a great career. I didn't get paid much, but my health care is phenomenal. And I said, oh, you were a teacher? And she smiles and starts laughing, and she says, yes. I go, where did you teach? She says, for LAUSD. I said, wow, your employee number, because she told me she was 87, must be 002. She says, no, sweetie, it's 001. So as we say, she says, I worked a place called 450 North Grand. I said, I know the place. We started talking. She was talking about, she got distracted, which was great, and we got into our conversation. And she asked me what I did, and I said, I'm a police officer for the school district. And then she says, how do you know that UCLA is #1? I said, well, I do negotiations too. That's what I do on the side, not to kind of downplaying my efforts. So she starts talking about her granddaughter, who's has her bachelor's, and she wants to be a teacher, and she works for a school district. She says she's 99% perfect, but these young kids don't know how to speak to their elders. I said, I'm old enough to understand that. So her name was called. She told me not to leave. She wanted to finish our conversation. And she came back, and we spoke a little further. And we're doing negotiations at the same time that we're doing healthcare negotiations at the same time that we are doing salary negotiations. And everybody knows that the return on investment for being a teacher is teaching children and making a huge difference in people's lives. And they understand that they don't get paid as much, but the unions take care of them in a way that's seriously life-saving, such as having the best health care in town. So in closing, I was proud of myself for making her feel better about her, obviously. She was nervous in regards to going to the neurologist, but as I was driving home, I realized she was put in my path to make me feel better and to create pause and help me understand life a little bit better. I was open-minded enough to be able to pivot. So be thoughtful in regards to our healthcare contract. I'm not going to belabor the point, but that was just a beautiful exchange. And we do have family in here right now that's normally not in here, so I'd just like to share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Are there any other labor partners present? Okay. Are there any board reports from committees? Looks like no.
I do have
Oh, you. So do the committee reports want to start, I guess, from that end and come around here?
Committee of the Whole, we have a report, Committee of the Whole. The Committee of the Whole convened on September 9th, 2025, and covered the following key presentations and discussions. Digital Citizenship in LAUSD. Dr. Francis Baez and Mr. Dominic Coigua presented the district's strategy to prepare students for safe, responsible, and equitable participation in the digital world. The presentation emphasized digital literacy, ethical decision-making, AI integration, and collaboration with community partners. The board's discussion included exploring partnerships with nonprofits, libraries, and local organizations, as well as safeguards for responsible AI use in the classrooms. And also in making sure that our students are proactive and empowered when it comes to digital citizenship. Housing Initiative Update. Ms. Christina Tokes, Isam Dadul, and Ann Volts provided an update on workforce housing development for LAUSD staff. The update highlighted priority sites, financial models, community engagement, and a timeline for issuing RFQs/RFPs. The board discussion focused on embedding workforce protections, union jobs, local hire, training pathways, addressing neighbor impacts, and ensuring accountability and developer partnerships. The board will be voting on this critical item today, so I'm thankful to Ms. Tokes and her team for the great presentation at the September Committee of the Whole. The next Committee of the Whole meeting will be on Tuesday, October 7th. Thank you.
All right. We had a curriculum and instruction meeting on September 11th, 2025. And I chaired the first Curriculum and Instruction Committee meeting of the school year. The overall topic of discussion was related to culturally and linguistically responsive spaces for Latinx and Indigenous Mesoamerican students. The presentations focused on how we can deepen our understanding of culturally and linguistically responsive pedagogy, how we can make connections to the lived experiences of Latinx and Indigenous educators and students, and reflect on how to support schools by honoring their resilience. Thank you to Ms. Lydia Acosta-Stevens and the MED team for their support with this presentation. We also got the opportunity to hear from both educators and students, including Josefina Padilla, a first grade teacher at Hooper Avenue, Maricela Lopez Samoya, social studies teacher at King Drew Medical Magnet, as well as her students. We had 3 wonderful students from King Drew Medical Magnet, students Ms. Lopez Samoa, who recited powerful poems about their identity and culture. The students recited their poems with all their heart. It was impossible to hold back our tears and smiles as we heard them share about their lived experiences through poetry. Our next committee meeting is November 6th at 3:30 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, for the Greening, Schools, and Climate Resiliency Committee, the committee met on August 27th and covered the following key presentations and discussions. The first was resolution implementation and community partnerships. Mr. Christos Crucilio joined Mr. Carlos Moran of Northeast Trees and Ms. Tori Jur of the Los Angeles Neighborhood Land Trust and provided an update on the implementation of the board's February Greening Partnerships resolution. The presentation highlighted new and expanded nonprofit partnerships to advance greening projects, with discussion focused on prioritizing the challenges faced by these organizations as they work alongside the district to green our schools. Concerns raised include paying fees upfront, testing challenges, and consultant costs related to asbestos and lead abatement. Staff share that the district is exploring opportunities to reduce or offset these costs, including potential collaboration with CAL FIRE. The second presentation was on climate literacy and task force report. Mr. Christos Crucilio, Mr. Jerry Song, and Mr. Nicholas Gardner-Serna presented the Climate Literacy Task Force findings and recommendations. The report outlined a roadmap to integrate climate literacy into curriculum, outdoor education, and workforce pathways. The committee members emphasized the importance of strengthening career technical education programs, particularly the multi-craft core curriculum, MC3, and discussed expanding student success to green job pathways through community schools and local occupational centers. Support for the Climate Champions program was also reaffirmed, with a call for dedicated funding to sustain and grow the initiative. Lastly, the committee also discussed challenges with using bond funding for greening projects, noting the need to align bond eligibility rules with community-driven priorities and ensure equitable access to resources for the schools most vulnerable to climate impacts. The next committee meeting will be on September 24th. Thank you.
Next, we have the superintendent's report.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. Just a couple of brief updates. Number one, obviously our community continues to express and certainly feel a great deal of fear specific to immigration actions that continue to take place here in Los Angeles and across the country. Even though we do not see necessarily a significant breakthrough from the administration, it is important to note that last week, after a number of requests made by this board, by this administration, specific to enforcement actions in schools or around schools or close enough to schools, there was an important statement made by ICE that cannot be ignored. And I'd like to convey verbatim what that communication was, because it reveals to a certain extent a departure from previous statements from ICE itself. And that statement is that ICE is not conducting enforcement operations or raiding schools. We've heard this manifest and spoken about in a variety of different ways. It is important to note, because obviously our community, our students, our parents, certainly our teachers, support staff, continue to deal with fear about whether or not someone has the right to enter our schools. We as a school district have declared a number of times that no federal entity, short of producing a judicial order signed by a judge, has the right to speak with anyone in our schools. This is the first time, this past Tuesday, that the federal government actually vocalized the position on this matter. So we're going to hold them to their statement. And certainly it is a step in the right direction, but we're still far away from where we need to be as a community. I say this at this point because it is critically important for parents in our community who, for very understandable reasons, may be protecting their children at home, but not exposing them to necessary and legally required schooling. Please connect with your child's principal. Please call our crisis emergency line for us to have an honest conversation with you about the variety of different ways that we can re-enroll your child. We began this year, point number 2, with a significant decline in enrollment. We know now that a significant number of the students who are currently not in our schools were international newcomers. It is very easy to tie the reason as to why they may not necessarily be in our schools. While we sadly believe that some may have left Los Angeles altogether, we know for a fact a number of them are living in fear at home without any schooling experience. We are here to support, we are here to help. Please call our emergency line or call your trusted counselor at the school last attended by your child or a principal. Let us help you. The next issue, obviously, we came off of a successful release of academic data specific to reading and math, science, graduation rates, etc. But there is much more work to be done. The time is now. We continue to offer before and after school tutoring programs and enrichment programs. I know that parents, in some cases, are fearful of keeping their kids in these after-school programs because of the walk home. Take advantage of our expanded transportation routes and transportation for all. If you have fear specific to walking your child, reacquaint yourself with the preparedness packet, the family preparedness packet that we have provided to all parents. And again, speak with someone at your child's school for the best way of protecting your child. But consider the availability of services and after-school care that we provide. Lastly, we just wrapped up a terrific adult education expo, which was held at the Beehive in South Los Angeles, attended literally over 2 days by thousands of both students and parents alike. Now is the time, in most cases at no cost for parents, adults in our community, to enroll in adult and career technical training programs. A career in a year, a way of catapulting higher level into a higher level income scenario by acquiring a new skill set. Please consult our website for adult and career technical education. Lastly, now is still the time for you to take advantage of universal TK and pre-kindergarten programs, early education programs. We expanded these programs significantly over the past couple of years. We're seeing a bit of a slowdown in enrollment, which we believe is tied to the fears associated with immigration, but our schools are trusted spaces. So please, if you're a mother, a father, a caregiver for someone, a beautiful child who's 3 or 4 years old, speak with us. Let us care for them during the day. Let us provide them with the best possible education. And if you are a student of any age, regardless of whether or not you started the year with us, now is the time to come back to us. We will support you. We will help you. No questions asked. We are ready. We have virtual options available, but we also have terrific face-to-face opportunities for all of our students. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent, and I would like to give a special shout out to our ladies and gentlemen in the front office and the main office at our schools who are our SAAs and our office techs, who are the lions protecting the door and not letting people in who should not be coming in. So I really want to thank my clerical staff in the main office. Okay, so September is an important month, and before it goes away into October, let me just remind everyone that September is Deaf and Hard of Hearing Awareness Month. And I just want to tell you, Deaf Awareness Week is celebrated during the month of September and is highlighted for the past 14 years by the Los Angeles DEA Festival, which promotes self-esteem within the deaf community, provides information on available resources, and educates the general public and enhances the profile of deaf artists in Los Angeles. And I want you to know that American Sign Language is the third most used language in the United States. Amazing. The third most used language is American Sign Language. Thank you so much to all the staff at LAUSD in ASL. Thank you so much. Mr. McLean.
Okay, now we're going to jump into the consent calendar. The consent calendar is a procedural device that the board uses to get through multiple items at once without having to discuss each one individually. So I'll read through the consent calendar, and then the board will designate by saying out loud consent or discussion whether or not the item will go on to the consent calendar. I'll note we have a number of public hearings, and I'll suggest that those with, also those with time certains probably shouldn't go on consent since we have speakers lined up for those. And we'll be able to take them at that time. We're going to be running about 3 minutes behind for the 11:30 time certain, but as soon as I'm done talking, we'll get through this. Okay, tab 1, Career Technical Education Incentive Grant. Consent.
Actually, I have a question.
I have a comment.
Okay, question, so now that will be on discussion. All right, tab 2 is a public hearing that can take place no earlier than 4 p.m., so discussion. Tab 3, authorization to issue requests for qualifications and proposals.
Question.
Discussion. Tab 4, authorization to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power.
I have a question. Sorry.
Tab 5, receipted results of the April 2025 general obligation bond sale. Comment, so that will go on to the discussion. Donations of money to the district. Consent.
Oh, wait, no.
Okay, so tab 5, Ms. Griego, is consent or discussion for you?
Tab 5 is, what's the topic?
Receipted results from the April 2025 general obligation bond sale?
Oh, no.
Okay, so let's all talk, so I'm going to reread, so tab 5 sounds like consent. Is that agreed? Okay. Consent.
I had a comment on 5. That was
Okay, so comment, that will go on to discussion. All right, so Ms. Newbill. Tab 6, donations of money to the district. Okay, so Ms. Griego. Tab 7, approval of facilities contracts actions. Discussion from Mr. Schmerelson. Tab 8, adoption of the negative declaration for the Fairfax High School major modernization project.
Consent.
Consent. Our first consent item. Tab 9, project approval for the Fairfax High School major modernization project. Discussion.
Okay.
Tab 10, define and approve 4 sustainable environment enhancement developments for schools projects.
a comment.
Comment too.
I have a comment as well.
Okay, so we'll go on discussion as well. Define and approve 3 projects to provide critical replacements and upgrades of school buildings, site systems, and components. Consent. Tab 12, define and approve the Tweedy Learning Center roofing replacement project. Consent. Tab 13, define and approve the Dorsey High School bakery, classroom, and kitchen project.
Consent.
Consent. Tab 14, define and approve the Bret Hart Preparatory Middle School barrier removal project.
Consent.
Consent. Tab 15, define and approve 21 board district priority and region priority projects. Consent. Tab 16, provisional internship permits. Consent. Tab 17, approval of routine personnel actions. Consent. Tab 18, report of cash disbursements. Consent. Tab 19, adoption of healthcare assistant MOU with SEIU Local 99. Consent.
Question, just a question.
All right, so that will go on to discussion. Tab 20, automatic vehicle locator and shift differential memorandums of understanding. Consent. Okay, tab 21 is a public hearing. It can go on consent. It will be taken after the time certain, I'm guessing, and after the other discussion items have gone through, so. Consent. Okay, tab 22 is a time certain. I do not think that should go on consent. That'll be discussion. Tab 23, Suicide Awareness and Prevention Month. Discussion. Tab 24 we have a time certain for tab 24, so that'll be discussion. Tab 25, maximizing efficiency and effectiveness in task forces and committees. Consent. Let's see, 26 is a time certain of noon. 27, freedom to learn.
Yes, I had a comment on that. For 25, I'm sorry, I did have a question on 25.
Question on 25, Ms. Newbill. 27, freedom to learn.
Consent.
Consent. 26 was discussion
Well,
because
maybe
it's
we'll
a
discuss.
time certain of noon.
7.
Oh, discussion for 27? Thank you. Okay, resolutions for initial announcement need not be addressed. Tab 30, report of correspondence, also a public hearing. It can go on consent. Right, tab 31, approval of the Proposition 28 annual report. Consent. Tab 32, approve the annual Los Angeles Unified School District Proposition 28. Consent. Tab 33, approval of procurement actions.
Consent.
Consent. Tab 34 is a time certain, so that will be on discussion. Tab 35, unaudited actuals report for fiscal year 24-25, and I believe we have a presentation for that, and that will go on discussion. So for the folks in the audience, just so that they know,
Okay, it's gonna be.
everything on consent, we first take the public comment for, and then the board votes as one on all of those things on consent, and then everything on discussion will be taken individually. I'm just going to read through the list, and I want to apologize to the 11:30 time certain. We're still running a few minutes late, but we'll get to you shortly, especially if you're on Zoom. So tab 1, tab 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 I have for discussion. Tab 8, consent. Tabs 9.
Queen, sorry. 5, you can put on consent. That.
Okay, so we're moving 5 to consent.
Yes.
Thank you. 6 is for discussion, 7 is for discussion, 8 is for consent, 9 and 10 are discussion. Tabs 11, 12.
Mike, can I just ask, sorry to interrupt. I see it on the matrix, but I'm not remembering in the materials tab 5, the receipt of results of the April 25 general obligation bond sale in comparison of good faith costs of issuance estimates and actuals. So I don't know what happened there, but I was trying to see if my numbering was off, but I never received material.
Okay, let me check with my office, that's
materials on
unusual.
that. So can we pull it on discussion?
Yeah, well,
Let's
for the
keep it on
meantime-
discussion and then figure out what happened there, because I
Okay,
just wanted to confirm, which is why I didn't say anything immediately, but I don't know
Appreciate
that we have
that.
the materials.
I'll talk to my colleagues about it, and I'll interface with the superintendent's office, make sure, and it may go on another agenda. Okay, so for consent, tabs 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. Tab 19 for discussion. Tabs 20 and 21 for consent. Tabs 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26. Discussion. Tab 27, also for discussion.
Right.
Tabs 30, 31, 32, 33 for consent, and tabs 34 and 35 for discussion.
The other thing, Mike, just did and maybe this is where some of the numbering was off, is that in our materials, we had the adoption of the
Local
2025 Local Hazard Mitigation Plan, which was tab 5.
Okay, and so,
Six
Sorry, tab 6. And tab 5 was donations?
donations.
matrix isn't matching the materials.
Well, and that item, the receipt of the bond sale wasn't in the
Not
materials.
on the agenda at all.
Okay, so let me grab the book, and then, here's what I suggest. Let's go to the 11:30 time certain. I'll review the book and the materials, and then I would recommend running through the consent calendar again to reset it and make sure that nothing is omitted or elided, and we'll go from there. So my apologies, I'll get right on it. All right, it's now time for the 11:30 time certain. Would a board member like to introduce the resolution?
I would. Tab 24 is the Financial Literacy and Economic Justice in the LAUSD curriculum. So fellow board members and LAUSD community, it's my pleasure to introduce this resolution that seeks to incorporate financial literacy and economic justice into the curriculum. When we talk about financial literacy, we should specifically address the issues that happen in the real world, in addition to informing people on taxes, APR, and such. So here are just a few of the issues that are going on in the real world. Research gathered by Brookings showed that homes lose approximately 16% of their value when a neighborhood's population reaches 10% minority households. Minority homes are undervalued by the real estate market by 21 to 23%. Owning a home is hard, but keeping it is getting harder, as an inequitable property tax hits communities of color the most it does and creates a wider economic gap between minority communities and non-minority communities. And notice how these ideas are not written in the real estate rulebook or the official stated policy of the property management companies. It comes down to implicit bias that is so ingrained in our society and keeps down traditionally marginalized communities. We cannot begin to tackle these biases until we are first aware of their existence, which is why this resolution also calls for the teaching of economic justice. This means allowing teachers the flexibility to teach about American history, literature, and government from an economic perspective, in addition to the traditional lesson plan. When we discuss Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., we should go beyond his I Have a Dream speech and also address his actions on the picket line and his calls for fair wages. When we address the American Civil War, allow teachers to discuss how actions and inactions of the government contributed to the current economic landscape, or how we discuss financial distress in the modern era, stemming from policies implemented from the 60s to 2009. Discussing culturally relevant materials encompasses race and ethnicity, but we also must address how these topics intersect with poverty and economics. Our students want to learn about the issues and how they affect their lives, and the subject of economic justice is our means of teaching them. I am fully aware that this resolution will not resolve the tragedy of poverty in Los Angeles. However, when this is implemented, it is my hope that it will give our students a fighting chance in their futures. It will allow them to resolve issues of poverty in their time where previous generations have failed. Now, I would like to hand it over to my three co-sponsors, starting with our Vice President, Dr. Rivas. Go ahead, Dr. Rivas.
Thank you, Board President Schmelson. I have a few words to say about this resolution because of the core of its importance. So today we bring forward a resolution that is both timely and essential, incorporating financial literacy and economic justice into the LAUSD curriculum. As a district, we hold a responsibility not only to prepare our students academically, but also to equip them with the real-world skills they need to thrive in life. The data is clear. Only 27% of California high school students attend a school that offers a personal finance course. At the same time, the rising cost of higher education, the burdens of student debt, and the realities of systemic inequities continue to challenge our families and our communities. For too long, traditionally marginalized communities have faced barriers to financial knowledge and stability, from redlining and bank deserts to predatory lending and limited opportunities to build generational wealth. These inequities have left lasting scars, and our schools must be part of that solution. I'm excited to co-sponsor this resolution because financial literacy is a cornerstone of preparing our students for independence, and pairing it with an economic justice lens ensures that we are equipping historically undeserved communities with the tools they need to navigate systemic barriers. The work is about more than just balancing a checkbook. It's about teaching our students how to build wealth, avoid predatory practices, and understand the systems that shape their economic opportunities. By embedding this into our curriculum, we are giving every student the knowledge and skills to thrive in their future. And we are signaling that financial empowerment and justice are integral to an equitable education. This resolution moves us in that direction. It ensures that our students will not only learn how to budget, save, and plan, but also understand the broader systems that shape economic opportunity in this country. It recognizes that financial literacy must go hand in hand with economic justice, giving students the knowledge and the critical perspective they need to navigate a complex financial world. The commitment before us today is practical and forward-looking. It calls for embedding financial literacy across core subjects, preparing teachers with professional development, partnering with community-based organizations, and expanding access to programs that empower both students and families. Importantly, it aligns LAUSD with California's new graduation requirements, ensuring that our students are prepared before the state mandate takes effect. So, colleagues, this is about more than teaching dollars and cents. It's about giving our students the tools to pursue higher education without fear of debt, to understand and resist predatory practices, and to build a financial foundation for a secure future. It's about equity, empowerment, and justice. I urge your full support of this resolution so that LAUSD can lead the way in preparing our students not only to succeed in school, but to thrive in life. Thank you.
Thank you for those inspiring words, Dr. Rivas. Now, Ms. Newbill, would you like to comment on this?
Yes, thank you so much for this opportunity and for the words that my colleagues have already shared. Financial literacy, if any knows, this is one of the priorities of Board District 1. And as a board member now, want our students to have the knowledge about money, budgeting, and the importance of saving and how to engage with our banks, with our financial institutes and entities to understand credit, and so on and so forth. And that to be prepared to make good decisions as they start their lives. Young people are becoming entrepreneurs way earlier, and knowing about money and its influence and how to manage it is a vital life skill. I'm excited to co-sponsor this resolution and look forward to seeing the additional ways that we can incorporate financial literacy in our curriculum. We have two speakers today and support this item. Ms. Rhonda Richard of CARE of Los Angeles, and CARE stands for Credit Abuse Resistance Education, an organization that established by a bankruptcy judge in 2002 that has become a national nonprofit in 2015, with chapters across several states. Rhonda serves as the board of directors for CARE LA's chapter. And also we have Coach Irvin Davis of Dorsey High School. And I want to say thank you to him as well as a champion of this work through social studies and his economic course. I know he has championed this for many of our students many, many years. And so to be able to move forward on this financial literacy and economic justice, I know it brings him great honor to be able to continue the work that he's already started. And for us to decrease those numbers, as I mentioned, that 70% of students do not have this opportunity, but we being progressive and advancing in Los Angeles Unified School District. So I want to say thank you for both of you guys being here today.
Thank you, Ms. Newbill. And before we get to our distinguished guests, we have our student board member, Jerry Yang. Go ahead.
Yes. I definitely want to echo everything that my colleagues have said, and to add on that especially now during a time when the future of a family may seem uncertain, when many students and youth find themselves suddenly the heads of household, it's all the more important to increase financial literacy and economic justice content within curriculum. Students are supposed to graduate college and career ready, and one of the most important aspects of that is knowing how to navigate our economy nowadays, knowing what a loan is, how interest rates work, and identifying potential debt traps. It's common sense, pun intended, that empowering students with the knowledge to manage their finances is essential to helping them avoid debt and achieve long-term fiscal stability as they enter adulthood. I'm proud to co-sponsor this resolution that changes the future of students by integrating financial literacy into curriculum and providing them with a key piece of knowledge that they need to know in order to be prepared for the world.
Thank you, Jerry. Appreciate that. And now I would like to invite our guest speakers, beginning with Rhonda Rich, board member for CARE Los Angeles, to speak in support of the resolution. Go ahead, Rhonda, please.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name is Rhonda Richard, and I am a concerned citizen who is passionate about educating our youth in the area of financial literacy. As a result of my passion, I am currently a volunteer with Junior Achievement and a board member of CARE LA. As mentioned, CARE LA is a nonprofit organization that educates high school students about credit, budgeting, and fraud prevention. To align with the most recent mandate, AB 2927, we know that financial literacy is crucial for students as it equips them with the skills to make informed financial decisions, create a solid future, and avoid common money mistakes. More importantly, introducing these concepts early can help develop healthy habits towards money. And I am a living testament to that because I learned to manage money at a very, very early age. Financial literacy promotes responsible money management through budgeting and becoming aware of income and expenses. It promotes responsible spending and savings by being able to identify needs and wants. And it empowers independence because it allows our youth to take control and make sound money decisions. And it bridges the opportunity gap by providing all students, especially those in the marginalized areas, with the knowledge to achieve financial security. There's so many benefits of financial literacy that I strongly endorse this resolution. CARE LA understands its importance too. And we are here to support LAUSD by providing a third-party validation through our presentations that may help our students bridge the gap in their journey for financial knowledge. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Rhonda. Now let's hear from our gentleman from Dorsey High School.
Good morning to Superintendent Carvalho and board members. My name is Irvin Davis, and I have been a teacher and coach at Dorsey High School for 34 years. And I echo the sentiments of everyone that it is critical that we focus on providing our students with the basic financial skills that are necessary for self-sufficiency and independence. This has been a focus of mine throughout my career in education, and I'm just very happy to see that the adoption into the district's approved curriculum is forthcoming. Areas of budgeting, credit/loan financing, interest rates, taxes, savings and investing, as well as retirement planning. A lot of this information is just not made available to our underserved communities, and it all starts with a conversation and resources. We at Dorsey have developed a partnership with Chase Bank where we focus on these areas along with asset protection and wealth preservation. Kayvon Thibodeau, who is one of our former Dorsey athletes and current NFL players, has been another champion for this cause, providing the connection with his financial management team through Chase Bank, which has a $30 billion initiative towards educating underserved communities. This upcoming school year, this current school year, will be our fourth annual workshop with him. And board member Newbill had an opportunity to attend one of the workshops the last school year. So we really look forward to continuing this work of education, resources, and helping our students to close the wealth gap in America and be equipped with the information that is needed for them to be self-sufficient and independent.
Well, thank you so much, Rhonda and Irvin. And I was just thinking as you were speaking that this is one of those opportunities when your child comes home from school and you say, well, what did you learn today? This is something that they really can work with their parents, because I believe there are many parents who are not that aware of financial literacy. So your students, your sons and daughters are going to help you as well as help themselves in the future. So thank you. Thank you so much. Other board members, would you like to comment? Mr. Melvoin?
Thank you, Mr. Schmerelson and co-sponsors. I think it's a very important resolution, and appreciate the work that you're elevating and that the district's done. You know, financial literacy, as you all said so eloquently, is not just a nice to have, it's a must have. And I think I'm one of the many people who graduated high school having taken calculus but not knowing what a mortgage was or an interest rate or things that are critically important. I also appreciate that the resolution acknowledges the work that district's done to support financial literacy efforts, including through our partnership with the state via CalKids and the locally designed Opportunity LA. And to that end, I have a question about one of the new amendments, but I do also have, that I mentioned to Mr. Schmerelson, a friendly amendment that would just add to one of the resolves that our efforts of enhancing the marketing of our financial literacy will also include the distribution of information regarding the partnership with the city and the County of Los Angeles in implementing the Opportunity LA and the CalKids program. So if you'll accept that as friendly.
Accepted.
Great, I'll pass that out. The one question I had, Mr. Schmelzen, for you or for Dr. Estrada is just the most recent amendment about replacing economics. It says this is a whereas, well, I guess this is a whereas and not a resolved, as I'm looking at it.
Dr. Bias is here to clarify
But if we can
that.
just talk a little bit about that, because I think this is an important curricular enhancement, but I also think econ is important for kids to have the option to take as well. So can you say a little more about what that means?
Finance class, we will be piloting that during the winter academy, during summer school. There is a school that it will be piloting that course as well during the upcoming semester. And it will be up to the board to decide whether economics will be replaced by personal finance. Ultimate goal is we don't want to add one more course to the students' course load. We want to be able to integrate it into one of those courses. So it may be that we create a course that combines both the economics principles and priorities and standards, as well as personal finance and financial literacy.
So when you say the board will decide, what would be the process by which?
We would come back to you with the board report indicating what are some options. Well, prior to that, we'll be discussing the options with the superintendent about what are some possible ways that we can incorporate financial literacy into econ, and then we would come to the board with that replacement so that students aren't having to take an additional course. And it may be that we will fold in the financial literacy standards and principles into the econ or vice versa, so that students take one course as opposed to taking double courses.
Got it. Okay, thanks for that explanation. And Mr. Schmelzen, I'd love to be added as a co-sponsor as well.
Co-sponsor.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate this resolution. I think it's super timely, and I'm excited that we will be centering not just financial literacy, but the concept of economic justice, and that we're doing so kind of ahead of the state mandate around a financial literacy course as part of our graduation requirements. Just wanted to uplift, I think as we're rolling this out, we know that many of our students have become the heads of household de facto and are helping their families with whatever they used for income in the past, are having to manage those finances on their own. So however we can, utilize this opportunity to provide supports to our immigrant families at this time when students are in need of these resources right now. I think that's great. And I will just put an additional plug. I know there's a mention of adult education, and I hope that we can really look to ensure that our adult education students are included in this effort. Because though there isn't a graduation requirement, we know that they could also benefit so greatly from these learning opportunities. And please add me as a co-sponsor as well.
Absolutely co-sponsor. Thank you. Ms. Ortiz-Franklin.
Thank you. Appreciate where this is going, and the state will follow, as they often do, LA Unified. I would just ask maybe for the superintendent's team, as you come back and give us an update, to help us define our terms, because I appreciate the focus on economic justice, and it's different than financial literacy. And so just how we're thinking collectively about these two terms and how that shows up in a specific course versus embedded into some of the other curricular areas here. But I also am very supportive of this vision. Please add me as a co-sponsor as well.
You are a co-sponsor. Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? You're good? Okay. So we're going to by the way, the amendment was accepted, so we will vote. Yes?
Okay, voting on the amended tab 24. Copies are available in the back of the room soon and will be posted online shortly. So may I have someone move tab 24?
I'll move it.
Moved by Ms. Gomez,
Second.
seconded by Dr. Rivas. Ms. Newbill,
Yes.
Dr. Rivas,
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Griego,
Yes.
Ms. Gomez,
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin.
Yes.
Board President Schmorlson
Yes.
and Student Board Member Yang.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you very much, board members, and I think this is one course that everyone will really appreciate it, from dads and moms to students. Thank you so much.
okay, so we have a time certain of noon. We're going to delay that time certain by about 3 minutes so that I can go through this consent calendar again. I want to apologize to the board and members of the audience who are following along for wasting your time. That's an error on my part, a formatting error. So I apologize. Let's start again. I just passed them out, the matrix out to everybody to look at. And here we go. Tab 1, consent or discussion? Discussion. Tab 2 is we cannot hear it before 4 p.m., so that will be for discussion. Tab 3, authorization to issue requests for qualifications. Discussion. Tab 4, authorization to enter into an MOU with LA DWP. Discussion. Tab 5, donations of money to the district. Discussion. Tab 6, adoption of the Los Angeles Unified School District 2025 Local Hazard Mitigation Plan. Consent. Tab 7, approval of facilities contracts actions. Discussion. Tab 8, adoption of the negative declaration for the Fairfax High School Major Modernization Project. Consent. Tab 9, project approval for the Fairfax High School Major Modernization Project. Discussion. Tab 10, define and approve 4 sustainable environmental enhancement developments for schools projects. Discussion. Tab 11, define and approve 3 projects to provide critical replacements and upgrades of school building site systems. Consent. Tab 12, define and approve the Tweedy Learning Center roofing replacement project. Consent. Tab 13, define and approve the Dorsey High School bakery classroom and kitchen project. Consent. Tab 14, define and approve the Bret Hart Preparatory Middle School barrier removal project. Consent. Tab 15, define and approve 21 board district priority and region priority projects. Consent. Tab 16, provisional internship permits. Consent. Tab 17, approval of routine personnel actions. Consent. Tab 18, report of cash disbursements. Consent. Tab 19, adoption of the healthcare assistant MOU with SEIU. Discussion. Tab 20, automatic vehicle locator and shift differential MOU. Consent. Tab 21, charter petitions for public hearings. Consent. Tab 22 is a time certain will be on discussion. Tab 23, Suicide Awareness and Prevention Month. Discussion. One moment. This is the... Okay, tab 24, we handled. Tab 25, maximizing efficiency and effectiveness in task forces. Discussion. Tab 12 is coming up shortly on discussion. Tab 27, freedom to learn. Discussion. Tabs 28 and 29 are for initial announcement only. Tab 30, report of correspondence, including Williams and State Preschool Health Safety Uniform Complaint Quarterly Report Summary. Consent. Tab 31, approval of Prop 28 Annual Report. The Arts and Music and Schools Funding Guarantee and Accountability Act of Los Angeles Unified School District affiliated charters. Consent. Tab 32, approve the annual Los Angeles Unified School District Proposition 28, the Arts and Music and Schools Funding Guarantee and Accountability Act report. Discussion. Tab 33, approval of procurement actions. Consent. Tab 34 is on discussion. Tab 35, unaudited actuals for fiscal year 24-25 is on discussion. Thank you. for everyone's patience. Now we have a time certain of noon for a very exciting item.
Well, good afternoon, colleagues. Today I'm honored to introduce our resolution celebrating Latina Heritage Month. This year, I'm proud to have partnered with my colleague, Board Member Griego, who will speak momentarily to uplift the vibrant cultures, histories, and daily contributions of our Latina communities, who are truly the backbone of Los Angeles and of the entire LA Unified School District. It's always essential to celebrate our students' culture, language, and heritage. I know this having been a young Latina, the daughter of an immigrant who did not see my family and culture ever really reflected in my classroom or curriculum. But we know that this year's celebration is especially important. Xenophobia and anti-immigrant rhetoric are escalating across our country. Just last week, the Supreme Court concluded that the federal government can discriminate against, detain, and kidnap our people solely on the basis of being Latine, having brown skin, and speaking Spanish. This is absolutely reprehensible and unacceptable in a country that is theoretically founded on the idea of individual liberties. Yet, in this backdrop where our communities and families are being terrorized, our public schools must and will continue to stand as places of safety, dignity, and opportunity for all of our students. We affirm that every student, regardless of heritage, language, or immigration status, has the right to learn, grow, and thrive, and feel welcomed in our schools. We will continue to uphold our policies as a sanctuary district and invest in direct supports for our communities, trauma-informed practices, and mental health resources. Through this resolution, we reaffirm the importance of bilingual education, expanding and protecting culturally relevant and linguistically responsive education, our dual language programs, including the inclusions of speakers of indigenous languages, and ensuring equitable access to early education, college, and career opportunities for our students. We also recognize the vital partnership and leadership of Latina educators, families, and community leaders whose advocacy and leadership guide us every day. Finally, we invite every school site to celebrate Latina Heritage Month with art, music, history, and conversation that reminds our students and each other that this is not a month of recognition, but a year-round commitment to justice, inclusion, and the success of every Latina child and family in our school district. I am proud to present this resolution, and I ask for my colleagues' support. With that, I will pass it over to my colleagues and partners in this resolution, Board Member Griego and Dr. Rivas, who have remarks and a wonderful program planned for us.
Thank you, Kelly. So happy Latino, Latina, Latine Heritage Month, and happy Mexican Independence Day for those who celebrate it today. To all my Salvadorans, my Central American folks, Costa Ricans, Guatemalans, Hondurans, and Nicaraguenses, happy belated Independence Day as we celebrated yesterday. So, yes. Thank you, Board Member Gomez, for allowing me the opportunity to co-sponsor this with you. And it's in times like these where we need to more proudly embody our culture and represent our roots. This resolution ensures that all of our students feel seen, are heard, and are celebrated through curricula, programming, and support services. And today, we are so honored to be able to celebrate all the beautiful things that our students do at their schools, what they learn, and it's all through art. And we get to be a part of that, to witness this beautiful performances that we're going to be able to see today and hear from our students. I'm gonna go ahead and pass it on to Dr. Rivas, who will introduce some of our performers today, and then I will introduce some other performers today. So please enjoy today's celebration.
Before I introduce our performers, I do have some comments to make. I am proud to be a co-sponsor of this resolution during these challenging times for our Latino communities. Across this country, Latinos are facing attacks in spaces that should serve as safe havens for all. That is why it is essential that we stand firm in both celebrating and protecting the dignity of our students, families, and workers, who are not only the heart of the district, but the majority of it. This resolution is a powerful reminder that our heritage, our voices, and our contributions are integral to the fabric of Los Angeles, and they must always be honored. As a proud immigrant, this moment is deeply personal to me. This resolution affirms what so many of us know in our bones. Nuestra cultura, nuestra historia, y nuestras voces importan. Hispanic heritage is not only about celebration, it is about recognition, representation, and resistance. It is about ensuring that our children see themselves reflected in their schools, the curriculum, and their communities with pride and with power. By uplifting Latino heritage, we commit ourselves to building a more just, inclusive, and equitable future. Cuando celebramos nuestras raíces, también sembramos esperanza para las generaciones que viven. One where every student in LAUSD knows that their story is valued, their identity is honored, and their dreams are possible. Que viva nuestra herencia, que viva nuestra comunidad, y que viva el poder de nuestros estudiantes. As a mexicana, as a chicana, que viva México, que viva nuestra gente, que viva nuestra cultura, y que viva la mujer. Gracias. I am honored to introduce Garfield High School Danza Mexica. As Garfield is celebrated their centennial, no, we're not introducing that. We're introducing, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm proud to introduce bilingual poems recited by students from the Ethnic Studies program at LA School of Global Studies and Miguel Contreras Learning Complex, a school in my district that I'm so proud of, led by Canek Peña Vargas. As part of the Ethnic Studies program, students examine how issues of race and ethnicity are constructed and shape life for underrepresented people in the United States and Los Angeles. So before we begin, Matthew, a 12th grade student leader from Garfield High School, will say some remarks.
Hello, my name is Luis, and I am a student at the LA School of Global Studies at the Miguel Contreras Learning Complex. Today, my friends, I will share poems we wrote in our ethnic study class. I am from Colombia, land of charm, where the sun caresses and the wind sings, of green mountains and rivers that embrace, where the soul is filled with hope. I am from Colombia, birthplace of coffee, with a deep aroma and flavor of faith, where the work is noble and sincere, where each grain tells an inner dream. I am from Colombia, from a vibrant city, where culture is always radiant, of small towns with big hearts, where friendship is a song. I am from Colombia, pride and passion from my flag and my tradition. I carry my country in every heartbeat, where every day is a great celebration. With its warm people and great diversity, it's a country full of happiness. And in every step, their love shared. Colombia is my home, my inspiration, where every day is a great celebration. With its warm people and great diversity, it's a country full of happiness. Thank you.
Que viva Colombia. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon to everyone. I did this poem thinking of my country. This is I Am From. I am from to my family, my hope, my support, and my pride. I am from the clay that formed my hands, from the beating of ancestral drum. I am from a sky that keep my memories, and from my stars that illuminate my walk. I am from volcanoes populated by trees, dyed with their green color, sporting an extensive command with moss and emerald where my heart stays. I am from the corn that give life and sustenance, like the golden sun in the harvest. I am the work, the effort, and the breath. I am from a mountain that touches the heavens, a fruit cool that dances in the sun. I am from the rains that fall in silence. I am from a paradise with lands ready to harvest and with the work of its noble people. I am from gastronomy, a feast of flavors, estufas, chiles, tamales, and atol. Each bite remembers its heritage, a journey through time and memories. I am from one of the Mayans, wise and strong, like the calendars that marks destiny. I am from the marimba that resonates in my sensory chest. Its notes are rivers that flow in me, like the whisper of the wind on trails. It reminds me of where I come from and where I will go. I am from one of the patron saint festivities, a river of colors. The wine carries louder. Here's the history that you never forget. I am from the white and noon flower sprinkled with dew and love, and pride is born, grows, and perseveres. I am from to you, Guatemala, deep and vibrant, like the root that anchors the ground. Your soul is my soul's, always constant, and you my spirit find its blankets. Thank you.
Guatemala.
Hello everyone, my name is Orlando. I'll be presenting my poems in Quiche and English. So I'm gonna go with Quiche first. So here it is. Guatemala, Kimpiwin, Ilaw Rech Ishim, Helale Matakhiub, Krakale Wach Lechkia. Helatak le Winak tak le Chkia, Helatak le Winak le Kimpiwin, Le Maya Chapal Arele King Hochir Kinchawik, Rugrewanima. Quiche Rinchapal Arer King Hochir Chir. Tioshker taklang walit kotshingwach y arer king hore chipamle matak kam shinkiwin chushol takle ishim shwetamach takle chak y tioshke takle shwetamach shinkiyek le maya cultura enom prinkikal y printiojil takle nimakich y le juntir takle hastak arer identidad na Guatemaltec, Ruk Kikotemal, Kimpir Chihuere, Le Willow, Linchabal, y Lincultura, Le Inomtak en Regal. So I'm gonna go with English right now. I'm from Guatemala, land of corn where the volcanoes touch the blue sky, from a humble ranch with deep roads, where the Maya language is my voice and my soul. I speak Quiche Maya language of my ancestors, ancient language full of wisdom. My heart beats with Maya rhythms, with the essence of my grandparents in each word. In the field, I grew up among the golden corn. I learned to sow, to harvest, and to grow. My people are hardworking and strong, with leathery hands and hair full of love. The Maya culture, rich and alive, in my blood, in my skin, in my soul. The fabrics, traditions, and myths, they are part of me, of my identity. I'm from Guatemala. I am Mayan with pride and dignity. My land, my language, my culture are my inheritance, my most precious treasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing such powerful words. Thank you to Miguel Contreras for just making sure that, you know, their students are seen, that they're heard, and that you are uplifting their cultural heritage and their traditions. Y que viva la gente indígena. And now I present Garfield High School, who has celebrating a centennial, 100 years of vibrancy and giving so much to East LA. It is a school that was part of the 1968 walkouts, that had a wonderful, wonderful, great teacher, like so many teachers, of Jaime Escalante, who gave pride and dignity, and also a school that is so connected to their cultural heritage, as we will see here right now with our Aztec dancers, the Mexica. So go ahead, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Matthew Aquino, and on behalf of GHS Danza Mexica, thank you for inviting us to start off this year's Hispanic Heritage Month. I would like to thank my class for helping me connect with my heritage, along with learning to feel proud of the indigenous roots that I have. The past has shaped us into what we are today, and this class has taught me how to embrace those who have come before us. I thank you for inviting us to show everyone the pride we have through danza.
Thank you so much, and thank you. Lastly, I do want to recognize that Danza Mexica would not be possible without the hard work and dedication of our wonderful, wonderful teacher led by Erika Huerta. Thank you so much, Erika. all pride and joy to see a representation of our pre-Columbian roots. Thank you so much, Garfield, and thank you so much, Miguel Contreras, for coming here and showing, for representing and showing what we're all about as Latinos, as Mexicans. So now I will yield back to Ms. Grego.
Wow, that was beautiful. I was just wondering if Erika Huerta is the only Aztec dance teacher in the district. I would like to know if there are more. But if she is, we need to definitely recruit more, because that is an amazing experience for our students to be able to have that. And thank you again to Teacher Kanek, who allows and is invested in making sure that students have the opportunity to use their language, their heritage, their culture as an asset, as something great to celebrate, and that they can learn a new language through telling the stories of where they come from. So thank you, Teacher Kanek, for doing that. And we want more of these experiences for our students throughout the district. We want more educators to be able to do this and give this to our students, as well as more students experiencing this. I'd like to present now Las Fotos Project exhibit. You see before you some photographs. These are photographs taken by students, and I'm going to present Eagle Rock student Maeli Espinal, and also Helen Alonso Hurtado, who is the co-executive director of Las Fotos Project. And if I can share just a tiny bit about you, Las Fotos Project's mission is to elevate the voices of teenage girls and gender-expansive youth from communities of color through photography and mentoring, and serve students from across the district. Go ahead, welcome.
Hi, my name is Miley. I'm a sophomore at Eagle Rock High School, and I'm an artist representing Las Fotos Project. I've been in the program for 2.5 years. Las Fotos Project's mission is to elevate the voices of women and gender-expansive folks from the communities of color ages from 14 to 25 through photography and mentorship. LFP does this by providing photo education classes to all students for free. Each semester, the students get a DSLR camera to use and personalized mentorship. Our work goes up in exhibitions in our Boyle Heights location, as well as pop-up exhibitions throughout the city. LFP also offers creative career classes for artists that want to do photography professionally. We also offer community engagement workshops coordinated by the Youth Advisory Council, which is a leadership group of LFP that I'm a part of. The workshops are a drop-in, made for everyone, and no previous art experience is needed. This last week, we did a Polaroid transfer, which was extremely fun, but also hard in the end, though I did learn a new art form that I now can do at home and show others. LFP has formed me into a creative, passionate artist. The community at LFP has taught me so many new things, not only in the art world, but also becoming a responsible, reliable, and diligent person. Mentorship in Las Fotos Project is one of the most important things. Each mentor has their own personalized art that they pursue in, which comes in handy. When I get paired with a mentor that I choose, who I feel like fits the type of art I want to do that in that semester. As well as the mentors push you to your goal and really work with you to turn your imagination into a work that you create. Next, I want to talk about the Este Soy Yo program, which is personally my favorite. I really love the ESY program because it helps me reflect on my identity and who I am as a person. It especially helps with getting out of my comfort zone and exploring things that I never considered to do. For example, self-portraits. Talking about the ESY program, I want to turn the attention to the photo created by Bella Gomez titled Mi Recuerdo. She created this mixed media work, putting a self-portrait of herself alongside Echo Park business that are being pushed out due to gentrification. Bella's work reflects on what it means to be a Latina in Echo Park today. I invite you to look at the artworks here. They represent a different aspect of Latinidad. My hope for LFP is just as much people come to our exhibitions and more students come and participate. I want us to grow and invest, but not expand too large. The beauty of LFP is the personalized care and love to each student that I never want to lose in Las Fotos Project.
I invite the LUSD board chairs to attend our exhibitions and witness the power of the arts of young people like me.
Thank you so much. And I invite everybody to take a moment to see the beautiful portraits that are there, and then also to look you up online, right? Las Fotos Project, that's where we found you. So thank you so much. And now we're going to have our Maywood Academy Folklorico. Let's see if they are here. Oh, they're here. All right, they're making their way in. Led by Irvin Garcia. In just 3 years, the class has grown to one of the most on-demand programs, with SPED students also wanting to participate. There is a waiting list to get into this class, so let's see and enjoy their dance. They're coming in.
For those who can't see behind the scenes, we have some wardrobe change. So there's another performance coming forward. So please be patient as our dancers here are making some wardrobe changes. Thanks.
Wow, thank you so much, Maywood Academy. All right, I hope you all enjoyed it. I felt like I was back at school teaching, but this time I actually got to enjoy them, not have to rehearse with them and do all the practicing. Thank you, thank you, thank you all. I hope everybody enjoyed it. I'm handing it back to you.
Can I have a motion and a second to put it on
I'll move it.
All right, moved by Ms. Gomez and seconded by Dr. Rivas. And we have 3 public comment from remote, and then the board can discuss. So let's see who's here with us. Let's see, we have Teresa Gaines. I see you're on the line. Teresa Gaines, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Teresa Gaines.
Hello. Good morning, board members. My name is Teresa Gaines. I'm a proud LAUSD parent and proud Latina, Viva Mexico, and a leader with Reclaim Our Schools Los Angeles. I'm calling in support of the resolution to celebrate Latino Heritage Month at a time when our communities are under attack, when immigrant and Latino families are facing fear and discrimination. It is especially important for LAUSD students to feel acknowledged and celebrated. Recognizing Latino Heritage Month tells our children, you matter, your history matters, and your contributions are essential to the district and this country. I especially value that this resolution acknowledges the diversity within our Latino community, from our indigenous and Afro-Latino roots to the many languages and cultures that make up our families. Our kids deserve to see the full richness of who they are celebrated in our schools. That means protecting and expanding Spanish language and indigenous language programs so our children grow up bilingual and proud, supporting newcomer students and multilingual learners so they succeed, defending ethnic studies so every student has access to the truth about their history and contributions, and keeping LAUSD a true sanctuary district where every family knows schools are safe, welcoming places of learning and belonging. As parents and as community leaders, we know that when students feel seen, respected, and valued, they thrive. This resolution helps make that possible. I ask to adopt it, but also to continue uplifting and protecting our Latino students and families. We must protect our students, not just with affirmations, but with action. And we hope this is just a start. Thank you so much. Again, this is Teresa with Reclaim Our Schools Los Angeles, and a proud Mexicana. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Jennifer Cano, I see you're signed up to speak remotely. Are you in the room? I don't have you signed in. And Vicky Martinez, you're signed up to speak remotely. Are you in the room, Ms. Martinez? No? Okay, that concludes public comment on it, and now it's appropriate for the board to discuss and vote.
Let me just say that the resolution is magnificent. I would like to be a co-sponsor. Carla, that was a lot of work. That was a lot of work, and it was a beautiful, beautiful performance. What really struck me the most was the students who read the poems, because I remember when I was at Virgil Middle School as an ESL teacher in the 80s, we had lots of indigenous students who spoke Quechua. And I was thinking now, learning English is their third language. So they Quechua and Spanish and now English. So I'm just so proud. I'm just so proud that this is Latino History Month. And thank you so much for what you've done. And remember, I'm a co-sponsor. Okay.
We eagerly accept your co-sponsorship, and thank you also to Dr. Rivas for organizing the performances, and Board Member Griego. They were incredible, and we're so grateful.
I'm sorry, Dr. Rivas. You too. I apologize. I apologize, my friend. I apologize.
Well, again, this is amazing, just to see how diverse our district is and how this resolution, I appreciate you bringing to the attention just how far we've come. As mentioned, I think, Kelly, you mentioned growing up and being a part of this district and not really being seen. And to be able to have a resolution like this, to be able to bring many to the forefront, to be seen, is important. And I reflect because we too, me as a Belizean American, able to celebrate independence this month too. And I brought my flag, y'all. I brought my flag. I brought my little flag. The 21st, so September 21st. But it's important because growing up, people didn't talk like my parents talked. People didn't eat the food that my family cooked. And so it was definitely difficult to navigate at schools because it wasn't the same conversations happening. And so to be able to elevate that now, to be able to see it, I mean, all that was missing was the food. I was like, where's the food? Again, you guys disappointed, no food. But just to see the culture, to see the colors, to see just the art put together for this culture is just amazing. And so just appreciate just the opportunity. And in a district that has so many different diversity, it's so great to be able to elevate that right now. Thank you.
I'm not going to pretend to be able to follow the incredible student performances, so I'll just echo the gratitude to my colleagues for arranging it and for bringing this resolution. Would love to be added as a co-sponsor, and also proud to not only affirm but celebrate and uplift now, particularly at this time, the diversity of this district as our true strength, and not only because the food is delicious and because the performances are amazing, but because we're validating the lived experience of our students and educators, and I'm really proud of what the district has done now, standing up to so many attacks on our student body. So thank you for allowing me to co-sponsor, and I think Jerry wants to.
Yes, I just wanted to say I really love this resolution, especially its emphasis on diversity. English wasn't my first language either, so I love to see, the value assigned to knowing different languages and actually using it as a form of expression, and I would love to co-sponsor as well.
And add me as a co-sponsor as well.
And me as well. I'd love to be added as a co-sponsor. And I just love being able to look around, and I actually personally just feel a lot of joy that my colleagues and I, many of us identify as Latina, and so it just feels very exciting to be here in this moment. So thank you all for bringing this.
Carla, I'd just love to brag about our board member, our student board member, and I know that I was told at North Hollywood High School that he's almost a fluent Spanish speaker. That's what I heard, so I'm very proud of you, Jerry, very proud.
So thank you very much for this important resolution. It is important and timely for all the reasons that the board members have spoken about. And there's something special about our community and our school district. For most districts, actually take it seriously to celebrate Latino history and legacy for 1 month, because it is the appropriate month. But in this district, we live it, we love it, we teach it year-round. And that is the right thing to do, never forgotten, ever lived, and ever experienced through song, through dance, through food, all-important food, through poetry, through historic contributions, and through the presence of those who choose diversity over difference and live it, which is even more difficult, particularly now. So gratitude to the board members who brought this important celebration to us, and gratitude to the teachers and the student performers for the magic that you brought to us. I cannot co-sponsor the item, but I can make a recommendation that board meetings should be 6 hours of this and 1 hour of discussion.
I was just going to say that I think centering our students and seeing they were the story and the actual concrete evidence of what we do, right? And seeing them happy, performing, being the center of everyone's attention in this moment is very beautiful. So I want to also thank my staff, because when you said it's a lot of work, I know, and leave it to teachers to be able to handle. But so thank you for giving them the attention that they deserve, giving them the gratitude that they deserve, because this is what brings us to this table, is our students. And so as we make decisions, I always want us to always remember all these beautiful faces that we saw and the educators who are with them, who are guiding them through all this. That's it.
Let's vote. Okay, Ms. Newbill.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Griego.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez.
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin.
Yes.
Board President Schmorosen.
Yes.
Student Board Member Yang.
Yes.
Unanimous.
That was the fastest vote we ever did.
Okay, we are now going to move on to the public hearing for tab 21. It's It's actually not for action, so we can take the public hearing now, and it looks like there are 15 speakers signed up for it, all of whom are in person, so I'll call the first four names, and please. Well, we're losing quorum for just a moment, so they're going to take a photo. Maybe everyone stand up, have a good stretch, let the oxygen flow through your body, and they're going to go take a photo. So in about 5 minutes, we're going to start the folks who are going to speak in person. So the first four are Fidel Ramirez, Alma Corrado Barrios, and Carmen Loera, and then John Coleman. So we'll be ready for you in about 5 minutes. Okay, we have quorum. If we could get this part going, we have the public comment for tab 21. Fidel Ramirez, are you here? Come on up and let's just hold off for a second until I don't think we'll be able to hear you. Okay, my friends in the audience, we're going to begin the public hearing portion. And if there's too many voices, we will not hear what Mr. Ramirez is going to tell us. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Mr. Ramirez, the floor is yours. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, board members and Superintendent Carvalho. My name is Fidel Ramirez, and I serve as CEO of Vaughan Next Century Learning Center. We are excited to be here today. We bring forth to you our 6th Renew charter petition. We're certainly excited about that. We have been working side by side with Blanca and Cindy and Jose from the Charter School Division, and we truly want to thank them for their partnership. Vaughan is more than just a school. It's a cornerstone of opportunity for our students. It provides a safe, nurturing environment where they are challenged academically, inspired to dream big, and supported every step of the way. The rigorous instruction, innovative programs, and dedicated teachers ensure that every child has the tools to succeed in school and in life. For our families, Vaughan is a partner. Parents are welcome, engaged, and empowered to be active participants in their children's learning. Whether it's through workshops, community events, or daily connections, Vaughan strengthens the bond between home and school, ensuring that families feel supported and connected. And for our community, Vaughan stands as a beacon of hope and progress. It brings people together, fosters a spirit of service, and equips the next generation with the skills and values needed to contribute positively to society. In short, Vaughan Next Century Learning Center is not only transforming the lives inside the classroom, but also uplifting the entire community. It is a place where futures are built, families are strengthened, and our community grows together. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Alma Barrios, come on up. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Good afternoon, I'm Alma, and I yield my time to Carlos Casares.
Okay, come on up, Carlos.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Carvalho and members of the Board of Education. My name is Carlos Casares, a case manager, and I'm here today representing the Asian American Drug Abuse Program. ADAP's Youth and Family Program is deeply rooted in the mission of uplifting and empowering our youth. Our work focuses on strengthening the connection between students, families, schools, and the broader community, because we know that positive, lasting change happens when we all work together. ADAP is proud to partner with schools that share our commitment to building up young people. That's why we value our relationship with KIPP, Academy of Opportunity. This school doesn't just serve students, it invests in them. Through coalition meetings and ongoing collaboration, it's clear that KAO is committed to creating a supportive, responsive environment that helps students thrive. From the very beginning, KAO has welcomed community voices and perspectives. As a community partner, ADAP was honored to participate in coalition meetings that brought together school staff, families, and local organizations. These were not just conversations. They were intentional efforts to listen, to learn, and to build stronger pathways for our student success. One highlight from our coalition was working together as a team to secure funding for an anti-bullying and self-esteem program, Image Monster. We've witnessed KAO's dedication firsthand. Whether it's at school fairs, open houses, counselor meetings, or broader community events, KAO consistently shows up for its students and families. And so do we. ADAP remains committed to supporting KAO both publicly and behind the scenes because we believe in the work that's happening here. KAO is truly making a difference, and we're not the only ones who think so. More than 15 community organizations, including Baby to Baby, Tina's Angels, the Alwood Junior Youth Center, and School on Wheels, have joined us in signing KAO's coalition letter of support. On behalf of ADAP, we're proud to stand alongside them as partners in this meaningful work. We fully support KAO's Renewal because we believe in their mission, we witness their impact, and we're committed to continuing this important partnership. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. All right, the next speaker is Carmen Loera, and then after Carmen is John Coleman, and then Robert Bombello. So come on up.
Hi, I'm Carmen, and I'll be yielding my time to Remedios Carrasco.
Okay.
You'll be speaking in Spanish.
Okay, momento por favor. If, the speaker's going to speak in Spanish, so if you'd like to hear what she's saying in English as she's speaking in Spanish, please put on these translation headsets so you can experience simultaneous translation. Momento por favor, gracias. Put your hands up and we'll get the headsets to you. Okay, gracias, listos.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, members of the LAUSD board members. I'm Ms. Carrasco Lopez, mother of Danis Eileen and Angel Rosas Carrasco. My children have been or are at Academy number 8 in Morgan McCasey. My oldest son has special needs, and the school does not have him at a smaller classroom. My son is with other students, and that's very fundamental for his development. At Morgan McCasey, my son has flourished. His trust in himself has become better. My idea is for my children to be professional, just like you are in the Alliance. The students with disabilities form a fundamental part of the group. For example, my oldest son wants to be a mathematician, but to attain that, we need our schools, we need our teachers, we need every one of you, or each of you. It is not an accident, therefore. We want the students of McCasey and Academy 8 have a 3.8 in writing and reading, 21 points in math when they are compared to students from other schools or other similar schools. These schools are fundamental for the community and are safe places and rigorous places for our children. My voice speaks today for the 2,100 parents of the 7 schools that are asking for renovation. In name of them and of my children, I ask a vote in favor of the renovation of the schools, which will be on October 14th. Thank you for your public service.
John Coleman, come on up, Mr. Coleman, and then after Mr. Coleman is Robert Bombello.
And I'm the proud principal of KIPP Academy of Opportunity. I'm here to ask you to renew our charter petition. Leading KIPP Academy of Opportunity isn't just my job, it's deeply personal. I grew up in South Central Los Angeles. I still live here. And 2 of my children attend KIPP Academy of Opportunity, while another attends KIPP Empowered down the street. As a son of Central American immigrants, my mother from Belize and my dad from Honduras, education and values like honor, love, advocacy, and leadership have always been central in my life. These are the same values I see reflected at KAO every day. Our students are showing real progress. For the past 2 years, most grades and student groups have grown more than 1 year of their progress in iReady assessments. KAO consistently outperforms nearby schools in ELA and math, sometimes by 20, 30, or even 70 points. At the same time, I know there is more work to do. That's why we have a board-approved improvement plan to continue raising outcomes in every subject for every student. We also stand with our community on campus, sits on Figueroa and Manchester, an area long impacted by drugs, gangs, and sex trafficking. With our families, partners, and local elected officials, we successfully advocate for the removal of 2 motels that posted safety concerns. This has made a tangible difference, creating a safer path for our students. We also know representation matters. I'm proud to lead an all-Black leadership team that reflects 40% of our Black students we serve, and half of our lead teachers are Latino. That shared lived experience helps us build trust and respond to the needs of our community. Despite ongoing challenges, we believe in the beauty, strength, and resilience of South Central Los Angeles. With your continued support, we aim to transform the lives of our students we serve, and in doing so, positively shift the narrative of our Figueroa and Manchester streets. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Mr. Robert Pombello.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Pambello, and I'm the principal of Oscar de la Hoya Animo Charter High School in Boyle Heights, a California distinguished school. I have been an administrator for almost 3 decades and am so proud to stand here in support of our petition for a 5-year charter renewal. Since 2003, our school has stood as a pillar in the community, preparing scholars for lifelong success. Today, we serve nearly 500 scholars. I am proud that 93% of them affirm our campus is a safe and welcoming place, something that is increasingly important. For many of our scholars, graduation isn't just a milestone. It is a life-changing achievement for them and their families. Over the last 3 years, we have averaged a 95% graduation rate. But we don't stop there. Our mission has always been to build pathways to lasting success, which is why I'm proud to share that our college persistence rate is 66%, which is 3 times the national average for comparable schools. These are not just statistics. They represent opportunities for change the trajectory of our young people's lives and strengthen our community. On behalf of our scholars, families, and staff, I respectfully ask for your support in renewing Oscar de la Hoya Animo Charter High School's charter for another 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. The next speaker is Daryl Wilson. Daryl Wilson, and after Mr. Wilson is Danette Garcia, and then Ivana Castro. So please come on up, Mr. Wilson.
Good evening. My name is Daryl Wilson, and I have the privilege of serving as a school counselor at Alliance Virgil Roberts Leadership Academy. Today, I stand before you to share why AVRLA matters, not just to me, but to South Los Angeles and to the future we're building together. When I think about why I chose to become a school counselor at AVRLA, why I chose South Los Angeles, I think about purpose, I think about equity, and I think about the power of presence. I didn't take the traditional path here. I come with years of leadership in healthcare. I've been in journalism and sports media, fields that demand connection, critical thinking, and an unrelenting commitment to people. And every step along that journey prepared me for this one, because I know that real change, the kind that lifts communities and empowers young people, happens when we show up. AVRLA matters because our students matter. In South LA, our scholars face barriers that were built long before they were born. But every day, they show up with brilliance, with potential, and with dreams that deserve to be nurtured. That's why I'm here, to stand in the gap. That's what you and I, and all of us here, have in common, bridging that gap, to ensure that our students are not just seen, but supported, challenged, and believed in. I exist in South LA because our kids deserve a counselor who reflects their strength, who brings not just credentials, but commitment. Someone who understands that data isn't just numbers, it's a call to action. That every conversation with a student, a parent, or a teacher is an opportunity to build a future. We're not just preparing students for college, we're preparing them to lead, to lift their families, and to transform their communities. That's the work I've committed my life to. That's why AVRLA matters. That's why this matters. So today, on behalf of our scholars, our families, and our community, I ask for your vote to renew our charter, not just for our school, but for the future our students deserve. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Garcia. Danette Garcia. Are you here, Danette? Come on down. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. And then after Ms. Garcia is Ms. Castro.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Danette Garcia. I'm a proud former Synergy student and a current Synergy board member. Growing up in South Central, my parents valued education because they would tell me that that is something nobody can ever take away from you. They would also say, "Y te abrirá puertas," or it would open doors for you. Like many families, they wanted an option. a school that was high-performing, academically strong, and close to our community. For my family, Synergy was that option. Because of Synergy, I built a strong educational foundation with the support of a reading program which encouraged us to become millionaires, as they would call us, by reading up to 1 million words per year, and also scholarly lessons that taught us life lessons, such as the way you practice is the way you perform. These are things that really stuck with me throughout my entire career as a student and as a professional today. But most importantly, what makes Synergy special is the unwavering support of teachers and staff, and Synergy's continued commitment to hiring educators who understand the demographics of the communities they serve. The reason I came back to Synergy to serve as a board member was because I am not an outlier in this story, in Synergy's history. I did not come here today only to share personal stories, but rather I also come with data and to show that, that Synergy has a continued success rate. Synergy schools have been recognized nationally by U.S. News and World Report as some of the best schools in 2025. Not just the middle school, but all three campuses, the elementary, the middle school, and the high school. Synergy Kinetic Academy continues to outperform the other middle schools in our community. Our students demonstrate strong growth year over year on the iReady assessments in both reading and math. So school board members and superintendent, I'm here today along with parents, teachers, and staff to kindly ask that you continue to be champions of education by renewing Synergy Charter Academy, Synergy Kinetic. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Ivana Castro, and then Brenda Gomez. So Ms. Castro and then Ms. Gomez.
Good afternoon. I yield my time to Elvia Hernandez.
Good afternoon, members of the board member and Superintendent Carvalho. My name is Elvia Hernandez. I am a proud parent of an alumni and a 7th grade current student and a 3rd grade student in process to attend KIPP Academy of Opportunity. I am here today to urge you to renew our school charters. Before my child came to First Academy Opportunity, she was a student at KIPP Empower Academy. Since enrolling to KAO, my daughter has tried. She carries herself with confidence and has excelled academically. KAO isn't just a school, it's a community that put our kids first. Please don't take away this lifeline for our families. I ask you to recommend KAO Renewal so that other students can continue to benefit from this excellent school. KIPP Academy Opportunity, it is the only good school we have in the area. Remember, as the LAUSD say, no child is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Brenda Gomez. Brenda Gomez, come on up, and then after Ms. Gomez is Naima Otero.
Hi, good afternoon. I yield my time to Start Taylor from Alliance Health Services Academy. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to stand before you today. My name is Star Taylor. I'm a senior at Alliance Health Services Academy. Today, I'm here with the goal of providing insight to our excellence and rationale on why our school should continue serving the South Central community. I am the granddaughter of Olga Bernardez Granitsky, an immigrant who came to Los Angeles from Belize by bus to escape poverty. She is the definition of a matriarch. My grandfather, James Smith, was a Tuscaloosa man, kin of slaves who founded his own company. I proudly stand before you on their sacrifices, bravery, and strength with the aspiration to attend Embry-Riddle. HSA is not your typical school. It's given me an exceptional education and a desirable future. During my freshman year at HSA, I decided to pursue aviation. Representation is scarce, with 3.6% of pilots being Black and less than 1% being women. Although HSA didn't have aviation resources, they gave me the platform to create the PBS Aviation Society. Through HSA, I had the honor of traveling to Atlanta on an HBCU tour. This trip sparked something within me, evoking a sense of drive and pride. It was revolutionary. I witnessed my people in a powerful, inspiring way, and a vision of success, ambition, and motivation portrayed around me. HSA creates the scholars that I saw at these schools. I'm sure other scholars in this room can tell you something similar. Whether it's a leader being shaped at Gertz Wrestler, the pilot at Mohan, the future anesthesiologist at HSA, or the engineer at MIT. Without these schools, we wouldn't be where we are today. Denying our renewal wouldn't just be surface level, school closing. It would be closing doors on the first-gen student and kin of immigrants. It will leave barriers that stand in the way of the ambitious scholars before you. It would tell the families that believe in these schools that their dreams aren't worth investing in. By renewing our schools, you're allowing more scholars to be that change in representation. I'm not the first, but I'm here to ensure that I certainly won't be the last. On behalf of every Alliance student, I ask you to vote yes on October 14th. Renew our schools, ensure our success, invest in our future, invest in us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Ms. Otero.
Yes. Hello, LAUSD school board members, superintendent, and district staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Naima Otero, and I am the proud principal of Animo Ellen Ochoa Charter Middle School in East Los Angeles. I have been an administrator in East Los Angeles in Boyle Heights, the community that I grew up in, for 14 years, and I'm proud to support our petition for a 5-year renewal. Since 2014, Animo Ellen Ochoa has been deeply embedded in the heart of our community, serving not just as a school, but as a community hub where families feel connected and supported. With nearly 300 students, we've built a rigorous, high-quality educational experience rooted in partnership and trust. That work has been recognized. We were named a California Distinguished School in 2024 and a California School to Watch in 2025. As a school that's home to many recent and long-term immigrants, AEO has had tremendous success academically and socially. Today, Animo Ellen Ochoa is outperforming the state and our resident schools for both English learners and long-term English learners. Our success is possible because of the people who make our school what it is, our teachers, our counselors, and our classified staff. They are unionized. They stand shoulder to shoulder with us in this mission. Together, we've built a collective culture that ensures our students thrive. This transformation is especially meaningful because just 5 years ago, our school was labeled low performing by the California Department of Education. You believed in us. And with that trust and the support of the Green Dot community, we've proven that when we work together, our students and families can succeed. On behalf of our students, families, and staff, I respectfully ask for your support in renewing Animo Ellen Ochoa's charter another 5 years, so that we can continue to be the community school that uplifts and empowers East Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Let's see, Rosa Menendez, and then Curtis Watley, you're next. And while you're coming down, I'm going to read the public hearing statement for tab 21. Before action is taken on this item, a public hearing must be held. Action will be at the next meeting of the regular meeting of the board. This is just the public hearing portion. This constitutes a public hearing on, and I'm going to name the following schools: KIPP Academy of Opportunity, Alliance Piedra Barbagallia, Shaheen Health Services Academy, Alliance Virgil Roberts Leadership Academy, Learning by Design, Vox Collegiate of Los Angeles, Alliance College Ready Middle Academy 8, Alliance Morgan Mackenzie High, Animo Ellen Ochoa Charter School, Central City Value, Gabriela Charter, Oscar de la Hoya Animo Charter High, Para los Niños Middle, Alliance Leichman Levine Family Foundation Environmental Sciences High, Synergy Kinetic Academy, Renaissance Arts Academy, Vaughn Next Century Learning Center, Alliance College Ready Middle Academy 12, and Alliance Corey Hunter Middle School. And folks who wish to sign up to be heard have signed up and are being heard. So please go ahead, Ms. Menendez.
Thank you. Board President, Board Member, Superintendent Carvalho, thank you for the work you do for the over 500,000 students in LAUSD. I'm Rosa Menendez, and I have the honor of being the principal of Alliance Morgan Mackenzie High School, as well as being here to share how we contribute to the collective mission of LAUSD and serving our city's youth. At Morgan Mackenzie, we serve over 480 students, 98% of who are Latina and 96% of who are from low-income households, student populations that this board is deeply committed to uplifting. Our results show it's possible. We have a 95% college acceptance rate, and over the last 6 years, our data has, in both math and ELA, increased steadily, surpassing the neighborhood and district and state averages since 2020. Last year, we continued that trajectory of growth with a 3% increase in proficiency in math, an 80% gain over the neighborhood schools, and a 9% gain in proficiency in ELA. We're able to achieve these results through strong staff and student culture, strong staff retention, and very involved families. We incorporate weekly strong practices like weekly observation feedback, student work analysis, grade level meetings, co-planning, and other student-centered practices that ensure we have eyes on every student's progress. For families, we provide intentional supports, workshops, and fun activities to keep them connected to the school and each other. As part of the LAUSD ecosystem and as a free public school, we're working hard alongside LAUSD to close the opportunity gap. A vote to renew Alliance Morgan Mackenzie's charter is a vote to continue a proven, effective partnership for the students of East Los Angeles. It's a commitment to the families who have chosen a school that works for their children. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your time. Next speaker is Curtis Watley, and after Mr. Watley is Vic Cannon.
I'd like to yield my time to Ms. Rosie Rodriguez. She'll be speaking in Spanish.
Okay, so Ms. Rodriguez is going to speak in Spanish. If you'd like to hear what she's saying in English, please put on the translation headsets. If you do not have one, put your hand up, and we will get you one. Okay, listos, gracias.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the school district. I have a privilege being in front of you all. I would like to share with you, because clearly you all have access to all the numbers here, I would like to share the impact that some of the schools that Alliance specifically correlated, that have made in my life, in my community, in my neighborhood, as a proof that the students here, they come asking from you all approval. My name is Rosie Altamirano, and today, I would like for you to consider the approval in your vote. Why? Because I believe that both the district and us, we share the same vision. We've always had the opportunity to support the communities, to support the families. How do I know that? Well, I had two children at the school, two. One proudly has graduated from UC Irvine, and the other one is studying at UC San Diego currently. They're here today, also supporting us as proof of that. And I've also been part of this school since it's opened its doors. And since the empty lot has brought a school that has brought so many smiles, has brought hope, has brought joy to so many families in the community. I've seen this impact. I know that all the staff, teachers, principals, everybody who's been through here, administration, counselors, they care. They care, supporting the families. How do I know that? Because I've been a witness, and now I'm in another role. I'm a member of the staff. I was able to get a job. It's part of my income now. But I've seen how our principal has stayed late into the evening, supporting families, assuring that those families are secure and have the support that they need. I know that we share the same vision that you all have. I know that at the end, we all here have the same goal. Achieve that our children have the best future. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Vic Cannon, Mr. Vic Cannon, are you out there? Vic Cannon, and then Rhonda Baldenegro.
Hi, I'd like to yield my time to Taline Darakjian.
Esteemed board members, my name is Taline Darakjian, and I am the proud co-principal of Alliance Leichman Levine Family Foundation High School. For the past 6 years, I've seen firsthand how our school transforms lives by providing access to a high-quality education. We are a California Distinguished School, and were recently recognized by U.S. News & World Report for being a top 5% school in the nation. We serve over 380 scholars. Nearly 90% qualify for free and reduced lunch. 3% are foster or homeless youth. 90% are Latino. 21% are scholars with IEPs, and 11% are multilingual learners. We are committed to ensuring that all scholars thrive, and that is apparent in our results. Our students with disabilities grew 114 points in ELA and 129 points in math on their SBAC last year, while our multilingual learners improved by over 130 points in both English and math. We are equally proud of our college access work. All ninth graders begin dual enrollment courses with a 95% pass rate last year. That's because of high expectations paired with high support. Our graduation rate exceeded 97%, and 84% of graduates were UCCSU eligible. Beyond academics, we've doubled down on wraparound supports, expanding mental health services, because we believe in serving the whole child. As a community school, we've committed to supporting all scholars and their families regardless of immigration status, which is especially important in our political climate and for the community we serve. We are proud that our community-first approach has been reflected in our School Site Advisory Council, with 100% of elected positions being filled by our scholars over the past 2 years. I urge you to renew Alliance Lykeman Levine High School. A yes vote is a commitment to families who have chosen a proven school where students are supported, challenged, and prepared for success. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your time. Rhonda Baldenegro. Rhonda. And then after Ms. Baldenegro is Lindy Olag.
Hi, I yield my time to Diego Barreras.
Good afternoon. My name is Diego Barreras, and I'm proud to be a Gabriela Charter School alum. I attended GCS for 9 years, from kindergarten through 8th grade. From the first day to my last, I was nothing but challenged, supported, and motivated. My teachers taught me meaningful lessons both in and outside of the classroom that I still carry with me to this day. At GCS, I built a strong academic foundation that prepared me for high school, college, and beyond. Just as importantly, the dance and arts programs gave me tools to express myself in ways I never thought possible. With dance as my mode of expression, I have been able to build my confidence, not just to perform, but to speak up, to lead, and to advocate for justice in my community. GCS is a small school, but what makes it special is how deeply it sees and nurtures each student. GCS has instilled in me that education equity is key to the success of students, and they have led by example. I am who I am today because of the unique mix of academics, arts, and care that GCS offers. I am who I am today because my teachers and school community have allowed me to bloom to my full potential. I am who I am today because of charter school education. I'm here to ask that Gabriela, which has transformed so many lives and was created in memory of Gabriela Axelrad, a young girl who loved to dance and dreamed of becoming a teacher, continues to serve future generations of students with their unique program and special community. Thank you, members of the board, for allowing me and hundreds of other students the opportunity to select a school that works best for them, and for continuing to work with charter schools who are fighting for the same cause, educating our future. Thank you for believing in the promise of education for all, for supporting me in my dreams, and for standing with scholars across Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. And Linda Olag.
I am Lindy Olage, and I yield my time to Tanya Morales.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Tanya Morales, and today I speak on behalf of my family. I am the proud mother of Ethan Perez Morales, a 4th grade student at Gabriela Charter School 1, and Melanie Olivares Morales, a sophomore that attended Gabriela Charter School for 5 years. I strongly believe that Gabriela Charter School 1 is crucial to our community. I have been an active member in the Gabriela community and have witnessed how Gabriela staff, teachers, and leadership have created a safe and inclusive environment for students and their families. Scholars are being prepared for a bright future through a rigorous education plan, active participation in critical thinking, and movement through the art of dance. The renewal of Gabriela Charter School 1 is one step to keeping this wonderful institution making a difference in our community. In these times that youth rather be entertained with electronics, Gabriela has given our children the unique opportunity to be exposed to various dance styles instead and stay active. Gabriela has been making a positive impact in our community for 20 years. And as a parent, I can't think of a greater blessing than allowing us to renew our charter and to continue to empower children of Los Angeles. Thank you all for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. That concludes public comment on this non-action item. These items will be up for action at the October 14th meeting of the regular board meeting of the Los Angeles Unified School District. So if you've said your piece, the board isn't going to be discussing this anymore at this time, and the discussion will take place at the next meeting when action actually takes place. So thank you, everyone, for your time and your cooperation on this item. And now we'll go to consent items, and we'll take public comment on consent. Item 8, 11, and 12 do not have any public comment for consent. Tab 13 has one public comment. Willard Love, are you in here? Willard Love? Says you're here in person, Mr. Love. I'll wait till things settle a little bit. Maybe you're making your way down. So for tab 13, Mr. Willard Love, are you here? Okay. Tabs 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 also on consent do not have any public comment. We'll go to tab 20. There's one public comment. Kristen Braun, are you here? Kristen Braun? Do not have Kristen Braun here. We'll move on to tab 30 has 4 folks signed up to speak. So tab 30, report of correspondence. Let's see, in person is Mr. David Tokovsky. I see you, sir. Mr. Tokovsky, please make your way down to the podium. And you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin, sir. Thank you.
The American Civil Liberties Union filed the lawsuit that became the settlement of Williams. The legislation was carried by Jackie Goldberg, former colleague of many of you, and it ensured that every student in every classroom was aware that, one, the teacher in that classroom was certified in that subject matter. Recently, in the United Teachers of Los Angeles, they asserted that over 4,000 classroom teachers last year were not in their subject area. I find that really hard to believe, but there's got to be some mechanism to verify that. And if in fact this school year started and there's a teacher at North Hollywood or at Silmar or at San Pedro that is not a licensed teacher of that subject, that's a Williams violation. And in every classroom, according to the lawyer at the ACLU, who's now the board lawyer for the State Board of Ed, you must notify in every classroom that Mr. Yang goes to during his day at North Hollywood, there should be a Williams issue notification, and in every office. And so we need to reboot Williams, and I'm sure there will be some sort of follow-up lawsuit, because also, as we get to our next heat wave, and every air conditioner that doesn't work in the San Fernando Valley or in East LA or Central LA, that is an immediate Williams concern, and within 5 days, those things are supposed to be remedied. It shouldn't be people, as Jackie Goldberg used to say, why are they calling me in my board office? There should be a procedure, and there is. Of course, she wrote the law. That's number 2. Curricular materials is number 3, okay? But the right teacher, the right facility, and that was because there were schools before we began our big bond campaign that were rodent infested and had all sorts of problems. Posted in the main office, posted in every classroom, and again, you need to oversee that, not micromanage it, but make sure in every school you visit and you put up on your announcements to the community, explain the Williams case, and make sure as we start the new school year, all of those things are taken care of. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Before we move on, I will read the public hearing statement. Let's see. Before action is taken on the report of correspondence, including Williams and State Preschool Health Safety Uniform Complaint Quarterly Report Summary, a public hearing must be held. This is that public hearing. This constitutes a hearing on the report, and a maximum of 15 individuals who wish to address the board on this item shall be heard. Those who wish to speak should sign up online, and they have signed up. Our next speaker is remote, Maria Daisy Ortiz. Please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Maria Daisy Ortiz.
Buenas tardes, ¿me escuchan?
Te escuchan.
Sí, buenas.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria Daisy Ortiz, and what I'm here to say about the Williams complaint is that, first of all, you never provide a report on how many complaints you actually get by region, by school, and what happens is there's not many Williams complaints because the parents don't even know how to fill out the forms, nor is it accessible in the schools. There should be in existence a training provided to parents on how to fill out the form, because parents in reality don't have knowledge of this form. And UCP who know, but because in the central offices, they don't provide any kind of training on how to do the Williams complaint or UCP. So those two options aren't the only ones in existence. There's also other forms where the administrators, if they are not providing an adequate job, there is one for that as well. So the regional and central offices must do this. So if you want to have more results that are better, you need to have these reports and what do you do with the Williams reports? Because for the ACs not working and things falling down, there's not enough desks in the classes. There's a lot of students and there's not enough desks for the students as well as books for those who study online, and for those that have exceptional learning abilities, there is none of that. So they need to be more transparent as well, because sometimes teachers don't have their credentials.
Remotely, but I do not have you online. Are you in the room, Mr. Rethley? No. And Belinda Ma, you're signed up to speak remotely, but I don't have you signed in. Are you in the room, Ms. Ma? All right, that concludes comment on tab 30. Let's go to tab 31 is consent but has no public comment, and tab 33 has one individual signed up. Hi, ready? Hi, are you here? You're signed up to speak in person. I do not have you in the room, so that person is not here. And for my board members grabbing lunch in the lunchroom, we're going to very shortly take the vote on the consent calendar. So if you want to make your way in to lodge your vote, let me review and make sure I didn't miss any public speakers. Just bear with me, please. Willard Love, second chance. Willard Love, not here. Kristen Braun, here. And that's that. All right. Can we have a move and a second for the consent calendar?
Move it.
Moved by Board President Schmerelson, seconded by Dr. Rivas. So now the vote on the consent. Ms. Newbill?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Rivas?
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin? Ms. Griego?
Yes.
Ms. Gomez? Ms. Ortiz-Franklin?
Yes.
Board President Schmerelson?
Yes.
And an advisory vote from Mr. Yang?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so I still need to collect votes from Mr. Melvoin and Ms. Gomez, but as it stands, the consent calendar passes. We have a number of items up for discussion, and then we have a time certain of 3 and 3:30, and then general public comment. So having dispatched with the consent items, let me inquire very quickly. All right, so up for discussion is tab 1, Career Technical Incentive Grant. There's 3 public speakers to this item. Remedios Carrasco, are you here? David Tokowski. Sure, thank you. And I guess this is tongue-in-cheek, Rosie Riveter, someone identifying themselves as Rosie Riveter. Okay. Mr. Tokowski, come on down. Some of you may be wondering, how is Mr. Tokowski speaking more than once at a board meeting? Tokowski.
You don't have to use
Mr.
a Russian
Tokowski is
alphabet.
speaking more than once because at a public hearing, folks can speak as many times as necessary on a public hearing, and then one more time, either general public comment or item specific.
Yes.
Please, the
As you
2
know, there are
minutes
10 million people in the county, and there ought to be, out of the executive officer's office, greater announcement to the general public that there are meetings. Some of these issues are really important, like this one. I know Ms. Franklin was at the adult division spectacular moment. This is not adult division. The item before you is the K-12 half. And the two between linked learning and adult, except for the great effort on Friday to bring the high school kids to see it, there's a disconnect that is going on that needs to your leadership, the 8 of you. This $13 million is disproportionately not at the school site. You'll notice that. It's actually over $200 million you get for the linked learning pathways. And what I do notice, I think is what Ms. Grego's brought up a number of times, is that the participation of the unions in these great fields of nursing or in construction is kind of spotty. It's there, but it's not significant. Number two, these programs could be really great. And if some of these schools were affiliated charters, you could grow your enrollment, because not other school districts have such a rich supply of linked learning and adult division. And if the schools were, I know Mr. Schmerson's core thing is to increase enrollment, and you have most of the affiliated schools. If you made more of these pathways known, then more people could come in and grow your enrollment. Plus, foundations, our foundation in the district, could raise more money around these career-linked learning pathways. You could really grow your revenue. And as you approach your revenue issues and difficulties, while the foundation is doing a good startup, there is, through these programs, I mean, the airport, just think of the airport and the harbor, the massiveness of the corporate and union participation, from machinists to hotel and restaurant workers to the longshoremen. They should be connected in a significant way, and I think somehow we haven't grown that enough. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. All right, there were questions, comments, or discussion noted on this item.
So I did have a question here as we talk about career technical education. Is there a place of alignment for the body of work that we're doing with our magnet programs that already exist?
Hi, good afternoon. So in terms of our collaboration with magnet schools, so with respect to the growth of our CTE programs that are in all of our schools, and what we do is we do a landscape analysis to see where there are not any CTE programs, and we also get student input to see which programs they would like to see at their schools. So it could be a magnet school, or it could be a, any kind of configuration of school where we are trying to grow our CTE programs. So there is collaboration in that respect. We start first with the school site and see where we need those programs. We look at demographic data. We look at the types of job market that exists in the community, and also where the needs are. And then at that point, we determine which programs we're going to push into the schools.
Got it. And then my next question is, what is the articulation pattern for these programs, be it from elementary to middle school, with the thematic offerings, and how are they connected?
Yeah, so we're growing now in our middle school programming and also in our elementary. And the way we're going about that is through project-based learning. So there are actually we're starting with a small number of CTE-themed programs in elementary school where we are using project-based learning. And in middle school, we also have programs. And so at this point, we're looking to see the growth of those elementary and middle school programs, and then be able to create a pathway for those programs so they're all consistent, so that students who are interested in a healthcare pathway They can start in elementary school, go on to middle school, go on to high school. That would be an ideal kind of configuration. We're not quite there yet. That's an area that we're going to look at improving. But at this point, we have grown in, now we're beginning to grow into middle and to elementary school.
Got it. So they're growing the elementary, middle school. So I guess to look at the ones that are at senior high schools to see if there are schools that feed into them. Is that part of the process? Is that something that we are looking at? Because to just have them create a whole different pathway that doesn't align with the community of schools in which they're there would have them have to travel, you know, who knows where, but with the thematic offering. So I know we're growing it, but just to have more of them doesn't necessarily give them a pathway to that community of school.
Absolutely, and so that is our goal, to create that coherence. This grant in particular addresses the high school programs and the CTE programs in the high schools. So that's what this grant is meant to do. However, at the same time, we're also growing a middle school and growing an elementary by less than 5. That's an area of growth for us. Once we get that momentum, we definitely want to create a pathway so there is that seamless articulation between elementary, middle, and high school.
Keeping the end in mind.
Yes, for
thinking
sure.
about that, you know, don't plant the seed there and then not be able to give the pipeline to that school as we talk about the high schools that are existing, making sure that those middle and elementary kind of feed into it. Otherwise, we're creating more programs and not enough pipelines. So, thanks.
Agree.
For me, it's just a comment to uplift and highlight the work that you and Esther and the entire team have been working so diligently and with so much hard work, and also, and I appreciate your questions, right? And that's, I agree with Board Member Hendy Newbill on creating that feeder, but also that connection within the community of schools. But I just want to say that, you know, I'm excited to see this work being funded, not only at the state, but also within the district, and for our district to receive these dollars to expand career technical education. When I first came on board, and the superintendent knows, and you as well, because my team has been meeting with you on understanding where all the careers and the linked learning and how they're connecting to our students and what's being offered, mentorships, and I've been to a lot of events where students are showcasing their work. So it's a priority for me. And so, you know, just want to reiterate that these investments are critical for opening career pathways and opportunities for our students in our highest need schools. When our students leave our school district, they need to already know where they want to go, or at least have explored different careers to, you know, give them a journey to where they want to go, right? So I just want, just for our, you know, the public and our parents and all the community to understand why it's important for our school district, for our city, our state, and our country to continue investing in career technical education. So for one, it's for workforce readiness. CTE equips students with real-world skills aligned with high-demand industries such as healthcare, technology, engineering, trades, construction, the arts, and now green jobs. Equity and access. Not all students will pursue a traditional four-year college path, and CTE ensures every student has multiple pathways to success, whether in college, if they want to, you know, continue that connection they've made in their high school or career, or both. Community and economic impact. Strong CTE programs create pipelines to local industries, strengthening the regional economy within our city and reducing workforce shortages. What are the benefits of students? Hands-on learning. Students apply academic concepts in real-life projects like problem-based learning, labs, internships, which deepens engagement and retention. Career exploration. CTE allows students to discover different fields early, helping them make more informed choices about their future. Certifications and skills. Many CTE pathways provide industry-recognized credentials, giving students a head start in the job market. And lastly, confidence and motivation, which is so, so important. Students often feel more connected to their education, to their life and their journey when they see its relevance in their future. So, you know, just want to, and I know this is echoing what the district is so invested in and also focused to continue supporting CTE as a district, a priority, so every student is prepared for success and has opportunity in life. So thank you so much for all that you're working, what you're doing. That's all.
Yeah, as student board member, I'm definitely interested in this field and the Career Technical Education Program. I see that this is the 10th round of this grant, and I was wondering how exactly these grants expand access to CTEs for students in high-need communities or communities that have not had these opportunities in the past.
Great, so this grant is centrally managed, and what we do is we look at demographic data, we look at the pathways that currently exist at schools, we do a landscape analysis, and we look at the high-demand industries, and then at that point we push in. So for the 9th round, for example, we had 11 new pathways. And what's planned with this new round is 19 new pathways. But the way we determine that is seeing where there is a need, looking at student need as well, student interest, and that's how we determine where we're going to place those. And of course, looking at our high-need schools is a priority, with that traditionally has been a place where there's gaps. And so our first objective is to close gaps and then ensure that there's representation. Since there's been so many rounds at this point, the CTE programs have touched, there's a footprint in the majority of our high schools at this point.
I do have a question after all. I was at a school that has the culinary pathway, and they were sharing with me that they cannot purchase food through through any of the funds other than donations. And so I understand that through this grant, schools can purchase food for their culinary pathway. But if we didn't have this grant and they don't have it yet, what do schools use to purchase food for their pathway?
You know, I would have to hand that over to finance or someone who, because there's logistics. Okay. As a principal, I know that there are a lot of guidelines as to which budgets I can use and can't. So I'll probably hand it over to someone else to answer that, that request. But yes, this grant does allow us to be able to purchase food and everything related to the pathway. Yeah. Absent of that, then we would need to consult with finance and budget to figure out what funding source we can use.
Okay. If we can get that answered sometime today, that would be great. Thank you, Dr. Bias.
All right, can we have a move and a second to vote on tab 1?
Second.
Moved by Dr. Rivas. I'm gonna go with Ms. Newbill at the risk of my
Give
job.
it to her. Let her have it. Yeah.
All right, now we'll take the vote. Ms. Newbill.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin. Ms. Griego.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez. Ms. Ortiz-Franklin. Board President Schmerlson.
Yes.
Student Board Member Yang.
Yes.
That's four ayes, 1 advisory aye, and I will come back to collect the votes on tab 1. This brings us, now we're not doing tab 2 because it has to be heard by law after 4 p.m. Now we'll go to tab 3. There are 2 folks for public comment on tab 3. Maria Luisa Palma, I see you're here. Please come on up. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. And the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon. What is LAUSD's mission? What are LAUSD's most pressing challenges? I would say that there are poor academic results, declining enrollment, and the significant structural deficit, which is not stabilized at all. And yet, the big discussion at last week's Committee of the Whole was another complex financial debacle, this workforce housing project. You still do not have a finance committee, and it's completely ironic given today's performance on the financial literacy resolution, which I completely agree with. But here is an opportunity for you to really double down on financial transparency. We have no transparency here on the potential financial structures of these developments. Nowhere does it say that you plan to donate the land lease. That is how you finance the other workforce housing programs that you have. So I'm assuming you plan to do the same with this one. Yet it is never mentioned. The comment is always that the district is not putting in funding, is what you heard here. Yet that's how they've been financed. So the excess land sites that you have other ones. They're never disclosed. They don't exist anywhere in the strategic execution plan. I have searched and searched. You have no comparisons on divesting of the excess land versus doing these projects. And you could divest with a covenant requiring those projects to be developed as housing. So which sites are feasible, which are not? Spreadsheets were mentioned at the committee of the whole, but you didn't make those public. We have no idea what those potential financing models would be. At those community meetings, we don't know what information was provided to the community. What was the actual feedback? Were they told that you're not going to be pursuing family housing? So developers' comments said that they would be interested in district credit enhancements, land swaps. Come on, we need more information on this. My name is Maria Luisa Palma. I'm speaking on behalf of Oleada and the taxpayers of this city, who must be informed of the financial transactions. Is this economic equity like was mentioned earlier today? Please be transparent. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. The second speaker is Mr. or Ms. Velop, V-E-L-O-P. Not here, so a motion and a second is appropriate, and then the board can discuss. Moved by Mr. Schmerlson, seconded by Dr. Rivas. It was noted that someone had comment on, yeah, so.
So, just curious, I'd like to know if the developer will pay the fair market value of the land, or will the land be granted or leased to developers at below market value?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Christina Tokes, Chief Facilities Executive. These proposals contemplate that the district is not providing any district funding other than leveraging the asset value of the land by entering into a long-term lease. So we are not selling the land, we are not charging rent for the land, we are offering the land as a long-term lease so that the developer would be required to finance the construction, the operations of the units, but they would not have to pay for the land. That is the district's contribution.
Okay, so just to be clear, this land remains part of LAUSD?
Correct. It is a long-term lease, the terms of which will be negotiated. Typically, it can be anywhere from 66 to 99 years.
Thank you. Thank you. Rocio.
Yes, thank you. Quick comment, and then I have some questions following. So, this is exciting opportunity for the district, and I'm very encouraged to see this initiative moving forward finally. As we take this step, I would like us to consider a phased approach that not only addresses the critical housing needs of our workforce, but also lays the groundwork for how we might expand these efforts in the future to support students and families. By thinking long-term, we can create developments that strengthen retention and community stability while also meeting the broader housing needs of our workforce, our employees. So that said, I do have two questions. The first one, how can these developments be leveraged to support not just employees, but also future student and family housing needs in our communities?
We do believe that there is a nexus of families that are low income and experiencing housing uncertainty that would qualify for these projects. When we did our comprehensive survey of district employees, we saw needs throughout income levels. We know that many families who are district employees and also have students at LAUSD will qualify, making 30% of the average median income, 60%, 80%. We actually surveyed some of our existing housing projects and didn't find there were a number of families there who had students who attended LAUSD schools. And then we're hoping that this is really a version 1.0. We propose that there would be other housing opportunities, and we'll learn a lot from this, especially in terms of how deep of a subsidy or how challenging is it to find financing for what is low income, 30 to 60%, and could we even go lower? At this time, we don't know.
Last question. In cases of potential land swaps, what safeguards ensure compliance with state housing restrictions while protecting district priorities?
So currently, we don't anticipate that we would contemplate land swaps in this RFP due to recent legislative changes that would require land swaps to go through what's something called a 7-11 committee, where the board would need to convene a committee, and they would need to, over a process of time, determine whether or not to deem these properties eligible for land swap, because we want to make sure that proposers are efficient in their time that they're proposing and that action has not yet been taken. We're not contemplating land swaps with this proposal.
So should that happen, there is,
Yes.
sort of a path to take with the 7-11
Yes.
committee. Okay, thank you, that's all.
Carla?
Hi, can you share what you're going to require of the contractors in regards to any community engagement of this project? And what are some of the expectations that you're going to set for them in engaging the community?
Right. So twofold. This is an RFQ and an RFP. In the RFQ, which sets their minimum qualifications, a minimum qualification, they have to show that they have previous projects with a robust community engagement plan. If they have no experience with that, or it's not a robust experience, then they would not qualify. And then once they move forward, if they were to move forward with the proposal, one of the things that they will be scored on is their community engagement plan. It will require proposals to demonstrate how prior community feedback, so we're going to include all of the notes from the community meetings that have been held, share all of the community engagement and concerns that were raised. They will be required to address how they're going to fold that into their current proposal, and then what is their plan moving forward, knowing that this is just the beginning, and they're going to need to have a robust plan all the way until such time that it's developed.
All right, and then with housing being so high, developers making a ton of money, how are we going to ensure some limits on the profits that developers make?
So they are going to be required to provide us with their financing plan, as we are going to look to establish that we're seeking the greatest level of affordability. So we would score proposals that had all units as being affordable over, let's say, units where only half of them were affordable and the rest of them were market rate. We're not anticipating, as we saw in our previous housing projects, that these are money makers at all. Typically, they make just enough money to basically continue to operate these and operate as a nonprofit housing developer. But we'll be able to see that in their finances, and obviously we're going to be scoring those that offer the greatest affordability, which typically means that they're not going to be making profit.
All right, well, that's good to hear. And then just last question, I'm wondering if there were other alternatives that you looked into, for example, some cooperative type of possibilities instead of going the traditional route of developers.
We had very, very preliminary discussions of whether or not we should be offering ownership possibilities versus rental possibilities. The ownership then is challenging because you have to go through surplus property and really you're selling the property. And then you are bound by how do you make sure that who you're selling to has a long-term kind of deed on that land that it ensures it's for affordable home ownership. There are other vehicles where we offer training for home ownership to employees. Given that affordable housing already has a lot of challenges, just providing rental, I think, at the level of affordability and wanting to make sure it's designated for district employees is complicated and challenging enough, so we really wanted to stick with that.
I wonder if this is something that we could continue exploring, though,
Absolutely.
as a way of, I lived in a co-op when I was in college, and I think it's a great thing to offer folks. It's a great way to be able to own a piece of something by so many. All right, thank you so much.
Questions? Nick?
No questions, just a lot of excitement and recognition of Christina and Isam and the facilities team for their responsiveness, both in surveying our employees and families and for bringing experts to guide us through this important work. I know that there are community members who have reached out to the board and I know to our office, with concerns, I think many of which can be assuaged through continued engagement and understanding what we are doing, what we're not doing. And I know some of these folks feel like they have been burned in the past by other agencies or developers. And I know just as the elected representative for 2 of these properties, they have my commitment to work collaboratively and with the neighborhood. But this has clearly been a priority of mine. This is the start of something very exciting, and I look forward to a few months from now when the board will approve the winning proposals. But just huge kudos, and I think as this is now heading, and hopefully in a few minutes, over the finish line, I know there's been a lot of excitement out there by other agencies and developers and just folks who want to see what we're doing. And so again, I think this is the start of something, or the continuation of something, given that the district's done this before, really valuable. So thanks, Christina, for all your work on this, and excited to support this today.
Questions? Kelly?
Thank you. Well, I too think this is a positive step forward, and I appreciate the team's work. I know this is many years in the making. Not to repeat myself too much from the conversation that we had at the Committee of the Whole, but I am really looking forward to projects that will incorporate the need among our families for housing. We know that this is really critical. It's only growing. Rent is super high, and families are being pushed out of our communities, and there is a space and an opportunity for LAUSD to be a leader to make housing available on our unused properties. So while I know that this is a great learning opportunity as we roll this out, I'm very hopeful that in the future our housing strategy will explicitly include our LAUSD families as well. And then the other 2 pieces I know that I also raised in the Committee of the Whole discussion are with regard to local hire and unionized labor. I don't see that specifically listed in the criteria. Can you talk a little bit about, thinking about how this creates jobs as well as housing for our employees? How are we addressing those components in our FQP?
The RFQ in both regards to local hire and to union labor is asking proposers to consider on the union side partnerships with local labor unions to incorporate union labor into their construction plans where feasible. This project will require prevailing wage. Because the district is not putting in funding, it does not trigger the project stabilization agreement, but we do recognize the benefits of using union labor and do want to hear their plans if it is above what they're providing in prevailing wage. And then there is a requirement for a small business element to meet the board resolution to encourage small business. In terms of local hire, we are also encouraging proposers to pursue best practices for local hiring, including outreach partnerships with community-based organizations and training programs for local workers, which we're going to ask them to describe in their RFP.
Okay. I appreciate the response. I hope that there's a way to put a little bit more meat on the local hire and the unionized labor portions. I think encouragement is kind of the first step, and I understand that putting the more requirements we add, that makes it more challenging to get proposals. But I think that if there's a way for there to be an incentive given in the scoring criteria or something to make those more substantive, that would lead to better proposals overall, thinking about these projects, not just for our workforce, but as a broader community benefit to our local economy. So, thank you.
Well, personally, I wouldn't even consider using non-union labor for this. That's just me. I mean, that's not we are. In LAUSD, that's not who we are. Question, though. Parking. Does that include parking? Or is it going to be, it's close to a bus stop and there's no parking? What do you know about that, Christina?
No, it is. So the requirement of the RFP is that it direct proposers to align with local zoning standards. So they're going to need to look at what the local zoning is in the adjacent properties, and that makes sure that they're thoughtfully addressing parking. We know some of these sites are right next to major transportation corridors like the Fairfax site, and then there's other ones in the valley that are not so close where parking is a concern.
Yeah.
And so that is going to be part of their project approach, is describing how they're addressing issues like parking as part of their overall parking project components.
I hear you. Knowing it's LAUSD property, I would hate for people to be angry with us because people are double parking on their street and not giving them room, but I know we have to go by the law. I don't know, I know we discussed this at a briefing, but I don't know if the audience knows. So when you make too much money as an LAUSD employee to live in that housing, you have X amount of time to relocate? Is that how it works, basically?
No, currently in the housing projects that we have, your rent is a proportion or set by your income. So if your income is skews to the lower 30% AMI, your rent is going to be lower than someone who's, let's say, making 60% AMI. So if someone's gets a promotion or gets a salary increase, their rent is adjusted to reflect their higher salary, so that other units can be made available for further, but no one gets told to leave or anything like that.
Even if you're no longer an LAUSD employee?
At this point,
Okay.
it doesn't. We
Fair enough. Okay, thank you. Thank
have
you.
no projects that require that, yeah.
It was just a comment to the point of, and I think just wanting to say it out loud as we talk about the project being worked on by those of the community, because I know the word that you used was consider, and I know, as we say, this is something that we want to see and not just consider, because consider can go either way, but to be sure that that is something that is definite within there, because we want those projects to reflect the community in which it serves. So just wanted to say it out loud.
Thank you.
Okay, having already been moved and seconded, we will take the vote. Ms. Newbill on tab 3.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Griego.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez.
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin. Board President Schmerelson.
Yes.
And Student Member Yang.
Yes.
Okay, and before we move on to the next,
Same page, maybe. Can I record my yes vote for the consent calendar and also for tab 1?
okay, thank you very much. And Ms. Gomez, on the consent calendar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. And then on tab 1, Ms. Gomez?
Yes, also.
Thank you very much. Moving on to tab 4. We have one speaker from LADWP, David Jaco. I'm so sorry, sir. Please feel free to correct that pronunciation. And let's get a motion in a second to hear this. And
Move it.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. Seconded by Dr. Rivas.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Board President, Board Executive, Superintendent. I am David Jaco. I am the Director of Distributed Energy Solutions at the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. I'm here to express strong support for LAUSD's agenda item number 4 on the Memorandum of Understanding with LADWP to amend the Facility Services Division's Strategic Execution Plan to approve $20 million for an efficient lighting upgrade program. On July 8th, 2025, the LADWP Board approved our MOU with LAUSD. This is a two-step process. We approve first and then bring it to you. Authorizing $100 million, a $100 million commitment from LADWP over 4.5 years across 4 key strategies. Direct install of energy-efficient measures at LAUSD facilities. That's in tandem with this $20 million that LAUSD is being asked to approve. But also water conservation incentives to replace existing water wasting fixtures with efficient devices, education and awareness programs that expand upon very successful efforts such as Heroes for Zero and Empowered Schools, and there just was a Heroes for Zero award ceremony here a couple months ago, and greening and climate resilience projects to create healthier, more sustainable campuses. We call this overall effort securing a resilient and sustainable future for our kids. This continues the partnership that's been in place since 2012, extremely successful. Great partnership we've had with the district. We've grown it substantially Over that time, we've retrofitted 143 schools, resulting in more than 40 gigawatt hours in energy savings, which is saving the district $10 million a year. LAUSD's request today is to amend the execution plan, the facility services execution plan, to approve $20 million for in-kind contributions towards the energy efficiency lighting upgrade program. Of LADWP's $100 million commitment, $80 million is allocated to direct install. So $20 million more from LAUSD will make that component a $100 million direct install component. Finally, we anticipate that will result in us being able to serve another 95 schools, saving another 27 million kilowatt hours for an additional $6.6 million per year in savings, conservatively estimated. So I'll just close by saying, again, we value this relationship with LAUSD. It's been extraordinarily successful over the last 12 years. We've worked very closely, hand in hand, to stand up the program, solve problems as they arise, very constructively, and we just highly encourage this board to adopt this MOU. Thank you for your consideration and support.
Thanks for your time. There was some discussion for this item.
And it's more so to our eco sustainability plan. So, and thank you for the work. I appreciate what we're doing. I just need a little clarification. So as we're taking steps to execute this MOU, before the completion of our overall eco-sustainability plan is complete, how will this body of work and others that are similar fit into the forthcoming plan?
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the board. Christos Chrysilou, Chief Eco-Sustainability Officer. Pleasure to be here and to be discussing this exciting MOU that we're bringing forward. So the idea is to continue our prolonged strategies that we had that support energy efficiency, water conservation, and support the resolutions that passed through this board, specifically the three resolutions, the clean energy and clean electricity and clean energy resolution in 2019, our 2022 resolutions for climate literacy for all, and also the 2022 resolution to achieve 30% greening on all of our schools by 2035. So the intent is to continue through these programs to keep implementing these to get closer to our resolutions. And then as we develop the eco-sustainability plan, it's going to identify more pathways for us to be able to get closer to those resolutions.
So will we be seeing more MOUs like this in the future before the plan is produced?
Well, this is an MOU that has been in the works for the last decade, I would say. We keep building on it with LADWP. We're discussing other MOUs with SC, but I'm not sure if they're going to come in the near future, but we're discussing other MOUs and other agreements to help us achieve our goals and objectives.
Thank you.
I have one. Mr. Jaco, does this include the installation of dimmers in classrooms? Because when I visit some classrooms, they are so bright that you could actually film a movie in that room. And some teachers do not like that bright light. Is there any installation of dimmers? Does it help you with your energy savings? I'm just curious.
Yes, the program includes advanced lighting controls, of which dimmers would be examples. So they're not manual dimmers, but they would be advanced lighting controls that can be set to a specific light level, and then we'll control the lighting accordingly depending on how much light's coming in through the windows. And yes, that's included in the program.
Okay.
As a direct install program, the materials and the labor of the installation are free. That's provided through the program.
Thank you, thank you.
It's also done through our PLA. So I know you mentioned earlier union and trades. This program is all Local 11 IBW. It's all trades.
Yes, we all support unions. That's correct. Any other question? Kelly?
Yeah, just I think appreciation. It's great to see a slightly more expansive focus so that we can obviously install the energy efficient lighting, but also the investment in greening and climate resilience, as well as the water conservation. These are, very pressing issues that affect our schools. So I'm excited to see that those are components of the MOU. And Mr. Crisilio, I look forward to more details on which particular schools might benefit for those investments and how they align with our broader greening strategies, obviously once the MOU passes. But thank you both.
Okay.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Let's vote. Ms. Newbill.
Yes.
Again, this is on tab 4. Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Priego.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez.
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin.
Yes.
Board President Schmerelson.
Yes.
And Student Board Member Yang.
Yes.
And before we move on, Ms. Ortiz-Franklin, can I collect your vote for tab 3?
Yes.
That's a yes on tab 3, and then also for tab 1?
Yes.
Also a yes. Thank you. All right, moving on to tab 5. There's no public comment, but there was discussion or comment.
Move the item.
All right, moved by Ms. Gomez, seconded by Mr. Melvoin.
Do you have a question, Charlotte? Will you have the question? No? You do, okay.
Yeah, I was just I've been looking at the donations coming in, and in this particular report, there's donations for one of my schools, and it is for positions like PSWs. So I went back to the IAU reports and looking at how many of our schools fundraise for positions. And I'm wondering if there's a way that you could, not now, but in the future, maybe by the next meeting, if we could get a report on how much are school site donations going toward specific type of positions? Because I think that in my district, as you know, and as many of our districts are so diverse, when schools are able to fundraise for particular types of positions, it creates an inequity when other schools cannot, right? So then I want to make sure that we're a public school district. Our public funding goes to give everyone what they need and hopefully what they deserve. So if you can give me something like that, maybe, by the next meeting, I would really like to know more how our schools are fundraising for positions, and then what type of positions are our schools fundraising for.
Sure. We can definitely follow up with that information. Of the 4 that's on there now, some of those has been specified by the donor in terms of what they can use it for. So the second, I think is...
Dahlia Heights is mine, yeah.
Correct. So the donation allows for the donation to be used for positions, but it did not specify the actual positions that and so the school is making the choice of what positions to fund with that donations, but we can follow up with a comprehensive list around.
I would
how it's
appreciate
been
that.
used.
Thank you so much.
Any others? Carla, in my district, I notice in elementary schools, it's mainly for TAs. That's the biggest expenditure for TAs.
Yeah,
Anyone
it's
else?
a lot.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, voting on tab 5, Ms. Newbill.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin. Ms. Griego.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez.
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin.
Yes.
Board President Schmerelson.
Yes.
And Student Board Member Yang.
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back for Mr. Melvoin's vote on that. Brings us to tab 6. Actually, I think that went on to consent. Tab 6 went on to consent. Is that accurate, or did you have a question?
I had a question.
Okay, so tab 6.
So we have
Oh, yeah, it needs to be moved and seconded.
Move it. 6.
Second.
Hey, thank you. So one of the goals says that LAUSD must continue to promote disaster-resistant schools. And this is all helpful information, but the book is thousands of pages long. So can we have a condensed version so we can share it with parents and schools, and because they need to be aware of their role in informing the community in case of a disaster? That's my request.
Yes, Board President Smurlson, yes, we will provide that information by school.
Yes, I hate to see people walking around with a 1,000-page book. Yes, so thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, on tab 6, Ms. Newbill.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin. Ms. Griego.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez.
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin.
Yes.
Board President Schmorlson.
Yes.
And Student Member Yang.
Yes.
I'll note that initially this item was put on consent, and Board President Schmorlson removed it from consent because he had a question or comment and didn't want it to be voted on. So for the record, it's clear that wasn't voted on the initial consent calendar. Bear with me while I get my notes in order. All right, tab 7, we do not have any public comment, but I believe we had discussion or question from Ms. Newbill.
Move the item.
Second.
I had a question for one of the projects at UC Mag, 32nd Street.
Ms. Tokes is walking up.
Good afternoon, board members. Christina Tokes, Chief Facilities Executive. Board Member Henson, can you tell me which item are you on?
On item D.
This is an ITS item, so let me see if ITS is available.
Hi. So the question I have is for there's a modernization project that's going to happen at this site. And this is to provide campus safety system. And so wanting to know, is that system going to go in before the modernization begins or at the top of 26-27 school year? What is the order in which this happens?
I assume these are the facilities contract, am I correct?
The USC magnet.
Yes. So, sorry, what's the question specifically?
So the question is, will the system go in before the comprehensive modernization begins or after simultaneous? How does it happen so that the work isn't redundant, meaning that?
No, we usually align with the facilities when they do the comprehensive modernization. If the timeline is before the equipment reaching end of life, we replace the equipment, but we leave the areas that part of the comprehensive to be done by facilities when they complete the comprehensive modernization. If the project timeline can be delayed, we delay the project to be online. Sometimes there is a E-rate component because the school meets some criteria that the equipment must be or can be replaced in a specific timeline. In those scenarios, we go ahead and we replace the equipment. But we are not essentially giving up those equipment. The equipment is staying in place.
I also just wanted to add for clarification is the 32nd project is not inclusive of the entire campus because it's a major mod. So we include cameras in the areas that we are going to be touching as part of the buildings, but in the areas that we are not going to be touching, we do not include cameras. So I'm sure our teams coordinate on these projects, and we will confirm, but their scope of work is going to be in the areas that are not included of the major modernization project.
Okay. Just to confirm, only because I mean, one of the words you said that I just didn't want to hear is delay. Because if it's going to delay, I mean, they're already being moved from their site. And so to know ahead of time how we can kind of put it within the project so that it can move on time that we've already set. So that would be helpful to know that they're working together and get updates on that. So I'd appreciate that.
We'll get back to you.
Questions? Clean?
Okay, and the vote on tab 7. Ms. Newbell.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas. Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Griego.
Yes.
Gomez. Ms. Ortiz-Franklin. Board President Schmorlson.
Yes.
Student Member Yang.
Yes.
Okay, that item passes. Mr. Melvoin, can I lodge your votes, please, on 6 and 7? How do you vote on 6?
Yes.
The yes on 6. How do you vote on 7?
We just did 7, 5.
I'm sorry, 5.
Yes.
Are you sure you don't want to vote again on 7?
No. I'll vote again on 4. Can we do that? That was the most exciting one, the housing initiative. I'll vote twice.
All right, here we go on to the next item. Tab 9. There's no public comment on tab 9. Can we have a move and a second for
Move
tab
it.
9?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Moved by Board President Schmorlson, seconded by Ms. Newbill. Mr. Melvin, I think you had comments on this one?
I do. Yeah, I'm just talking to Deputy Superintendent about it. One sec. Where is it? Well, we'll discuss. So, thank you. Thank you, Mr. McLean. I'm excited about this item. This is part of the Fairfax High School Major Modernization Project. I am going to move it with a slight amendment that I hope my colleagues will support. But so quickly, board members selected a school in their district for their major mod. Mine was Fairfax, iconic and flagship high school of the district that just celebrated its centennial. But like a lot of our older schools, it's looking its age a bit, which is why it was selected for this modernization project. Fairfax has long been a hub for the arts education and the community creativity, home to a thriving visual arts magnet. Distinguished alums like Herb Alpert, who just was talking about his experience at Fairfax on NPR, the Red Hot Chili Peppers, who met at Fairfax. We also have a CTE pathway in media and design, partnerships like the Greenway Arts Alliance that run the flea market on the weekends and have been doing that since at least I was in high school. A new gifted magnet that I was able to see in action a few weeks ago and is thriving. And in 2016, prior to my time, the board recognized the artistic legacy of Fairfax by approving a proposal by an alum of the school for a student and community-focused art gallery and classroom building. It was designed and it was DSA approved. And the project was included in the environmental and CEQA documents, and we even had it bid as what's called an ad alternate, but was left contingent on funding. And there have been conversations with the community, with the city council office, with alums, with philanthropists, with nearby developments like Television City, LACMA, the Academy Museum, to try to get this done. And we're still not there in terms of identifying all the funding, but we're close. But we've been having this conversation with the community, the principal, and others who are excited about this project for now 9 years prior to my time. And so I'm going to read an amendment, but my hope is to, there are basically two versions of this modernization, one that includes this student-centered and community-focused art gallery and classroom building to really make it a community hub, a community school, and one that doesn't. And so I'm asking us to move the one that does. And so the amendment that I have, and we'll pass out, says to approve the Fairfax High School Major Modernization Project with the arts gallery and classroom building included in the project scope. The superintendent and staff shall return to the board and to the Bond Oversight Committee if necessary before the end of the calendar year with a proposed funding strategy inclusive of philanthropic contributions, developer impact fees, general obligation bonds, including buckets designed for public-private partnerships, and/or project contingencies for the arts gallery and classroom building, which shall no longer be designated as an ad alternate and is hereby included in the project scope for the Fairfax Modernization Project. I'll say this project was undertaken before Measure US was passed, also before a I was aware of a public-private partnership that we actually tapped into today for the Dorsey project, which I was excited to support, and their developer impact fees in the community, including CBS Television City, the LACMA upgrades just down the street. And this is going to anchor a new business improvement district called the Arts Fairfax District by Councilwoman Katie Yaroslavsky. So I'm going to pass that out, but appreciate the conversations we've had with facilities and with the community to take this over the finish line, and as we enter this major modernization, include a building, which I should note for my colleagues too, has already been DSA approved and is something that could be similarly included in other schools as we're thinking about our investment in the arts, which I know we'll talk about in a later item as well. So I'll pass that out, and thank you, Mr. Schmelson, for the floor. And with that, and then I'll move the item with the amendment if there's a second.
Well, thank you, Mr. Malvoin, because that was my discussion item to include that building as part of Fairfax major modernization. I know that's been a long dormant project, and I would love to have that included in the major mod. So thank you for bringing that up. Carla?
Yes, yeah, actually, I was looking at that last paragraph. In 2016, the board authorized, and I understand that where the location where this will happen, it's got its own entrance and its own door, so it can be open to the community. So I appreciate that anytime that we can create spaces in our schools that can include the community in partnerships. I support that, so I do support this, and if we can look for the money in many different ways, the ways that you described, all the different buckets, I'm supportive of that. So thank you for the amendment.
So procedurally, I'm going to pop in.
I'll second the amendment. I had the same questions that my colleagues did, and I agree that especially that it calls for a funding strategy that would look at different ways so that the school district alone doesn't bear the burden of the cost. But it sounds like it's a great value add for the entire school community, and so I'll second the amendment that Mr. Malvoin brought forward.
Okay, so now it's appropriate to take a vote on incorporating the amendment into the underlying resolution.
Fantastic.
So, Ms. Newbell.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Griego.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez.
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin. Board President Schmerl.
Yes.
And Board Member Yang.
Yes.
And so now the vote would be appropriate, or discussion on the new underlying resolution.
No other comments. Appreciate, unless my colleagues do, but really appreciate the support and eager to have this be the first of many of these types of projects. Yeah, please.
Yeah, and if you can also advocate that this alum will do the same thing for other schools. My understanding is that there was an interest in doing this at other schools in our district. That would be a great partnership to have.
100%. 100%.
Yes, the number before 4 is 3. So
great. Well, then we'll
Okay,
take the vote.
taking the vote on tab 9, the newly amended tab 9. Ms. Newbill.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Griego.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez.
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz-Franklin. Board President Schmerl.
Yes.
And Student Member Yang.
Yes.
Okay. I'll come back to Ms. Ortiz-Franklin for her vote. Okay, moving on to tab 10, there's no public comment. I believe we had some discussion items. Do we have a move in a second for tab 10? Moved by
Second.
Dr. Rivas, seconded by Ms. Gomez. This is for tab 10, define and approve for sustainable environmental enhancement developments.
I just had a comment. Yeah, okay. So I'm always very pleased to see the seeds projects advancing, and I'm especially excited that Latona Avenue Elementary is receiving this significant investment. This is exactly the kind of work that demonstrates how our commitment to greening translates into real tangible benefits for students, families, and our school communities. I'm grateful to have been able to help Latona in making this green project possible, and I look forward to building on this momentum and ensuring that more campuses across the district experience this very same transformation. And I also want to thank Ms. Christina Tokes and her team for working with our office and making sure that this project moves forward in its totality at Latona. Thank you.
Bill?
Yes, and as here, I'm always excited to see Seeds partner with us. And I guess the question I have, because as I'm looking here, we have projects in 2, 3, 5, and 6, and I don't see 1 or 7. So the question I have is there some technical assistance that may be available to schools to write or help submit the Seeds grant application? Because I think there's a need.
So there is. We do have staff who will support schools in shepherding their Seeds interest along. And I did want to assure you that there are a number of projects that are under due diligence that have not yet been brought to the board, of which 5 are in BD1. So just know, even though this action didn't include any, we are anticipating that as we bring more, BD1 would be included.
Thank you.
Sure.
And how do they go about getting that technical assistance?
So if you go, we can forward you, there's a district website for Seeds. They can send an email. We'll meet as the program manager. He or his staff will support the schools, walk them through that. If they're unable to find a partner, there's opportunities where they may know of partnership opportunities for that school. But we've typically always helped schools achieve their greening goals, and rather than tell them, sorry, we can't help you. Sure.
Appreciate that. Thanks.
Carla?
Yes, I'm wondering about the shade trees. Are those mature trees already, or are they baby trees that you're planting? They will mature and eventually will get shade?
So we do have essentially design specification requirements for trees. They are not full-blown trees. Typically, not only are those very expensive, but what we've learned is that when you buy a very full-blown tree from a nursery, they have a harder time necessarily thriving when they're planted, and it's easier to plant a smaller tree. However, we've also learned that you can't get them too small because kids are kids, and when they look like little toothpicks, they get broken apart. So we typically have, I believe it's, I'm forgetting exactly what the size is, but they're a hardy young tree that will last and should thrive. And typically they do come with a warranty as well from the nursery that we're buying from. So if they do fail within a certain amount of time, the nursery has to replace them.
And I ask because I've been to a couple of my schools that have no shade in their blacktop, and so then they have a garden with some wooden, seats, but there's no shade. So it's hot. Nobody's enjoying the garden because there's no shade, and there's just a couple of, I call them baby trees, and there's nothing. So I'm just wondering, and this particular school has had it for a couple of years. So what are some alternatives for these schools to get some shade sooner than, within the year at least, right?
It's a great question, and something that we're looking at across all of our projects, so that we have different ways. On Seeds types of projects, these are our smallest kind of scale greening projects. They're about 100,000. We do want to have trees there. We work with the school. We want those trees to be robust and to grow into full shaded trees. If you let me know the name of the school, we can figure out if there's something we need to change in our specifications because we're putting in trees that may take too long. We want to know that as well. We do have other programs where we provide both shade shelters and trees, and then programs where we're really focusing on 30% green and getting to 20% shade at our campuses.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Other questions? Mr. Yang?
Yeah, I have a comment and then a couple questions. So I just wanted to say, from a student perspective, having outdoor learning spaces adds immense benefits to mental health and a myriad of other topics of concern for students, especially starting in elementary school. It's so important and impactful to have outdoor recreational and learning spaces for students in the midst of an urban city filled with, concrete and asphalt. And these 4 projects absolutely echo the commitment of the district and the interests of the students in sustainability, better learning outcomes, and more available green space. One of my questions is, I was wondering what qualifies as community-led efforts for this grant, and how partner organizations are chosen to help school sites create these learning spaces?
Sure. So I think the word grant is probably a misnomer that staff uses because we call it a grant. It's really schools identify an interest for the screening project. We ask them to provide supplemental information. How will this screening project be used for instruction? How do they plan to maintain it? Because we're not often able to maintain if they're kind of niche programs. And then we work with them to define where the area is, et cetera. We ask that they have either the school or a friends of the school or a partner that is either providing the plant materials or an ongoing educational component to the school or a maintenance program for this project. And sometimes that is the school itself through a group of teachers or a friends of the school or an outside third party who has an interest and comes with doing the plant materials. The history of this program was developed really out of the need that there was a lot of interest by schools or other groups to do greening on schools, and they often had very limited means by which to do that. And when they came to the district informed them that testing was required of the soil, or irrigation would be required, or testing of the asphalt to be removed. And oftentimes the cost of those exceeded the small limitation of funds or volunteer efforts that they had. So these are really supposed to be intended to make the site garden ready, and then the school site, the volunteer or the community organization comes with their day of planting materials or a program that they're working with the school to do.
And then just a quick question. I was also wondering whether native plants are prioritized when creating these greening projects?
They are. That is part of our plant materials guidelines.
Okay, thank you. Christina, I learned a lot about trees ever since we had major mod projects in my district. So I really did. I learned a lot. And I think the district is very careful now about construction and modernization when it comes to trees. So you mentioned about mature trees are not a good idea because they don't last that long. That's number one. Are you going to put native, as Jerry said, native trees that are native to the area?
We do. We have both plant materials that are native as well as drought resistant. And so we kind of allow for a robust, choice of both native trees and drought resistant, kind of climate resilient trees as well. So again, we just want certain criteria that they're not dropping fruit that attracts rodents, that they're not very water intensive, and then they do provide shade for our schoolyards.
Yeah, and my District 3, just like Kelly's District 6, it's very hot, it's very dry, it's very sunny, and before people put trees in, I always tell them, do you have an irrigation system so the trees can be watered? Question one. Question two, does the irrigation system work? That's number two. And number three is, I always get a classroom to adopt the tree. Those kids love to water the tree. But then we come to the summer, when the school is not in operation, then you have to get the neighborhood councils involved to come over and volunteer with gardening. So you really have to be careful before you plant trees. If somebody's not going to take care of them, it's a bad idea. I learned by experience, unfortunately. Okay. Questions? Carla.
Yeah, I was just wondering, when it says no partner organization, what does that mean? When, for San Antonio Elementary, it says no partner org.
What that means is that essentially that the school is the partner organization. Though they either have a group of teachers or parent volunteers at the school who are going to provide a outdoor learning program for that school and or do the maintenance of the plant materials.
Are they also putting it, like, is the district coming and giving the trees and buying all the plants, but they are maintaining it?
It could be. It depends. I don't have the details on this one, but that's what it could mean as well.
And that usually is because they they did not seek out a partner, or?
They didn't have one. They might have had a robust educational program. They had some limited ability for plant materials, but they didn't need to rely on an outside organization or a friends of. They had the ability within the school to provide
Got it. All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Rocio.
And just really quickly, I know you mentioned there's a website, but in that website, there's a plethora of information, like partners that the schools can select from, like Enrich LA, for instance. And then there's also like a guideline on the proposal, things that go in there. So it's a lot of information that's on the website that schools can definitely, tap into. So, yeah, just wanted to say.
I guess we can vote, Mr. McLean.
Voting on tab 10, Ms. Newbell,
Yes.
Dr. Rivas,
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin,
Yes.
Ms. Griego,
Yes.
Ms. Gomez,
Yes.
Ms. Ortiz Franklin, Board President Schmerelson,
Yes.
Student Board Member Yang.
Yes.
Okay. See what's next.
Mike, could I record a vote that's missing?
My apologies. Yes, please go ahead.
Tab 7, I believe. Yes.
Tab 7 is a yes from Ms. Gomez. Okay, going on to tab. Hold on.
Health assistant. Yeah.
Tab 19 is up for discussion. We don't have any public comment on that item. Did we have discussion amongst the board members?
There was one, yeah. Should we move it?
Yeah, let's move in second.
Moved.
On the way out, thank you. Moved by Ms. Gomez, seconded by Dr. Rivas.
Who had that question on 19? Go ahead, Ms. Newbill.
Just need a clarification. How many people would be in this classification that we're talking here? I didn't see that number.
Thank you. Let me get that number for you. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
But it does cover all of the healthcare assistance. We currently have, apologies, give me 1 second. Okay, we currently have 270 healthcare assistants and 38 vacancies for a total of 308 positions.
$170 that are filled?
270 filled, 308 budgeted. This is as of last week. So we were still looking to fill 38 positions as of last week.
Thank you.
Shall we vote? Okay.
Shall.
On tab 19, Ms. Newbill,
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin,
Yes.
Ms. Griego,
Yes.
Ms. Gomez, Ms. Ortiz Franklin.
Yes.
Board President Schmerelson.
Yes.
And Student Member Yang.
Yes.
And Ms. Ortiz Franklin, I need to come back and get some votes for you I believe on tabs 7, 9, and 10.
Yes, yes, and yes.
Okay, outstanding. Now let me mark that. 7 is a yes, 9 is a yes, and 10 is a yes. Thank you. And now we have a 3 p.m. time certain for,
Tab 22. Yes, and we almost made that time certain. That's good. So, September 2025 is Child Welfare and Attendance Month. So, board members, it's my pleasure to introduce this resolution to commemorate September 2025 as Child Welfare and Attendance Month. Sometimes it is painful to know the personal situations of our students. It's hard for teachers and for principals, and even for us as board members, when we have been involved in those conversations, to know that our students are experiencing hardships such as homelessness or mental health crises. Unfortunately, today's social and political landscape is not making things easier. And that is why I am sponsoring this resolution today, so we can talk about the issue of enrollment directly. Pupil services and attendance counselors have a big role in our district's functions as they re-engage with students back into an educational setting with the district. They are understanding and acknowledge that students need the proper resources to come back to school and to learn appropriately. They do so much for this district, and this resolution acknowledges that. Additionally, the resolution also calls for the district to develop a plan to address declining enrollment and uplift our immigrant communities, who are the victims of unfair and unconstitutional federal actions. So I would like to now invite 2 guest speakers. LAUSD's very own, come on up, Ophelia Ryan, I see you. Come on up, and the City of Southgate Mayor, Maria Davila, who will speak in support of this resolution.
Thank you. Maria is attending an urgent meeting at in Southgate, so she didn't make it.
Okay, we're glad you're here.
Yes, Viva Mexico. We are celebrating 106 years of uninterrupted services as members of the Association of the Pupil Services of Attendance Counselors, APSAC. And I cannot think of a better way of celebrating than coming to receive this proclamation and resolution. And APSAC extends a heartfelt gratitude to all the legislators, Anthony Rendon, Senator Portantino, Senator Archuleta, Lena Gonzalez, and DAIC's president, as well as all the people, mayors and council members who have been supporting child welfare and attendance, and most important, the board and Superintendent Carvalho for acknowledging the need. David Huerta told me this past week that more than ever, when indigenous people and immigrants are under attack and our students and families need more support, our collective action is paramount. As the nation's second largest school district, LAUSD stands as a crucial model. This allocation of 5 child welfare and attendance counselors, also known as PSAs, per region is a commendable step, helping our immigrant families and students. However, to truly foster a holistic support and promote the well-being and maximize the impact in our families, we urge the board and Superintendent Carvalho to help add additional staff to the regions. We would like you to consider helping us to get 5 Healthy Start navigators and 5 PSWs so that all of us can work together supporting our immigrant families. We want to thank you for this resolution. And now, Superintendent Carvalho, Thank you for following up with all my emails when I'm asking you for clarification and more support for immigrants. I feel very compelled to say that you always respond to your emails and you leave a door open for us to share with you what we need and our ideas on how to help students. President Schmelson, you have been our God. You have always been leading with your heart and using all your experience as a principal to care for our indigenous people and immigrants. So we thank you. Thank you, Rocio. Thank you, Carla, our Latinos hermanos that have been side by side APSAC. And we are looking forward, all of you reconsidering and helping us to get more support for immigrants, as I said, including other itinerant members. Thank you so very much for this.
And thank you, Ophelia. I know when we visit students who have not been in school for a while, I have learned all of my ideas from my PSA counselors, where they live and how to spot if somebody's moving a curtain upstairs. I mean, I learned all of these things to know that we need to bring our kids back to school. And I remember a visit where the parent also was someone who was missing a lot of schools. Now her daughter is missing a lot of schools. So we have to retrain, we really do. So let me pass it to Ms. Gomez, who was my co-sponsor. And you, oh, I'm not passing it to Ms. Gomez. Okay. Okay, comments then. Go ahead. Go ahead, Rocio.
Well, I want to thank you, Mr. Schmelson, and your co-sponsor, Ms. Gomez, for bringing this important resolution forward. I know I co-sponsored last year, and I was delayed in co-sponsoring this year, so.
You can do it again, it's okay.
So, yeah, please add me as a co-sponsor. So, you know, child welfare and attendance are foundational to student learning, equity as well in long-term success, and I'm grateful to see the board uplifting this work and also all of our employees or PSAs for being there for our students and our families. I would like to be added as a co-sponsor, as I said, to underscore my strong support and commitment to ensuring every student is engaged and supported in their education. So thank you.
Thank you, Rocio.
Thank you, Rocio. Carla, and then.
Okay, well, thank you. Yes, thank you for bringing this forth. I've always appreciated the work of PSAs. When I was a teacher, and the last time I was a community school coordinator at McAllister, I did a couple of home visits with our PSA counselor, and the relationship that is built between the PSA counselor and the family is very critical, very important, much like the PSW and the family. And so I'm grateful that you brought this forth because we're uplifting the need for these positions at our schools. Your position is still something that is purchased by a school site, and yet it is a high need, right, that we have when enrollment is down. And we rely, when a school can get a PSA there, they rely heavily on them to do all this, let's bring back our students to the school site, look at their attendance, and then provide also resources. So thank you for bringing this forth, Scott and Kelly, and appreciate the work that you all do.
Thank you.
Thank
You cannot teach an empty chair, and this outreach and recovery is vital. Sorry.
Also note this is an amended version that Mr. Schmerlson is putting forward. Everyone has a copy of it. It's posted online as well, and the board office has also received it.
Tanya.
Thank you. And maybe this is in the amended, so I need to double check. But I wanted to ask about the impact statement we got yesterday or this morning about the budget. If it's still the same, we're asking for 5 PSAs in each of the 4 regions for 20 positions at 3.7 mil. I want to make sure that that is right. But then I also heard asking for navigators. So just wanted to understand what positions is the resolution asking for, and then what is the budget impact to the district?
Yeah, my understanding on the impact statement, and as the resolution's written, it calls for 5 PSAs in each region. It does not reference navigators.
Yeah.
When you look at the impact statement, you'll notice in the very first portion, we would be looking first at just existing program and staffing to actually fulfill that requirement. So it would be more than likely a reassignment of central office personnel that currently are pupil services attendance counselors to push into our regions in order to fulfill the resolution.
So would this mean pulling PSAs from school sites to put them at regions instead, or where would these 20
Our
folks come from?
primary focus would be those that are not at school sites currently.
Do we have 20 PSAs that are not at school sites?
At this time, we would have to either reallocate resources to fulfill that, either through personnel or reassignment of dollars to backfill a position for a region assignment.
And I do have an answer for you, Ms. Tania. The financial impact is very minimum, considering we have 4.9 billion in reserves, and the impact that these PSA counselors have when they do student outreach and recovery is huge, especially now that we are hunted like animals. Now that parents can be picked up when they drop their children at school or when they pick them up. I have physically run away from ICE in my area. So the financial impact is really minimum. You have to think out of the box and realize that families' lives are at high risk and that we have to think of our students first, of course, especially all these immigrant students. So I dare to ask for more support because it's needed, but the resolution is only asking for 5 PSAs per region, which is very minimum when you talk about monies.
Impact from our perspective. I
Yes.
appreciate the advocacy, and I
Thank
think we
you.
all agree that the
Thank
work that
you.
you all do is very important, particularly
Thank
in
you.
this day and age. So just trying to understand, because this is a decision that the board has to make. Are we moving 20 people from where they currently are to where they need to go? Because I also saw we have 7 PSA vacancies that we're still trying to fill. And so what I understand is we're not growing the total number, we're just moving the folks, and that is about 3.7 million, of which we are already spending.
That is correct.
Okay, so it's just something to consider for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for the
appreciate that, Ms.
clarification. Yeah,
Ortiz Franklin.
appreciate that. This side, Mr. Yang.
Yeah, I wanted to say, you know, to create a safe and inclusive school environment is to have inclusive and nurturing staff, and that's exactly what this district has done and what we're here to celebrate and emphasize, and it cannot be overstated the importance that connections with staff members have on student academic performance, attendance, and engagement with the school as a whole, especially when considering the roles and importance that families have in their student success. Having pupil services and attendance counselors on site engaging with students and creating those tight-knit relationships provides an invaluable asset towards the students by creating a community support network around them that makes them willing to step out of their comfort zones and willing to make mistakes. I'm proud to see this resolution that so accurately illustrates student priorities and needs being championed by the district, and I fully support and I would like to co-sponsor.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Jerry. Any others? Ms. Newbill?
And Scott, you're the god now, and a new title. But wanted to say, I know you are consistent in advocating for this, and as someone who just recently left the school site, know how important your work is, and whenever an opportunity to elevate and appreciate, I want to make sure that it is known that the work you do is not celebrated enough. I've been on those trips to homes to, you know, and it's invaluable what you do. And so I just want to say thank you, and two, want to co-sponsor. Thank you, Scott, for bringing this.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you. Mr. Melvoin?
Just a quick, well, one, I want to thank Mr. Ortiz Franklin for raising the same questions I had in reading that impact statement and just making sure we're clear on the effects. And I know that the Committee of the Whole in November, when one of the resolves talks about getting an update on declining enrollment, maybe we can have an update on the personnel as well. So thank you, Mr. Ortiz Franklin, and thank you, Ms. Ryan, and to your colleagues for all the work you're doing, as my colleague said, on the front line. So thanks, Mr. Schmelson, for bringing this and acknowledging the importance of this month. But as we've seen, it's not just September, it's the other 11 months as well that you're out there on the front line. So thank you all for the great work you're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Melvoin. Last call for co-sponsors. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I didn't record a move and a second for this, so can we do that now?
Move it.
Moved by
Second.
Mr. Schmorson, seconded by Dr. Rivas. Ms. Newbill?
Yes.
Dr. Rivas?
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin?
Yes.
Ms. Griego?
Yes.
Ms. Gomez? Ms. Ortiz Franklin?
Yes.
Board President Schmorson?
Yes.
And Student Board Member Yang?
Yes.
That concludes tab 22. Oh, I'm sorry, we actually have speakers. I missed the speakers. Please accept my apologies. In addition, thank you, Ms. Ryan. You've done your service. In addition to Ms. Ryan as an invited guest of Board President Schmerlson, we have public comment. Gilbert Lopez, are you in the room? Gilbert Lopez? Dominique Guerra, are you here? Dominic Guerra? Drene Jones? Drene Jones, let me see if you are online with us. Not here with us. Maurus? Apologies, please go ahead. You have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Esteemed board members and Superintendent Carvalho, my name is Marus Dumalaog, and I'm the Director of Cultural Roots and Leadership at Search to Involve Filipino Americans, also known as SIPA. We're a nonprofit organization that enriches and empowers generations of Filipinos and others by providing health and human services, community economic development, arts and culture, and a place where all people of different backgrounds come together to strengthen the community. I'm here representing the Consortium of Multilingual Learner Success, which is a regional collective of researchers, policymakers, advocates, and educators dedicated to advocating for an educational system that fully supports the needs and embraces the assets of multilingual learners. We support this resolution because it uplifts both the improvement in chronic absenteeism that LAUSD is experiencing and the growth still needed to reach beyond pre-pandemic levels. We're also here today to respectfully reiterate how important it is that at this moment that LAUSD's attendance promotion policy emphasizes for schools and families that students, parents, and staff should feel safe speaking languages other than English at school. At this time of heightened immigration enforcement and documented targeting of individuals speaking home and heritage languages, it is critical that school communities ensure that multilingual learners understand that their home and heritage language is an asset that does not need to be hidden. I want to kindly urge the board to reaffirm its commitment to ensuring that international newcomer and immigrant students, most of whom are multilingual students, have access to high-quality public education. As district leaders, we ask you to stand alongside the multilingual students in your district and ensure that existing mandated protections are in place, operating in all district schools and cultivating a school environment where all home and heritage languages are welcomed. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Okay. Next is tab 23.
Okay. Tab 23 is Suicide Awareness and Prevention Month. So I am proud to introduce a resolution that, if adopted, will recognize September as Suicide Prevention and Awareness Month. Suicide is the third leading cause of death for people aged 10 to 24 in LA County. While the reasons behind self-harm can be various, we should never look on with despair and hopelessness. Suicide is preventable with the proper treatment and actions. At this time, it is essential to remember that we are all in this together, and it is on all of us to be good, outstanding citizens. So, we are called upon to be good neighbors, good classmates, good friends, good coworkers, and good family members to challenge the stigmas behind mental health and suicide. To all students, staff, and community members, there is hope. LAUSD has invested millions of dollars in resources, and this board and staff are working to allocate even more resources to mental health. I also want to address the alarming rise of artificial intelligence in this space. There are many people, for no fault of their own, they begin to view AI as a friend or even a romantic partner. As reported through various news organizations, this has led to some of the most severe consequences, including death by suicide. So AI can be a helpful tool, but it is not a replacement for human connections. If you are experiencing depression or loneliness, even if you are not experiencing these things, but you just need someone to talk to, please reach out to your school counselor or therapist. Resources are available online at lausd.org/smh, where both students and families can find how to access resources, including psychological first aid, in various languages. You may also call the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline at 988, and it is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Together, we can end this tragic cycle of suicide. And I would like to now invite my co-sponsor, Carla Griego, to say a few words.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you for inviting me or allowing me to co-sponsor this. This is a very important topic, and as a teacher, I think the hardest years for me was when I worked with one of our which I believe one of our most vulnerable population, which is pregnant and parenting minors, and at an options school. So we saw all the intersectionality of oppression in my students, and suicide ideation connected to postpartum depression after delivering a baby as a young person under 18 is just really cemented in me the need for mental health support for all of our students. And unfortunately, my school had a PSW only once a week. And so there were many times when it was the admin staff and myself who had to deal with all the paperwork that goes with any assessments that need to happen. And we relied heavily on our PSWs, our consultants, who could not be there physically, but would stay on the phone with us to walk us through all the paperwork, all the necessary steps to support our students. And so to me, the work of our mental health supporters, our PSWs, is very critical. And we always say mental health is not a luxury. But when we don't fund it and it's limited, then it does become a luxury. And so I've met with parents throughout my district last semester, and asked them what their priorities were, and their number one priority was mental health support for parents of elementary school students, for parents of middle and high school students, for parents of students with disabilities, for parents of English language learners. It was the number one concern for them. And they also wanted support for themselves as family members. I also met with PSWs, and I learned all the things that they do, because sometimes we just think of them doing one-on-one support. But our PSWs do Tier 1 interventions, which is universal interventions. They do school-wide campaign and events, student leadership and empowerment, parent and caregiver workshops. They do assemblies, professional development with staff members, and classroom lessons. Then they provide Tier 2 targeted supports, which is group counseling, safety planning meetings for students and families, professional development with crisis team members, referrals, and linkage to resources. And then there's Tier 3, which is addressed in this resolution, which is support for any student thinking of suicide, self-injury, threat assessments, crisis intervention, safety planning, targeted case manage, mental health consultation, intensive therapy, psychological first aid counseling, linkages to mental health and psychiatric services. These are all the things that our PSWs do, and they cannot do it when they're at a school site only 1 day a week or 2 days a week. These issues that our students face are there every day. Some of the concerns that they shared with me, that students have shared with them, or that they deal with on a regular basis, are issues around home environment, divorce, separation, unstable home environment, trauma, conflict, abuse, neglect, behavior issues, withdrawn, disruptive, attention difficulties, truancy, peer and or teacher conflict, substance misuse, gang involvement, and then of course mood, right? Anxiety, depression, low self-esteem, irritability, suicidal self-injurious thoughts, plans, and/or behaviors, threatening thoughts, plans, and/or behaviors. And then there's a diversity and equity and inclusion, students who face racial and gender discrimination, bullying, or any related issues. And then there's the academic concerns, which for students, it looks like incompleting assignments or missing assignments or being disengaged or difficulty with academics. So this is a big bucket that our PSWs work with. And so to me, this resolution it is important to uplift the work of the folks who do the work to support our students and our families. And I've seen that schools struggle with paying for them because unless the student has a population of 600 students, they have to purchase their PSW. So if a school site has less than that and the issues are still there, they have to make sure that they use monies to purchase their PSW. Or in the case that we saw earlier, they raise money for their PSW. And so I want to uplift the need for these services for all of our students. And I know that the Division of Mental Health, School Mental Health, also sees that as a priority. And I know that we have increased our number of PSWs in our district. And I want to say that's not enough. Because frankly, I know that if a school has only one day of a PSW, I know that's not enough. With all of the issues that we are seeing on a regular basis. And just lastly, I want to say that part of the reason why, to me, it is very important that these supports happen at the school site is because that is where the students are most of the time. Number one. Number two, if they are seen by an outside agency, there's a lot of paperwork that needs to be completed between the school and the home. And a lot of times it takes up too much time. And sometimes this service needs to happen right now. And so to me, this is I've shared it with everyone, and this is one of my priorities, but it's my priority not only because of the mental health aspect, but because of the social emotional aspect, because of the wellness aspect of it, because all of our students deserve this at our school sites, at a school district that serves majority Title I. We need to make sure that we prioritize the wellness, the mental health, because it is that's going to help us fulfill all those pillars that we have there. So thank you, Scott, again, for bringing this forth, for uplifting this, and for allowing me to co-sponsor with you. Thank you.
Appreciate that, too. Thank you. Comments from fellow board members? Dr. Rivas?
Yes, thank you for bringing this resolution forward. At a time when our youth are struggling so much, suicide prevention and awareness are critical for protecting student well-being and ensuring schools remain places of safety, care, and support. I would like to be added as a co-sponsor to reflect my full commitment to strengthening mental health services and making sure every student knows that they are valued and that they are not alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlotte?
Yes, just want to reiterate some of the comments made, but just how important this is, especially during this time. We can't say that enough because our students are constantly asking, and families are too, for the support so that such things, loss of life doesn't occur. But being that I've experienced that other side and have been with families during those times where it's really struggling. And so it's just great to be able to have this, Scott, and be able to put it into language and words. And so, as mentioned, it's very important that this district ensures that the available mental health resources are being promoted and distributed in a manner that makes them accessible to our students and our families and our staff, because awareness and advocacy efforts regarding suicide prevention and mental health are very vital to our communities. And so thank you. And I want to.
Thank you for co-sponsoring too. Jerry?
Yeah, I just wanted to say mental health has long been a priority of the students, and I wholeheartedly support this resolution that continues to address mental health and increase available data. In our society, there's often a stigma of, putting your head down and getting the work done, often neglecting mental health and other needs that might be deemed as, quote unquote, secondary. But as we see, the world we live in today is much different than the one several decades ago. There's an influx of social media exposure and technology that often facilitates the sharing of hate, especially towards marginalized groups. And knowing this, it brings me joy to see mental health resources being offered at younger ages with benchmarks to measure progress, to instill in the minds of students that asking for help is a normal, everyday occurrence, vital to the functioning of society. And I would like to co-sponsor.
Thank you, Jerry. Anyone else wish to speak?
Just would love to be added as a co-sponsor as well.
Excellent, thank you, Tanya. Nick? Okay, thank you, co-sponsor.
And as a procedural mechanism that I overlooked, when the board president is offering a resolution, you're supposed to cede the chair to the vice president just for the time being. So let's do that now as Dr. Rivas calls for the motion and second and the vote.
A motion? No, it's fine.
Okay, by Ms. Okay,
I'll
moved by
move.
Ms. Newbills.
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Rivas. Okay, and the vote, Ms. Newbill.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Griego.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez. Ms. Ortiz Franklin.
Yes.
Board President Schmerelson.
Yes.
And Student Member Yang.
Yes.
Thank you for the procedural artifice on that. Thank you very much. And I believe we have a time certain for 3:30 p.m. We have very nearly made it for tab 34. We have 2 speakers signed up. Can I have a motion and a second to bring this to the table?
I'll move it.
Second.
Okay,
Jerry,
move-
why you second?
I can't second.
Oh, okay, second, never mind.
Moved by Ms. Ortiz Franklin, seconded by Dr. Rivas.
Can we invite our student author to make comments before we hear public comment?
100%.
Would you like to start?
Sure, thank you. So I wanted to start off by saying last year for the student board member elections, 11,287, or 9.75% of high school students voted. Although this number is significantly larger than any other previous years, the Los Angeles Unified School District student board member position is meant to serve the students and therefore requires the utmost level of civic engagement in voting. I'm very excited to start this school year off by bringing to the table a resolution that I will be dedicated to as I think about my year of service as the newly elected student board member. I'm proud to be presenting this resolution that focuses on increasing voter pre-registration, voting for the student board member position, and civic engagement in high schools alongside my colleagues. I would also like to give a massive thank you to all the support I've received when writing this resolution, especially to Board Member Ortiz Franklin, Melvoin, and Newbill for being so patient and understanding throughout the entire process. And then just very quickly, the benefits of increasing civic engagement at the high school level are massive. Not only will increasing voting turnout be beneficial for the representative elected, but also because it can inspire more students to become district leaders. By urging schools to disseminate all information about this position, including its responsibilities and duties, we can get more diverse junior applicants, as well as more high school 9th and 10th graders and students as a whole becoming involved with their communities after seeing what the student board member does. By voting in high school, students are also more likely to vote later on in their adult lives, something facilitated by the recommendations my colleagues have set forth regarding voter pre-registration and additional programming. I look forward to working with the instructional leadership of the district and the Student Empowerment Unit to increase the number of students and diversity of students who participate annually. And I also look forward to you guys joining us to voting in favor of this resolution. And if any of my co-sponsors want to say a few words.
Would love to. Thank you. I just want to say kudos to our student board member. I think this is the earliest in the year that we have ever had a student board member bring their resolution. So often they come at the end of the year and they don't get to see the implementation of it. So I'm so glad you'll get to see the implementation this spring when we vote on your successor, the person who comes after you. I also want to thank Ms. Hendy Newbill for combining our resolutions to both promote voter registration more broadly. Students can pre-register as young as 16. We've had some Student Advisory Council members in Board District 7 share, check out our social media, how exciting it is for them to pre-register and be ready as soon as they turn 18 to participate in the national process. And of course, I'm really looking forward to the increased civic engagement of the next person who gets to sit on this dais. So thank you for this brilliant idea and for letting some of the adults work with you on this. So I'm excited. I know we have a couple of students, I think, who are also going to speak online, but if Mr. Melvoin or Ms. Newbill want to say any words before then.
So this is incredible. Thank you for bringing this and for us to work together on this. It is definitely important for high schoolers to be able to vote and to be able to highlight this opportunity. And just to remind us of this day, Registration Day, the 16th, and to make sure that people in our families and community circles are registered, because voter impact many of our lives, and we want to continue to establish that throughout our communities. And I want to give couple of tips, because as the Unified District has been impacted from January, the fires of Palisades and Eaton Fire, I want to make note that you can still vote through your home district by updating your mailing address on file so that you can receive your ballot, but then also that the representation for you to vote remains unchanged. We want to make sure that our 16 and 17-year-olds are pre-registered to vote, and to know that you can vote before you turn 18 if it's before November 4th, 2025. Also want to put out a caveat that students can be poll workers in this November election, which is upcoming, as well as beyond in 2026. And you can be compensated for that as a poll worker, because this is valuable experience that many will not get to have, and so wanting to make sure that that is known as well. And wanted to also extend to those that are here a special thanks to our LA County Registrar Recorder, County Clerk Dean Logan. I appreciate you being here and for accepting the invitation to speak on this important item today. And your presence and voice on this issue is very important, especially in this critical time. And then also want to highlight, and I'm excited to share, that our California Secretary of State, who does this work just ongoing, and she is an LAUSD alum from Manual Arts, Dr. Shirley Weber, and she will be visiting our schools as well, visiting Middle College this upcoming Thursday, September 25th. And so I'm definitely, as mentioned, just inspired by the work of our new board member here and your advocacy, and looking forward to your impact and as you grow and your student voice here as we continue to work together. And voting, as we know, is an essential tool for participating in our democracy. Thank you.
Well, I'll just add as a co-sponsor my gratitude to my colleagues, and particularly our board member, our student board member, Mr. Yang. I appreciate your overture to work with you on this. And you know, they say smart minds, but just independently, Ms. Hendy Newbill had a very similar resolution. So I think it's all in our mind, and I'm grateful that all the offices were able to work so closely together on what I think is a great product. And I don't say that taking any credit for it, because it was all board member Yang. But it really is helpful in acknowledging how we have voter turnout challenges, and not just in presidential elections, gubernatorial elections, school board elections, but it starts when we have low turnout for our student board member elections. And so the opportunity to make sure your peers are aware, and that we can develop that muscle. I mean, voting is a habit. I remember going to our local polling place with my parents, and as a result, you know, I don't think you could have pre-registered back then, but registered the minute I turned 18, and have not missed an election since then. And I think that was because you just get in that habit. And so to develop that habit while students are still in school by voting for their peers is such a smart idea. So thank you, Mr. Yang, for bringing this. And I think you thanked us for our support, but really I read this and I was like, oh, he's writing better resolutions than I am. So we're going to loop you in for more co-sponsorship soon. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Melvoin. Rocio.
Just, I want to thank my colleagues for bringing forward this resolution, particularly our student board member and Ms. Newbill Hindi for your resolution and bringing them together. Civic engagement is one of the most important skills we can give our students, and voting is a habit that lasts a lifetime. It's inspiring to see the increase in participation in our student board member elections, and this resolution builds on that momentum by ensuring more of our students are informed, engaged, and empowered. At a time when youth voices are often dismissed, LAUSD is leading by making sure students not only learn about democracy in the classroom, but also practice it in meaningful ways. I strongly support this work and look forward to seeing how it continues to grow, and please add me as a co-sponsor.
Jerry, I'd like to say thank you for this resolution. You are an inspiration for all the students in LAUSD, and I appreciate that very much. And I would like to be a co-sponsor. Anyone else? Carla?
Yeah, so Jerry, this is great that you're bringing this forth, and like Tanya said, my gosh, so early on in your tenure, so this is wonderful, and nothing makes me happier than students getting involved in the electoral process, and you're modeling that already, and to be thinking ahead of how you can make this broader and more inclusive and like really activating people to be interested in voting says a lot about your faith in democracy and really commitment to that. So I'm very happy that you're doing this for your constituents, and sure, I'd like to co-sponsor if possible.
Did we get everybody? Okay, so we're ready to vote?
We're not ready to vote. We have a special appearance by Mr. Dean Logan is online. Mr. Logan, if you're online and can hear me, can you please unmute yourself? There you are, sir. The floor is yours, sir.
Great. Good afternoon, board members, and thank you so much for the opportunity to stop in today. Today, we join communities across the nation in celebrating National Voter Registration Day. A reminder that democracy works best when everyone participates, and it's just so inspiring to hear the words. I want to thank Student Board Member Yang for the resolution and for, as was just said, for modeling the example here. This is what National Voter Registration Day and high school voter registration weeks are all about. It is sharing the information on how people can ensure that they're registered, make sure that their registration is current, and encouraging those who are not yet registered to become registered and to exercise their franchise. And we know from numerous studies and experience that that happens best through peer encouragement, through family encouragement, and through the experience of actually going and casting your ballot. And this resolution represents all of those things. So we have a long partnership in the Registrar Recorder County Clerk here in Los Angeles County with LAUSD in terms of providing opportunities for students to participate. Pre-registration activities were referenced earlier. We have over 10,000 LAUSD students who are already pre-registered to vote. I will note that about 1,600 of those have the opportunity. They either have turned 18 or will turn 18 before November 4th and have the opportunity to cast their first vote in the upcoming statewide special election that is about to take place. And we stand ready to partner with you in encouraging student election workers. There are many student election workers from high schools in LAUSD that are a vital part of us providing free, fair, and transparent elections in Los Angeles County. We want to continue that partnership. And we also want to encourage activities through the high school voter registration weeks. I look forward to joining Secretary Weber at an event next week and to continue that partnership. I also want to thank you, take the opportunity while I'm here to thank the board and the district for your support in hosting voting locations too. It's critical in our community. Not everyone has the ability to exercise their vote easily through the vote by mail process. So having that in-person voting experience is critically important for accessibility, for language access, and for making sure that all of our voters are served in Los Angeles County. So finally, I just want to pick up and thank Board Member Newbill for her reference to the impacts of the fires in Palisades and Eaton. We know that there were families displaced and that are temporarily away from their homes. We want to be sure that they have the opportunity to participate in the upcoming election too. This is not a scheduled election, it's a new thing. So we encourage everybody to check your registration through our website at lavote.gov. If you are temporarily away from your residence, be sure that we have a new mailing address for you. If you've moved and established new residency, we want to have that information updated too, so we can make sure that everybody has the opportunity to vote. So again, thank you so much for the opportunity to appear at your meeting today. Thank you for the work that all of you do in support of our community. And again, thank you, Board Member Yang, for your inspired resolution and encouraging our young people to participate in the elections process.
Thank you very much. Gosh, Jerry, you got the registrar to speak for you from LA County. That's really something. That's really something. Thank you.
Okay, time to vote. It's been moved and seconded. Oh, public comment. I'm sorry. We also have one more speaker. Reverend William Smart, come on up. Thank you for your patience, sir.
Thank you very much to the chairman and the members and the superintendent, and of course, Ms. Newbill. My name is Pastor William D. Smart, Jr. I'm the president and CEO of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference of Southern California. That is the organization that Dr. Martin Luther King set up, and he set up our chapter here in Los Angeles. You know, one of the most important things is the right to vote. He fought for that. Civil rights leaders fought for that. And so we have to continue on this day, National Voter Registration Day. We have to emphasize the need for young people to vote. Mr. Yang, I'm proud of you. Do you not know, I didn't realize it until I was sitting there 50 years ago today. I was the student representative with the other high school leader in the city of Stratford, Connecticut, sitting on the board, making sure educational opportunities and policies was developed for young people. This is what this board has just done. Young people need to vote so that they can help their policies, they can help opportunities, they can be a part of the system at an early age. It's very important as this climate we're living in today. One of the things we've established was the Martin Luther King Young Dreamers for Justice. Right now in the Valley, we have two schools where young people are registering people to vote today, on this day, and I hope to work to have some other schools later on. It's their right, it's their opportunity to participate in the American dream. Thank you, Mr. Yang, and thank you all the sponsors. We support this 100%.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time, sir. There's no other public comment on this item. Now it's time for a vote. Ms. Newbill.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Griego.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez. Ms. Ortiz-Franklin.
Yes.
Board President Schmerelson.
Yes.
And Student Board Member Yang.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, that concludes that item. We're going to move on to tab 35, unaudited actuals, which I believe carries with it a brief presentation.
Just by way, clicker.
Give them one moment. They're going to queue up the slide. You have a slide deck, yeah?
Yeah, we have
Okay.
about 4 slides.
Perfect. It should be coming up shortly. Well, it appears we don't have quorum for a few moments as they're going to take a photo. So we'll load those slides and you can
Figure out how the process works.
take a deep breath. Welcome to the podium.
Thank you.
And here they are. They're in the room. That's right. Please, no running in the hallways. I believe that's one of our rules here. Okay, we have quorum. Please proceed. I believe they have not queued the deck up for you. ITS, can we get the PowerPoint deck prepared, please? Okay, the floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt John, Deputy CFO of LAUSD. Good afternoon, board members, and thank you for having me today. Just wanted to provide a quick update in regards to the unaudited actuals. If I go to the next slide. So why are we doing this? The unaudited actuals are required each year as required by Ed Code. There are two components of the unaudited actuals that I'll call out today that's included in the material shared with the board. One is in regards to the GAN limit requirement. That is an automatic calculation that feeds into the overall state's assessment of revenue charge. For us, based on two school fiscal years, the prior fiscal year and the current fiscal year. For us, the calculation, which is fairly automatic based on the data in our actuals, is roughly around $4 billion. And so part of the action requested of the board today is approval to move our calculation of our GAN limit over to LACO. The second is our unaudited actuals. As the board is aware, our unaudited actuals reflect our assessment of all the district's revenue and expenses at the end of the year, as well as a true-up of the ending balance, which is then factored into the current school year. And so at the end of the school fiscal year, once we close the books, we go back and look at and validate the actual amount of revenue that we receive, the actual amount of expenditures that we currently have, as well as true up the ending balance. Also included in the materials from the unaudited actuals, I should call attention to is the classroom expense actual ratio. I believe that was presented to the board in June by the prior CFO, who highlighted that there is an opportunity for the district to better reflect our actual classroom expense actuals by leveraging what the Department of Education forward for, which is a process of manual exclusions for aid that we receive that were not necessarily meant for classroom expenses. And so we did that. That is a manual process that requires us to go through most of our programs and identify where we may have received aid that was not necessarily meant for classroom expenses. And so in the unaudited actuals, you are seeing the first pass at that information. So in our unaudited actuals, it's reflected at 54.5%, which is about a 7% improvement from where we were when this data point was reported for the last fiscal year at roughly 47%. We are currently working through the parameters with the county. As you can see, the exclusion is around, it's fairly general, so we are working to kind of validate all the exclusions that we can work into the process. And so this is our first reporting of that data point in the unaudited actuals. We'll go through the audit process, and then ultimately it will be trued up and back to the board by the, I believe, June board meeting, once the audit is final. So do want to highlight that information is included in the unaudited actuals. What we have prepared to present, and I will kind of walk through these slides, is a high-level picture of all the revenues that we received, all the expenditures that we had, also just a brief kind of look back at our expenses or expenditures as we projected them at budget adoption in June through where we are right now, a year later, the unaudited actuals perspective. And then the final, just a final quick analysis that shows where we are ending in terms of the difference in the ending balance that we currently projected at budget adoption in June to where we are right now in the unaudited actuals. And so that's reflected in the board material. And so this slide is a pictorial representation of the full, of all the revenues that came into the district in a total of $18.5 billion in revenues across, I believe, 27 different accounts. So as you go through the unaudited actuals, there's representation of the 27 funds. So here, this is just a high-level picture of summarizing all the revenues that we received for school year 24-25. Similar picture, highlighting, again, all the expenditures across the district for school year 24-25. Here you can see that the total expenditures were $18.8 billion across our various funds. You can also see here that the expenditure across the general fund, within the general fund restricted, was roughly around $5 billion. And within the unrestricted general fund, the total expenditure was roughly $6.7 billion. So a lot of numbers on this chart. By way of orientation, if you look, the very first column reflects the decisions that the board made for the budget for school year 24-25 in June. The very last column shows an assessment of these expenditures at unaudited actuals. So the columns from June of last year to where we are right now, all of the variances at various junctures in terms of when we reassess our budget is reflected throughout this slide, as well as the difference in the unaudited actuals to that point in time. And this is the final slide. At June budget adoption, which is reflected in the first slide, these are a reflection of where our beginning balance were back in June when the board made decisions about the budget. The projected revenues that we were anticipating at $5.2 billion, the projected expenditures that we had at $6.8 billion, and ultimately the amount that we anticipated to be the ending balance in June. Fast forward to where we are in unaudited actuals. What we are projecting is that, based on the unaudited actuals, I should say, the beginning balance is reflected at $4.6 billion. Our trued up expenditures are at $5.7 billion. Our trued up revenue is at $5.7 billion. Our expenditures are $6.7 billion. Our reserves, as well as commitments, you can see there that we do have set aside resources for roughly around $1.5 billion. And ultimately, our ending balance, which is rolling into our current fiscal year, is this $2 billion. I'll call attention to the third to last column and the last column, which shows when we did budget development in June, the ending balance that we assumed at the time was roughly $1.9 billion. And given the reevaluation or evaluation of our actual revenue and expenditures, what we do have falling to the bottom line is an increase of roughly $96 million. And so that is highlighted in the board book as a point of difference, given where we are in terms of the unaudited actuals. That amount we will continue to engage the board between now and first interim to figure out how to roll that additional amount into the budget for the current year. So I'll stop there. There's a lot of numbers on this slide and take any questions that you may have.
Melvoin.
Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate it. And I think this is your first presentation to the board, so well done. A few questions and comments. One, grateful to you and the team for the presentation and the work on this item. I will, and I know this was shared by some of our labor partners, share their frustration that neither the board nor the public had sufficient time to review the materials, and so I know that that's been echoed by my colleagues as well, but I would like to see us, and if that means delaying an item or whatever we need to do internally to get these materials public earlier than they are will be helpful, especially when I think this is a time, given labor negotiations, the budgetary realities at the state and federal level, like out of all the times during my tenure on the board where we really have to agree on the underlying set of facts about our budget, now is the time. And so it doesn't engender confidence when things are that late, because it does seem like somehow balls are being hidden, even if I'm convinced they're not. So just want to flag that. I know our labor partners mentioned that as well. On the whole, this seems closer to our projections than prior years, although I know it's hard to predict in the final week spending as we finalize the budget. We're about 5% above where we landed in terms of unassigned ending balances. And how does that variance compare to prior years? Do you know?
We did an assessment. I think we looked back at the last 4 years in terms of the difference between our revenues and expenditures. What I can say is that we are a lot closer in our projections of both revenues and expenditures from budget through where we are at UA. There are data points in which there may have been variance as much as 20% in either revenue or expenditures. We're nowhere close to that. We're doing a lot better with kind of the revenue and expenditure projections, and so we have improved significantly over the last 4 years.
Well, I appreciate that, and I think the budgetary transparency tools and others will help the public see that confidence. There are a few, did you want to say something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you asked a good question. I mean, during the time of COVID recovery funding, that difference, the delta, between projections and actuals reached the 1.25%. Last year, which was the very first year of post-ESSER reality, right? Since as of September 2024, all those dollars disappeared. That variance was reduced to about 10%. So this is still in a post-ESSER environment era. It's still a significant reduction by more than 50% of what it was last year. So we're making progress in terms of that connection between projection and actuals, which should be the case, right?
And I know that's been a big focus of yours.
Right.
And I guess a question for you and Dr. John, but in June, Superintendent, you mentioned we're going to reduce the amount of the OPEB contribution for the next 3 years, given the tight finances and ability to save some money. And I don't think the change is reflected in this document, and I'm just curious for the public's benefit, why not? And also if it includes any changes to the fiscal stabilization plan, which I also think the answer is no.
You are correct. If I can just quickly go back to one of the questions that you had before in terms of some of the actions that under the superintendent's leadership that we have done internally. So we have moved up the period of closing the books. And so in prior years, we closed the books roughly I think at the end of August. And in the last school year, we closed the books earlier, I believe at the end of July, so that we can have some time to curate the information and get it out. The other point that I would make, as we kind of spoke about, like looking back at the classroom expenditure ratio, I mean, that is a manual process. I do think that it's a better reflection of the district's actual spending in the classroom, but it requires us to go through each of those accounts manually and truly ask the question of whether or not what was the purpose the resources was provided for. And we'll continue to improve that as we move forward. So we are mindful of the need to get this information out to the board and the community in a timeful process. And I think the superintendent wanted to add.
So to your question, those two revisions are not reflected at this point. You will see revisions after a well-planned series of town hall meetings and community-based meetings to be held throughout the community, in addition to a number of interactions with boards specific to the evolution of the budget condition that will likely result in some adjustments to the fiscal stabilization plan. At that time, in December, you will also see the modification to the board's multi-year contribution to OPEB.
Got it.
Correct.
Thank you. And the other, one of the other things I noticed in the assignments is that the assigned balances related to school site SENI and general program carryover are slightly different than anticipated in June. And I'm wondering if you can help us understand those line items, specifically the items that are referred to as proportionality.
Yes, I can, I believe the budget team is in the room also. And I'll ask Neeru, our budget director, to come up. But the items as it relates to proportionality, those are largely, once we assess the true actual spending in those categories, it's a true up of what the real carryover amount for those programs are. And so that's the difference between what was reflected. What was reflected in June was an estimate at the time. And so what we have seen is an increased rate of spending in those areas at UA. And so that is the difference that you're seeing in that assigned balance for proportionality. I think one is proportionality on hold, pending plan, and other.
Hi, Board Member. We're talking about the increase on the proportionality. That is the result of higher carryovers that we held back as a result of the 50, 60, 70% policy. So what that really is the 30, 40, 50% that we hold centrally. There is an increase there than what we had previously estimated. So what that means is that when we look at the fiscal stabilization plan at the interim projection, we can use that amount to assess against that row that talks about the carryover policy. We can use the increased assignment there towards that row instead of directly impacting school carryovers, if that makes sense. It might be, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, no, we'll finish your thought.
Okay, so that increase actually does help us towards the fiscal stabilization plan, just to sum up. I want to make sure that was clear.
Somewhat. But I get the mechanism, what you're doing, but I think the impact.
If I can add, I think the simplest way to put it is we estimate how much we think schools are going to spend and what their underspend is going to be. What we found in the expenditures is that schools underspent more. So that means that when we apply the carryover policy, we're able to recoup through that policy a greater amount. And so it provides an opportunity to think how you might utilize those dollars to offset some of the strategies that are in the FSP.
Few more comments or questions. One of the things that's reflected in here is recoupment of $82 million of insurance dollars obtained after last year's fire emergency. And so I just want to share a note of appreciation to the facilities and finance and operations team who are working to gain reimbursement for much of the recovery. If there are additional ways that we can advocate in Sacramento, or please let the board know how we can help. But we're looking forward to welcoming at least some families from Marquez Elementary back into the Palisades very soon. There's actually a community town hall just in a couple hours this evening. But wanted to note that was great and came even sooner than we expected. For several years in a row, it seems like we don't spend the full 3% we budget on routine maintenance, which is great. And this is more of a programmatic operational comment than a budget one, but it's great for the general fund bottom line. It's not great for the maintenance of our schools. And so I wonder maybe to our deputy superintendent, our superintendent, we have another, in this item, another $10 million recoup from June budgets. So that is one area where, even though it's nice to fall to the bottom line, I'd rather be spending that at schools for this routine maintenance. So how can we spend that full amount next year when we know that there's a need at school sites?
If I can kind of quickly add some context there. So the 3% directed towards routine maintenance and operations given is based on the projected expenditure. The projected expenditure of the $11.7 billion in general fund, the 3% of that amount is roughly like $342 million. And so what we actually spent was closer to $377 million, which is above and beyond the 3% that is required. In the June timeframe, we estimated that we were going to spend as much as I believe 387, and so the delta that we were reflecting in the financials is just for various reasons, including purchases related to IT, vacancies that we meant to fill in order to do some. That's what reflects the reduction of the roughly $10 million in projected spending, but we are exceeding the 3%
Got it.
of
That's
general
helpful
funding.
clarification. And then another area where we have recouped some money, we had $1 million of recouped unspent dollars in phone-free schools technology. And I'd just like to, again, maybe for Deputy Superintendent, again, request an update on what we set aside and how much of that was spent. We've also talked about refresh for any necessary materials, but, this was, the board took, the board was, in this district, we're real leaders in the phone-free school movement. And actually, just last week, a widely publicized study from the University of Cambridge linked cell phone policies like ours to increased achievement and decreases in suicidal ideation and anxiety. And so I just want to make sure we're implementing the policy with fidelity. And so, again, even though that's good to save money, not necessarily in those areas. So that's an update I would love, is just kind of on the implementation of phone-free schools, knowing that we had $1 million unspent. And I think that's it. I just want to thank you, Dr. John, and I want to reiterate that I think it's important to take time on these items, asking and answering questions, because we're at a moment where folks are scrutinizing the budget. We even heard it on an earlier resolution about why we could afford PSAs, because we have $6 billion in reserves, which is not what the district's line is. So just appreciate the back and forth, and that we can clarify these things, and in the future put publicized materials in a more timely manner. Thanks, Scott.
Anyone else? Carla?
Yeah, thank you. I want to echo the publication of materials, not only for the public, but also for us to receive them in a timely manner. So just to understand, slide 6, it says all other ending balances and then unassigned ending balance. So the total is 3.568. So that is our ending balance? On slide 6, the last two lines.
On slide 6, our current picture is reflected on the very last column, which the ending balance in terms of the unassigned general funds, the updated amount is $2 billion. When we began the budget process back in June, if you go over to the left 2 rows, the assumptions about the ending balance that would roll over and become available for expenses within this current school year was $1.9 billion at the time. So where we are right now that we trued up both the revenues and expenses, there's an additional $96 million that is falling to the bottom line, and as the superintendent pointed out, will be worked into the number of discussions that we're going to have between now and first interim in December about how to factor that into the current school year's budget.
What is the all other ending balances? What does that include?
That's a reflection of commitment or assignments, as well as the required reserve that we're required to keep within the school system's resources, and we can fan that out and provide that information.
Is that the 1%, or is that Fund 17?
It is included in there. If we go back to the very first slide on your chart, you will see in our revenues, there is an amount assigned to Fund 17. That's the $577 million. And so the Fund 17 is on top of the amount reflected in the ending balance. And so that is the amount reserved by the board in Fund 17. So that is not included in this other ending balance amount.
Oh, that's not included?
It is not included.
Oh, why is that? Why don't we include that in here? Or a line at least?
We can, but that line will go below the $2 billion, and so we'll add it to the bottom of that, because it's a different fund per se than the general fund. And so if you look back at the picture on the revenues, so you can see that the Fund 17 is pulled out and reflected just as the other fund, as a different fund. This picture here reflects movement from beginning to ending balance within the general fund itself.
I see. Okay, and then, but the Fund 17, we can tap into Fund 17.
Correct, that is a board reserve.
And what is, I'm still trying to find that, is it on which slide, 4? Or is it slide 3, that you're telling me I should see Fund 17?
No, I'm sorry, the picture, the pie chart that shows the revenue?
Yeah,
the
I'm
very
looking at
first
it.
Pie chart,
Yeah,
if we can pull it up.
It's the special reserve other than capital outlay item, which says.
oh, there it is.
Right above the box that shows. the-
577.
Correct.
Okay, so that's Fund 17.
Correct.
And we could definitely tap into that. Okay, but we don't show it there as part of the ending balance. All right. Then can we go back to that conversation of the 55%
Sure.
expenditures in the classroom? You shared just, I want to make sure I understand what you said. So you said that we had been doing it incorrectly for a couple of years or a couple of times, and we were at 47%. Then we started doing it, we think we're doing it correctly now. And so now we're at 54%, but we're still not at the 55%, right? And then you're saying that we're going to continue working through this by, I mean, how?
Correct.
I guess I don't understand why we can't get it right. Why it's still a work in progress.
If I can kind of, what I would say is that there are two approaches in which we can calculate the classroom-related expenses. And so one, the SACS form automatically generates a percent calculation for us based on exclusions from roughly 40 different resource codes that is coded within the data. And so historically, what we've done was leverage the automated process in which to calculate the amount of exclusions that we can consider in calculating the classroom expenditures. The Department of Education allows for provision recognizing that 40 resource codes may not be representative of all the potential exclusions available to the various districts. It allows for us to incorporate manual exclusions for resources that were provided either by the federal or state for purposes other than classroom-related expenses. And I'm summarizing there. And we have not leveraged that process in the past. Now, what we're doing this year for the first time is leveraging that process. So, for example, one of the exclusions that we are including is the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, which was provided for purposes other than, per se, classroom expenditures for teachers, but it's to recover from the emergency that we largely have. There are other examples in which the county provided that we can consider for exclusions, but the parameters around what are exclusions are part of the ongoing discussions between the district and the county and the Department of Education to ensure that once we book an exclusion as an exclusion, that there's general agreement across all of the stakeholders involved. We are working through that process. This is the first year in which we are doing the manual exclusions, and so we have seen a change. Last year, for example, I believe the expenditures were roughly around 47.1%. Where we are right now, based on what we were able to achieve thus far, is the 54.5%. We are continuing those discussions because we recognize that there are additional programs that we may have received federal or state funds for that were not necessarily meant for classroom expenditures, but that is an ongoing, there's not a list per se across the entire county in terms of, okay, every last one of these. That part is the ongoing discussions between the county, auditors, and the Department of Education.
So there is no list. How long is it going to take for us to do, because, I mean, either way, it looks like we're just trying to find these other sources, right, that we can use as exclusions that will increase our percentage, right? So like,
I would say that we are trying to ensure that we appropriately account for all the potential exclusions that we can take. And again, these are adjustments not only to the denominator of the way in which this is calculated. Some of these resources or aids that we do receive may have, for whatever reason, a line item related to a teacher or an instructional aid salary. But that was necessarily the purpose of what the funding was provided for. And so that type of discussion, just to ensure that all the stakeholders who have to look at this process is in line. Where we are right now, I believe that you all started this discussion or had a version of this discussion back in June. That was the end of the process, right? And so that was, we submitted the unaudited actuals, it went to the auditors, there was back and forth between the district, the county, in regards just truing up what the information is, and I believe the auditors submitted a letter to the board in May, and then there was a discussion in June. We do envision that the trajectory or the pattern will be the same. We are at the point now at the front of the process where we are submitting the unaudited actuals. We will have the auditors going through the information in December. We're going to get feedback from the auditors, and then ultimately we're going to get additional information that we will bring to the board around the May-June timeframe. But we did want to get, bring that forward because the very first data point around that conversation is included in the unaudited actuals.
Okay, good, thank you. So we should hear again in December where we are. All right, thank you.
And I'll just point out that, as this part of the process moves on is, we will generally get, after the audit is completed, a finding. And, we will revisit this conversation in June as part of a necessary waiver, because what we've submitted is 54.53% as part of this unaudited actual. But to Dr. John's point, it's refinement in being clear and accurate about what we're spending in the classroom versus what we're not, consistent with state and county guidance. That's where we're really trying to get to and make sure that the updated practice reflects that.
Tanya.
Thank you. And is this your first presentation
It
to the
is.
board? Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome to the board. And I really enjoyed getting to chat with you over the last couple of weeks. So thank you for the preparation and for, in advance for what this fall will look like. I see this as like a snapshot of kind of a bigger, much more detailed picture. And, again, appreciate the conversation that we'll keep coming back to. But maybe just to clarify a couple of points on the slides 5 and 6 on our expenditures. Because this is kind of a big picture, could you just help us understand like the big swings? So internal service funds, that was like a 76% difference from what we adopted in June and what the unaudited actuals, show us. So I think for me, those kinds of things help just to understand, what was the big swing, what happened there?
So sure, if I dive in, and so I presume you're looking at the slide that reflects the budget to actual expenditures.
Yep, slide 5.
And so the swing in regards to the Internal Services Fund, the board approved the creation of a captive for the district. And so what this reflects is the movement of cash from our accounts into the captive account. So there's resources that we do have budgeted for risk within the LSI fund, the liabilities.
It's a combination of your LSI, which is your various liabilities of risk in the district, your workers' compensation. We transferred upwards of $1 billion into the captive in order to capitalize our risk.
Yeah, and so that transfer is being reflected here as the increased expenditures, and so that's why you're seeing a big swing this year in regards to the LSI fund. Was there another line item that you called out?
On the next page, actually, the last two, these are, differences because it's the ending balance. But again, like my eye just goes to the big swing. So the negative 42 on the all other ending and then the 794% on the last piece here. And sorry if you've said this before, but I think it helps just to zero in on the presentation.
Okay, and so we are on slide 6, and I believe that you're referring to the column, the very first column of June budget adoption, as well as the first interim?
No, the first and second column, so,
Yeah.
or the first and last, as it may be, yeah.
Correct. I wish I had the presentation up. We can't pull it back up. So what we have at the time of budget adoption, there's the consideration for the beginning balance that we currently had in June of last year, the revenues that we projected, the expenditures that we anticipated having for the fiscal year, as well as that line that refers all other balances. Within that line were the board's committed amounts as well as assigned amounts. And so that line, that's roughly $2.6 billion. Once you subtract that, we at June, we projected to have an ending balance of roughly $225 million. At first interim, which is reflected in the third column of this chart, you see that there's a change in the ending balance where it moves from $225 million to $1.9 billion. So roughly a difference of $1.7 billion. And so there were multiple activities that resulted in that change. One, the board voted and agreed to release roughly $1.5 billion in assigned balances that we have previously set aside for priorities that were important then, but given in our deliberations at first interim, the board made that determination that it was important to move that amount down into the general fund. The second thing is that we recognize $600+ million as it relates to the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. And so in addition to the $1.5 billion plus the additional $6 billion that we booked in regards to the block grant, we were roughly around like $2.2 or so billion in terms of funding that was able to move down to the bottom line. That is around the time that the board also voted to create Fund 17. And so of the $2.2 or $2.3 billion that was available, we pulled out the amount, roughly around $98 million or so to create Fund 17. So that was deducted from the amount. And the remaining $1.7 billion is what moved into the bottom line. So these are all a reflection of a series of board-approved decisions that got us to where we are right now. The last three columns or two columns that you pointed out, again, the 1.9 in the third to last column of this chart is a reflection of our point in time at budget adoption in June. And as I pointed out, the $96 million difference between budget adoption and where we are right now is a reflection of truing up both our revenues and expenses. And the difference, the $96 million, of which we are going to address as we move into our first interim.
And it is as a result or as a function of some of these maneuvers and modifications, which in essence, in all, are towards a better position, that in December we will bring a number of recommendations specific to edits to the fiscal stabilization plan that I believe will go along with some of the things that I've heard from you, the board members. So improve some of the conditions in schools by perhaps reinvesting some of those dollars, or reduce the impact that the year one of the fiscal stabilization plan implementation would have on the most critical programs impacting the most fragile students in our district. That is a conversation we hope to have with the board leading to that December revisiting of the FSB.
I appreciate that. And, you know, as many times as we go through this, we constantly need reminders of, well, how did we get to this place? And I appreciate you saying, you know, the board approved these maneuvers earlier in the year. And so maybe when we come back to this, you can help us remember, like, how we've got to this point to kind of anticipate the big swings in particular, or some of the questions you've heard us ask here. You know, as we present, if you give us a little bit of that history, it kind of brings us all in the same place, you know, the board, but also the public, because it's a lot to take in. And even though we do it all the time, we need to be reminded of these, the history of how we got here. So thank you, and again, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you.
And before we...
we don't do this often, but you know, Kurt's tenure in the position is somewhat short, but I'm exceedingly proud of the way, number one, you have already this history of how we got here. Secondly, how you've been able to answer in a very able way the questions posed to you by the board, and just considering the fact we spent a lot of hours together just last week alone. And I can speak, it is not his fault. Considering some of the changes we've seen, we wanted to make sure that the board got extremely accurate information that was double-checked with entities that will, after the board's consideration, will be vetting and reviewing what we submit. And I'm proud of your work and your team's work, and I certainly appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Carvalho, and thank you, Mr. John.
Thank you.
Hey. Dr. John, pardon me.
And before action is taken, I'm going to read the public hearing statement for tab 35, unaudited actuals report for fiscal year 24-25 and GAN limit resolution. Before action is taken on the unaudited actuals and GAN limit resolution, a public hearing must be held. This constitutes that public hearing, and a maximum of 15 individuals who address the board will be heard on this item. Those who wish to speak have signed up online. It looks like we have 2 speakers. Let me go back to my list. All right, we've got Mr. David Tokofsky. Come on down. And you'll have 2 minutes to speak to tab 35 on this public hearing item.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. I have every one of Dr. John's albums myself. I've kept them over the years. And board, if you wait till December for the fiscal stabilization plan, you're making a big mistake. You need to be on top of it now and watch it every 2 weeks and make sure you know what's going on. If you think the audit, I think the auditor's names are the Simpsons, not the TV show, but the same auditors that have been doing this work for over 20 years, and all they do is change one auditor on their team. You need to know who from the county is the person assigned to this district. Have you met them? Under AB 1200 and fiscal stabilization plan, you get an extra person. Is it David Hart? I'm not sure who they've assigned to you to help you. It's extra staff. And you might want to dig down on some of the categories and hire FICMAT to look at some of the areas. That's another person who's very familiar with the district. I don't know if today is Valentine's Day, but I'm certainly glad the CBO is not wearing red. He's wearing a dark color, so that must mean we're in the black, not in the red. But it's very disconcerting that there's no presentation of revenue enhancement. Talk about PSAs, and you still are not pursuing both LEA BOP, MA, and the Children Youth Behavior Initiative. Districts around the state are now collecting money. The DWP comes in and says, hi, happy MOU. What are they giving? They stole money from this district. Be careful. Raise revenue at the same time as you try to balance the 3 years. Affiliated charters. That's growing the enrollment. That's growing things. If you think your online program is doing well for 6,000 kids, open it up to everyone in the whole state. Make it an affiliated online. You could probably go from 6,000 kids to 30,000 kids. Your broadband money, your E-rate money, there are significant revenue enhancements as you approach things, and you have to have people on staff that are pursuing money, not just talking about structural imbalances and fiscal cliffs. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. The other public commenter is Maria Daisy Ortiz. You're signed up to speak remotely. But there you are in the audience. Come on down. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Ms. Daisy Ortiz is going to speak in Spanish. So if you'd like to hear what she's saying in English as she's speaking in Spanish, please put your hands up and we'll get you translation headsets. Looks like we just need 1 or 2 in the audience. I believe translations will be coming out momentarily before we begin.
Listos.
No, por favor. Listos, gracias.
Sí. Buenas tardes a
Good
todos. Mi nombre
afternoon
es
to
María.
everyone. My name is Maria Daisy Ortiz. And truly, right now, the way you're
presenting this financing and how you need to comply with the law is where I tell you again, Mr. Scott and everybody else, that this is not considerate of parents, that we not understand, like, because I saw in your faces that you don't understand. So that's why there should be in existence a subcommittee of budget related to budget, so there can be an explanation of the restricted funds and which are the funds that are general, that are not restricted, an explanation, a description of how this money is spent and how many children are impacted, because this budget, so much of this budget is to close the achievement gap. So right now I'm seeing restricted general funds, 6 billion, and general funds not restricted are 6 billion. And the restricted ones are 5 billion. Combined are more than 11 billion. And supposedly here there's 18 billion. So I'd like to know where the remaining, those 7, how are they spent? We need to know so that we can fight properly for the way that the money is being spent properly. So the categorical funds, I know other funds and the general funds, but here you're talking Chinese, and it's not fair because all these funds are public funds. There should be transparency. There should be understanding. And there's central committees, and this does not come to those committees, let alone the schools. So we're at a disadvantage. You're treating us like third-class citizens, and that does not exist. We need more transparency and more of a description of things. The way you're presenting everything, it's like if we all know this.
Thank you very much for your time.
And all these questions and interrogations. Well, thank you, and have a great afternoon.
That concludes public comment on that item. We need a move in a second for tab 35.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Rivas. Seconded by Ms. Newbill. All right, the vote on tab 35. Ms. Newbill.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Griego.
Yes.
Ms. Gomez. Ms. Ortiz-Franklin.
Yes.
Board President Schmerolson.
Yes.
And Student Board Member Yang.
Yes.
Okay, it is now, we are long overdue. My apologies to those here for public comment. We're now going to begin general public comment. I'm going to call on those who are listed themselves as being here in person first, and then we will transition to those who listed themselves as speaking remotely. Looks like we have mostly in-person comment. So let's see, Gilbert Lopez, are you here? Come on up. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin, and after Mr. Lopez is Sofia Mendoza, then Mao Trejo, and then Curtis Watley.
My bad. Good afternoon. My name is Gilbert Lopez, a senior from Venice High School, and I'm here with Students Deserve. In the past year, we have witnessed violence, abuse, and fear-mongering with devastating consequences, impacting many. I am the first to tell the board that that students do not feel safe in the society we live in now. Students need guidance, representation, and tangible action for a plan of safety and protection. This is no longer a fear for just undocumented students or families. This is a problem for all students of color. This is a fear of every student who walks, speaks, looks, dresses, and exists differently from a white person. This is important to understand because based on LSD fingertip facts for 2024-2025, a racial demographics of LSD students shows that only 10% of the thousands of LSD students were white. This shows that LSD has a massive responsibility towards youth of color in Los Angeles, and even more so now given recent political events. I understand that Superintendent Carvalho has gone to the public press and given a statement. Although, as students, we need real action. We need to see action done towards right now. As a wise person once said, Shakespeare, words are but wind. So as a student, I like to offer our demands. We demand Know Your Right assemblies during school hours to empower us on our rights. We want to see accessible workshops and provide support for not only students but their families and caregivers. And we want to see students who have spoken up and taken action to improve their school education and help provide safety measures for their students to work with the school board. As a wise man once said in the 1940s, El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. In English, that's translated to, the people united will never be defeated. So let us work as one and one union and fix these problems. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your time. Sofia Mendoza. And after Ms. Mendoza is Mao Trejo.
Good afternoon. My name is Sofia Mendoza, and I'm a senior at Miguel Contreras. We are here as LAUSD students to speak about the danger we face every day because of ICE in our communities. For many of us, going to school does not feel safe when we know that immigration enforcement could target our families at any moment. We carry the fear of deportation into our classrooms, and that fear makes it impossible to focus fully on our education. Students should never have to choose between learning and protecting their families. That is why we demand that LAUSD creates a clear response to ICE that excludes school police. Police presence does not make us safer, it criminalizes us. We are dreamers in the future of this nation, not criminals. What we need instead are protections and resources. We want dream centers with real legal support so that undocumented students and their families have somewhere to turn when faced with deportation. We want programs like the Safe Passage expanded without police, because walking to and from school should never feel dangerous. And we want LAUSD to stand up to city and county officials, urging them to end LAPD and sheriff collaboration with ICE. The truth is that every time a student or their parent is detained or deported, a classroom loses a voice, a family loses stability, and our community loses trust. Our schools cannot be sanctuaries if ICE can still reach us through fear and criminalization. Yes, we appreciate the board's recent investments, but those investments mean nothing if students are too afraid to show up to class. Real safety is not about policing. Real safety is about keeping families together, expanding dream centers, protecting Black, Latinx, immigrant, and LGBTQ+ youth, and making sure no one in LAUSD feels invisible or disposable. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Mao Trejo.
I'm yielding my time to Dominic.
Thank you. Come on up, Dominic. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Dominic Guerra from MCLC and a leader at Students Deserve and part of the Police Free LAUSD Coalition. I would just like to thank all board members for investing in our education, and I hope you make sure to let us be a part of how the funds are being used. Today, I am here to advocate for you, board, to make a response to ICE without jeopardizing our safety, so exclude school police. You have to protect the students you serve by pushing our city and county officials to limit LAPD and sheriff collaboration with ICE. I also am here to advocate for MCLC graduate Nori Ramos, an honors student who has been abducted. She's in a foreign country grieving for her now deceased mother. Then we have a received student, Benjamin, someone who was robbed for their senior year. At the finish line, you have to have to use your resources to help him get back to his family. Because if you don't draw the line here, you're sending the message to ICE that it's okay to take our students. Because the district is just going to sit back and watch and do nothing, which I hope you're not trying to send that message across our communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Curtis Watley. Curtis? And then after Mr. Watley is Sam Wamba.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. My name is Samuel Wamba. I am a parent of these two young ladies, as well as another who's not present at LAUSD schools. I'm here to ask that you guys, I'm advocating for PSWs and for them to be present at all LAUSD schools and to expand the amount of PSWs at the schools from one to multiple. And I'd like the girls to share their experiences as to how it's been a tremendous impact in our lives as a family.
Hello, I am Kea Wamba. I am currently a 7th grader at Paul Revere Middle School. PSW has helped me through a dark time of thoughts, actions, and memories. But now, not only have I healed, I've learned and thrived. I went from struggling to be comfortable with my own family to be speaking in front of you all today. Working with PSW has helped me see a life that I thought was lost. I am now on my path of becoming a therapist and healing others today. I know there's kids struggling today that do not know how to get help. PSWs could be a way to help future generations, such as me and my sister.
I am Nia Wamba. I am currently a 5th grader at Clover Avenue Elementary. Working with a PSW has helped me overcome hardships, struggles, and obstacles. It has helped me to grow and focus and be my best self. PWS have also helped me understand better, get better grades, and also be able to help others. PSW provides much more than a space for just talking. It's a safe space to vent and let your emotions out and learn how to deal with anything that might bother you. It has helped me to get along with my friends and family more and deal with rare arguments better. I believe that everyone has a right to be able to have their experience with the PSW and have these skills. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all.
Thank you for your time. Vic Cannon, are you here? Vic Cannon? Vic Cannon. Leo Cerron. And then Linda Olagwe.
Good afternoon. My name is Leo Cerron. I'm a 12th grader at Miguel Contreras, a leader with Students Deserve, and a member of the Police-Free LAUSD Coalition. I'm here to speak on the funding of BSAP and Dream Centers. First, I want to thank you for the investment of BSAP and Dream Centers. This investment is meaningful, but also comes with the expectation that the funds will be fully included in this year's budget. With ongoing attacks on Latino communities, we cannot allow this funding to fall short. We urge you to fully commit to protecting Latino students and families through the complete funding of Dream Centers. We must keep immigrants safe and supported, not by school police, but by protecting resources like Dream Centers. At Miguel Contreras, our students have directly felt the weight of these attacks. For example, on July 4th, a student from Miguel Contreras, Nori Ramos, and her mother were taken, and tragically, her mother passed away 2 months later. This is just one of many painful reminders of why it is so critical to protect and support our communities. Finally, we ask that you protect and strengthen programs like BSAP. BSAP has already been weakened by the removal of the race criteria, and we cannot afford further reductions. These programs were essential in supporting and uplifting students, and we need your continued leadership in safeguarding them ahead of budget cuts. Protect students, invest in us. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Hey, Lindy, are you here? Lindy? Not here. Lexi Jimenez? Lexi? Okay. After Lexi, Elena Harbin, and then Eduardo S.
Hi, my name is Lexi Jimenez, and I'm going to be talking on the behalf of PSWs. And generally speaking, students in elementary are not as more mentally aware as teens in middle school and high school. And when but some kids are struggling with problems at home and don't know who to tell, and that's a problem because if they hold in what they feel, it can affect their social life growing up. But it can also affect their ability to focus on their schoolwork and on their and how they are reacting and behaving with other students.
And that's why it's important that PSWs are actually distributed everywhere in every school district to help students process through their emotions and help them process through how they're handling their emotions and that they're handling them well, healthy and in a healthy manner. For teens in middle school and high schoolers, they tend to hold things back because that's what they think is best for them. That's exactly why PSWs are needed in every school or in every district, not just for a day, not just for three or four times a week, but every day of school. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Elena Harbin. Elena H., are you here? And then after Elena, Eduardo S. Please be ready, Mr. Eduardo S., and then Amir Casimir.
Sometime. Hi, my name is Elena, and I will be speaking on what having a PSW means to me. Having a PSW is important to me because when I was dealing with the passing of my brother, she was there to relieve me of my feelings and thoughts and prepare me for the days that were coming ahead of the incident. She is always there to listen and provide me with the right advice. She cares about the students and tries to make our situations better no matter the circumstances. On behalf of the students at my school, I will read our following comments on how they feel about our PSW. She provides support that is needed when a crisis is in action. I feel supported to and listened to by my PSW. I like how our PSW allowed a safe space and let us show our true colors. She's always there to support me. She is someone I can go to when I am going through something and someone who I go to for support. She is constant, like a friend that's always available to talk to about my issues when I need it. She helps us get past our struggles. She's always there for people in need. We need to make sure all students are happy and well. She's there to help and guide us to get better. She helps us feel safe and comfortable talking to them. She helps us put our name on our emotions and help us better understand them. She's helped with our anger and expressing things they've never expressed. She's helped me learn how to express my feelings my real feelings with others. She has helped me by giving me ways to talk about my challenges and manage stress. And she's always helped making kids feel loved and safe. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Eduardo S. Eduardo S. All right, Amir Casimir. And then after Mr. Casimir, Jennifer Lupo, and then Hugo Hernandez. So Mr. Casimir, then Tanaya Ray, and then Hugo Hernandez.
Hi, I'm Amir Casimir. I'm yielding my time to Layla King.
Hello, my name is Layla King. I'm a Students Deserve at Narbonne High School, and my peers and I are extremely honored to thank Scott Schmerson and Carla Grego for the resolution on Suicide Prevention and Awareness Month and of the PSWs. As you know, I come here a lot, and I speak on behalf of PSWs. Today, I'm here to advocate for them. In every school, from the halls of elementary school to the hardships of high school, there's a common thread. And that common thread is the need for someone to talk to. That's where personal support workers, or PSWs, come in. They're not just helpful, but they are essential. Imagine a young child struggling to adapt to a new school or to their school life. A PSW can be their first friend, offering guidance and a listening ear. As students grow, these challenges evolve. So, with that being said, when the challenges are evolving, it causes more of a hardship or a depression, and it puts the child into a mental state. PSWs provide a safe space to navigate these hurdles, offering strategies for coping and coping with a lot of problems and resilience. Having PSWs in school isn't just beneficial, it's transformative, and they empower students to overcome obstacles, fostering a supportive environment where every child feels valued and heard. This leads to improved mental health, better academic performance, and a stronger sense of community. PSWs are the silent heroes ensuring no student has to face their struggles alone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Tanaya Ray? All right, Hugo Hernandez? Hugo Hernandez? Allenson D? Chelsea Duran? Chelsea Duran? Maria Daisy Ortiz, you were here, there you are. Ms. Ortiz is going to speak in Spanish, so if you'd like to hear what she's saying in English, please either use the translation headsets that you already have or put your hands up and we will get you a set if you do not yet have one. Okay, listos, gracias.
Buenas tardes de
Good
nuevo.
afternoon again. Well, really, first of all, I want to say, Mr. McLean, in the morning, I was here for the evaluation, the superintendent evaluation. But in any case, what I want more than anything else is to speak. And you reminded me right now when I was SSC chairperson at Franklin, and it was when it was cuts, and what I said then is that everyone needed to bring a plan on how they had impacted the students, because we had the diploma project and we also had the social worker. And unfortunately, when they came and they brought their evidence, well, we had to let go of the social worker because she had only made an impact with 7 students. And here it is about impacting life of the students. And that's what I really ask of you, to truly see how people are working, because sometimes they have the position and they're not working on that position. Lastly, I want to say to the superintendent that I ask in a very, very demanding matter to enforce school safety, because today, with everything that we are living through, and we know that there are people with mental conditions that are not treatable, and that is a trigger for our schools to be targets of violence. And we're talking about elementary school and high school, because if these people come into a church, they go into a university, if they go to a hospital, how is it that they're not going to go into a school? So I make emphasis, in fact, to return school police, because that guarantees that all those predators or all those people that want to do harm think about it twice. There needs to be school police around the school. We need to treat safety in a way that is urgent and not in a negligent manner. Ms. Tania Ortiz, for sure, she has a lot of friends. That's why she brings program. Thank you. And I would like for you to present a good safety plan to guarantee students' safety. Thank you, and have a nice afternoon.
Vanessa Guerrero, are you here? Vanessa G? Okay. RJ? Is RJ here? RJ's not here. That oh, wait, we have one remote speaker. That is Jennifer Lupo. Please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Hello? Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Superintendent and board members. My name is Jennifer Lupo. I am a school-based psychiatric social worker and also a parent to a LAUSD student. Thank you to board members Schmerlson and Grego for their resolution on suicide prevention and bringing important awareness to the role of PSWs in our schools. This is an important step. However, there are still some real concerns specifically related to the hiring freeze placed on school mental health from 2022 to 2026. 1, no new PSWs were hired for schools without PSWs. 2, No vacant PSW positions were filled after PSWs left LAUSD and positions were closed. In 2025-2026 school year, school purchase funding exceeded the number of current PSWs, but no new PSWs have been hired for additional schools that have purchased PSWs this school year. 4, after Norm Day, any school that had their ECAS at 600 plus or 1,200 plus students that goes below these numbers will have their PSWs displaced with no consideration of any continuity of care. As a PSW, I can confidently say I know almost all the names of the 333 students at my school. I know what's normal and not normal behavior for my students because I'm consistently interacting with them and getting to know them when I'm in classroom teaching, on the yard, doing school-wide campaigns, and providing direct services. When they're having a hard day, I know them by name and I help support them. You can't get to that point until you've spent time at a school building relationships, or if you only have a PSW for 1 or 2 days. A hiring freeze on PSWs doesn't help kids. PSWs should be centrally funded by LAUSD, and the needs of children should be more important than just the numbers. To remedy this, LAUSD...
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your time. That concludes general public comment. We now have tabs, just to give you a preview of what we have to work on, we have tabs 2, 25, 27, and 32 to complete. At least one of those is a public hearing, and we'll do that right now. So tab 2, textbooks and instruction materials certification resolution. Before action is taken on the textbook and instruction material certification resolution, a public hearing must be held. This constitutes a public hearing on that report, and a maximum of 15 individuals who wish to address the board shall be heard. Folks have already signed up online to speak, and we have 6 speakers signed up for this public hearing. Mr. David Tokowski. Thought I saw you somewhere. Let's see, Maria Luisa Palma, I do see you. Come on up, you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin, and then after Maria Luisa Palma will be Maria Daisy Ortiz.
Good evening. My name is Maria Luisa Palma. I am speaking on behalf of Oleada, a nonprofit organization. I bring you here a small sample of consumable textbooks, untouched, unused. Why? Because my son was told by his teachers they would not be using these books, but they had to be issued to them. So they've been sitting around my house. This is an English language book, an Algebra 2, all these consumable textbooks. Ask any parent, because I have asked quite a few, if they have some of these similar books laying around their house, and they said yes. Some of them have thrown them away. I can't throw away books. It hurts me. But here they are. Every parent has stacks of these. How does this happen? Is this bad planning? Are teachers forced to take on these books that they know that they will not use? What is going on with this? So this must be an open secret, right? Teachers, principals, and parents and administrators, somebody in this building must know that these books are going unused. Mr. Yang, do you have some unused consumable books in your house? I'm gonna bet that you do. So, what I hear from parents is that teachers are using apps for grading instead of using the hard copy books. The app Desmos came up. When you have been told here about the extensive use of screens, we're talking about homework. Okay, I have had that experience. My son is at home. So what are you doing on the computer? I'm doing my homework, I'm doing my homework, I'm doing my homework. We don't have any way of knowing as parents if they're doing their homework or not because we're not using any paper. Teachers are not assigning paper. I heard from a parent whose child is in an AP class. They were not provided a consumable for that book. The copy, I'm wondering if that's copyright infringement, was posted on Schoology to print at home. We're assuming that all parents can have the ability to print out copies of consumable textbooks. Why was that textbook not provided? Too bad the Inspector General, Sue Stengel, left earlier because this is a formal complaint. Isn't this a waste, use, and fraud? Waste and use of educational funds. I bet it happens every year. You guys figure out what to do with these. I can't throw them away.
I'll note that the Deputy IG is here for Ms. Stengel. Okay, so the second speaker is Maria Daisy Ortiz. Come on up. You have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. And after that will be Mr. David Tokovsky.
Bueno, buenas tardes. Pero para los que no me conocen.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Daisy Ortiz, and I agree with what my colleagues said. This does happen. The books aren't used, they use other things, and it's a waste of money. And I also want to say that before, when the voice of the parents and the parent leadership was appreciated and was valued, there was a committee to revise the books that our children would be receiving. Within that committee, there were parents of the central committees, and there were also teachers, yes, of course. And we can't work in every corner. We have to work in a way as a team. Therefore, honestly, this is lacking. We should review this. Who makes the decisions of the books that will be given this year? Also, another thing that I don't see in these books is that the children with exceptional needs, exceptional learning needs, sometimes these books aren't correct, aren't accommodating these children. They also don't reflect the culture of our children. It is also very important for our English learners to have books that will help their development of the English language, and to know we as parents need to understand these books because many of them are home, but we are disconnected from the instruction area, the curriculum that needs to be developed within the studies. We all need to work in the same page because we do love our children. Thank you and have a great afternoon.
Thank you for your time. All right, I have 3 folks signed up to speak remotely, but they are not signed in. Karina Lopez, are you in the room? Marcela Garcia, are you in the room? Raquel Diaz, also not in the room. And Mr. David Tokovsky, not here. May I have a motion and a second to vote on tab 2?
Move it.
Moved by Mr. Schmerlson. Second by Ms. Newbill. All right, voting on tab 2, Ms. Newbill.
Yes.
Dr. Rivas.
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin.
Yes.
Ms. Griego. Ms. Gomez. Ms. Ortiz Franklin. Yes. Board President, that's a yes from Ms. Ortiz Franklin. Board President Schmerlson.
Yes.
And Student Member Yang.
Yes.
Okay, I will come back to Ms. Griego. All right. That's tab 2. Moving on to tab 25. That is Ms. Ortiz Franklin. We have, do you want to introduce it and then take the public comment?
I do. Good to start. All right. Thank you, Board, for considering time is money, maximizing efficiency and effectiveness in task forces and committees. There is a slightly updated version I just want to make sure folks have. So this came out of my own mistakes. There are a couple of task forces and committees that board resolutions have created, including my own, that I want to make sure are purposeful, efficient, and maximizing our staff time, particularly as we come up against some budget deficit discussions that we'll have to have over the next several months. So let me be clear, this is just about task forces and committees created by board resolution. This is not about superintendent-created task forces or the board president who has the purview of doing that every single year. Definitely not about labor unions agreements that have also created some task forces and advisories, which is why there was a cross-out of the BSAP steering committee in one of the whereases here. But really, this is about trying to make our tasks that we direct the superintendent to be more purposeful and in alignment with the strategic plan. One concrete action I hope will come out of this is these 2 culture committees that meet right now and take up a lot of staff time that often have opposing viewpoints about how we should approach safety in the district. And as the safety chair of the board, that's another body that we're meeting and talking about schools, culture, and safety. So we're trying to consolidate that. The arts advisory that I also created from resolution does not have a district staff member as the lead, and so I have no one to hold accountable for the resolution that I created. Love the volunteer work that has taken place by so many community partners, and yet community partners are not accountable to the board, the superintendent and team is, so we really need a lead from the district there. And maybe this will inspire some other work around task forces and committees to be a little tighter and more efficient. But for this resolution, it really is just about those that we have already created and those that we will be creating to have sunset time limits within 2 years or potentially a third-year extension, but really to make sure that we are accomplishing a task and not just meeting for the sake of meeting. It is in no way intended to reduce community voice or input. We have lots of spaces for that, and we want to make sure that those continue. But I hope to earn your all's support in this small area that I hope will go along with the the impact statement that let us know that there might be some minimal savings. I hope to reap that minimal budgetary savings and some efficiency of staff time. So that's really the purpose of this. I hope that makes sense. I'm happy to answer, any questions from my colleagues or have some discussion. I'm surprised there's some public comment, but we're happy to entertain that. And thank you, Mr. Melvoin, for your co-sponsorship.
Shall we take the public comment? Okay, so we have two people. Nasi German, are you here? And German? S. Kubrick, are you here? S. Kubrick, are you here? Neither of those folks are here. We have folks who are calling in for tab 25. Amir Whitaker, are you in the room? You're not online. Jamie DeFalco, are you online? No. Ginger Fox, also not on the line nor in the room. And then we do have one person who is on the line, Elise Hennessy. Elise Hennessy, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin. Elise, please press *6 to unmute yourself. I see you're unmuted. You'll have 2 minutes to speak once you begin.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Elise Hennessy, and I am a co-executive director of strategy and sustainability from Cadre Community Asset Development Redefining Education. I'm here to just say that the School Climate, Culture, and Safety Task Force was a renaming of the School Discipline Task Force, which was established by the work of parents and community leaders to get transparent data on implementation of policies, including PBIS. And without its own task force, what will guarantee that discipline and PBIS don't get left behind? And while this may not have been the intent, but the impact of passing this and this type of consolidation will mean there's nowhere for community members, parents, and folks to truly engage directly with this issue. There's almost 5 subcommittees to the Safe Schools Task Force, none of which address discipline in PBIS. If we lose this space, we would be losing something that we fought for as as Ortiz Franklin mentioned. And so this is a space, again, for us to actually monitor and hold the district accountable to the Discipline Foundation Policy and SCBR, or School Climate Bill of Rights. And so I'm urging you all not to move forward with this, because again, as noted, we do want to make sure that we have those spaces where parents and community members have a voice and that we have leverage to hold the district accountable. And we urge you to not take that away. And that ends my public comment. Thank you for your time and your consideration on this.
Thank you for your time. Also note the amended language has been handed out to each board office and is available online for viewing. There's either board discussion, and we've concluded our public comment on it. Okay.
Okay, well, I appreciate, your intention on this resolution. It attempts to address efficiency and governance benefits, but it raises important concerns for me about equity, authentic community voice, and power dynamics within the district and also our communities. I believe that the points raised by this resolution and what it attempts to address are issues that really should be delegated to our board secretariat and district leadership, and also among us as a discussion or to make a concerted effort. Board members are taking the points that you raise, and when we formulate board resolutions, the resolution does raise some good points of efficiency and effectiveness, and I'm all for efficiency and effectiveness, research efficiency, accountability, clarity of leadership to some extent, alignment with strategic plan and fiscal responsibility. But it does present challenges and risks. For instance, as was heard by the caller right now, perception of limiting community voice. Annual reviews, sunsetting, and stricter oversight may make stakeholders feel their input is being deprioritized or controlled. Equity concerns, communities historically marginalized may fear their platforms would be shortened or diminished. Centralized power by requiring a district staff lead. The resolution may be seen as consolidating control under the administration and weakening community-led efforts. Continuing administrative burden, annual reporting, board review, staff lead requirements could increase bureaucracy, at least initially. Risk of abrupt disruption. Ongoing initiatives may lose momentum if task forces are eliminated too quickly or without adequate transition. And just the sunsetting process also itself may interrupt the work of task forces or committees or councils with work that is ongoing or is long-term. So all in all, I believe that there are unintended consequences from this resolution. As I mentioned, silencing diverse voices. Task forces are often a key space for parents, students, external partners, and communities to help shape district policy. Frequent sunsetting could weaken that trust. Tokenization of engagement. If outcomes are narrowly defined by board goals, community input might be seen as advisory only, reducing authentic collaboration. Turf battles, consolidation of overlapping task forces may create a conflict between groups with different constituencies or philosophies. If we're consolidating, there's that, like who is honored over others or who are being considered over others. Equity versus efficiency tension. Efforts to streamline could disproportionately affect committees created to address racial, cultural, socioeconomic disparities, which often need sustained engagement. And lastly, potential disengagement. Community members may be less willing to participate if they know that the group has a short shelf life. And this resolution does bring up a whole set of questions for me that not sure if, it could be answered at this moment. For instance, on equity and access, what safeguards will exist to prevent cutting equity-driven committees under guise of efficiency? Another question on accountability and oversight. Who decides whether a task force's outcomes are effective enough to justify continuation? On community engagement, how will the district maintain authentic parent-student community engagement if committees are eliminated or consolidated? And lastly, out of a whole other set of questions, how will the district track and report cost savings, if any, which we said are minimal from consolidation and sunsetting? And also, I know one of our the speakers that was not present is Amir. He sent an email with a letter from ACLU so-called, which also raises a whole set of questions that I think really need to be discussed prior to voting on this resolution. Like, one key question for me is, has district staff tried to address concerns administratively without resorting to a resolution? So I feel like this resolution, like I said, I understand the goal, but overall, I think it affects not only the current work, but also it is going to affect the input or the equity aspect of task forces. And I think for this reason and many reasons, I'm not going to be voting for this resolution.
If I may, Mr. Schmilson, I appreciate the concerns, Dr. Rivas. I'll just say that the resolution does invite the superintendent's team, or require the superintendent's team to present at your committee of the whole. So I hope, depending on where this goes, exactly some of the concerns raised about what is the plan, given some of the bodies that exist with the analysis of the leadership's expertise, along with the community groups that are involved there, which are continuing, which are sunsetting, which are combining. Explicitly in this reso are only 3 groups that I created, and so this is an attempt to fix some of my errors. And Mr. Melvoin created the 3rd group, and so I'm grateful for your co-sponsorship here on the School Climate Bill of Rights, school culture, and the Safe Schools resolution. Sorry, that's the one that you created. All these different groups that meet. It's not about eliminating; it's about consolidating. So there will still be a space to talk about school culture and climate, in addition to the board committee that Mr. Schmirlson created, that several of us are on and that I chair. So the hope there is that they are combined. That's what's called out here. And then for the arts group, as I mentioned, nobody is accountable to the board except the superintendent, and so it's really important to have a district leader in that space so that we can bring them to us to say what is happening here. And my hope would be that in the first quarter of 26, at least those 3 groups that are called out here that, again, I created and I'm trying to correct for, and then potentially where there are other opportunities, we could hear from the superintendent's team who's doing all the implementation of these task forces, where there might be areas to clean up. And again, this has nothing to do with union contracts or the president's committees or the superintendent's task forces, just really trying to clean up some of my own errors, honestly.
I understand that, and I think that maybe it's incumbent upon each board member, at least present, to address those individually, right? It's your resolution. You can go back to district leadership and address those.
I had to do it through resolution because I tried administratively, but because it was a board resolution, it had to come back as a resolution. So that is the reason why I had to bring it.
And then I know they're yours, but I think there's maybe other implications or unintended consequences of that. So I think this should be more of a larger discussion. And if it does come to a resolution, I would like to know more about it. I just don't feel ready to vote for this because there's so many other questions that have been posed not only by Mr. Whitaker, but also from just my own concerns. So I just think it's limited. The examples are so limited that I just don't know if that is substantial to really address this issue that you want to bring. But I understand where you're coming from. I just don't know if this is the right way to do it.
Others?
Well, I was just going to say, Ms. Ortiz-Franklin was explaining it too, that Dr. Rivas, a lot of the concerns that you just raised are actually what got me to sign on to the resolution, which is that trying to find ways to empower voices on these committees, because right now so many of the task forces are fragmented and not in conversation with one another, that we've had feedback from some of these committees too, that there is lack of coherence. And so the one I always point out is when it comes to school safety, and we have one committee that's full of school police advocates, and we have one committee that's full of school police critics. And so we're not having a proactive conversations, and then it's getting back to the board. So I think that whether the resolution passes or not, to both your points, we should be intentional about creating new task forces and seek awareness of existing efforts. It's just hard to undo what was done by resolution without the resolution, which is ultimately why I'm co-sponsoring. But I think the underlying concerns are shared. It's just a question of what the best resolution, no pun intended, is. But thank you.
Well, one thing, why not create a resolution that only focuses on your resolutions, on your specific areas or challenges that you're facing, rather than including all the other ones from other board members, and also board members that are no longer here. So that's the other thing. Maybe it's a resolution just focused on your areas that you want to fix, and then also another one for Mr. Melvoin's resolutions. I just think that we're really looking at it in a broader perspective. It has the impact versus the intent versus the impact is where I'm, sort of balancing here. the unintended consequences of it. And as to just to, quote here from Mr. Whitaker, it comes at the expense of community collaboration and collective decision-making to support not only our students, but also including external voices that really want to have input and feedback and want to be part of the policymaking here at the district. So, and then also in the future, I mean, I take this for my own as well. Education is like, yeah, when moving forward, if I present a resolution, I want to have those, the expense and creating more workload and making sure that the task force is efficient. Those are things that I would take in consideration. So, yeah.
Thank you. Charlotte, did you want to say something? Go ahead.
I did, and that's why I mentioned, I know this resolution established that a district sponsor for board committees. Is that what we're asking? And does it imply that the board cannot have a committee without a district sponsor?
No, so this is not the committees that Mr. Schmerelson established for us. This is as a result of a board resolution that we are tasking the superintendent with, that there is some district staff member who is accountable back to us.
Right. So is there, I guess, to her point as well, as Dr. Rivas has mentioned, I guess a better way, and just knowing as we're trying to change the culture here of undermining our stakeholders' voices, that it does seem like that, like this one particular resolution is now going to affect without an analysis of all of the board resolutions that have come before this board, that it will now have an implication on everyone, even though it was an error, like you said, and I appreciate you taking ownership for that, to say, oh, I made a mistake, and now looking back, how do I correct it? But that's just your resolution, but this is going to affect every resolution that will come before or have gone behind. And so that would be my concern.
Yeah, so and I appreciate that, and that's part of the idea of having the superintendent's team actually analyze this, because we have tried to look back through resolutions and say what bodies exist, why did they exist, what is the goal of these various bodies, and as of now, it is really hard to understand what is as a result of a board resolution that's continuing, and so my hope would be at the committee of the whole, the superintendent's team would present, here are all the groups that are meeting, here's what they're working on and their progress towards them, and here's what we recommend going forward. It might actually only be these two areas, culture and arts, because as we were digging, I couldn't figure out if there were others that were just created by board resolution, because so many have been from union side letters or contracts and, at the discretion of the superintendent or the president. So I'm actually not sure if it's more than just these two areas, and my hope is that we would hear from the superintendent's team with a deeper analysis, if it even is any other groups, because I'm not sure, and I don't know if my colleagues here can recall any other board-created groups that would be impacted by this.
So to your point, it sounds like that work has to go before this vote goes. It's like this resolution you put the cart before the horse kind of thing. Like, we need to know those variables before making a decision on, yeah, this is where we go now, if it's not just to affect the said resolution that you said there was an error, if that makes sense. That's just my point.
You, anyone else? Okay, Rocio, sure.
But, just since you mentioned in your resolution the two task forces that are actually go under the purview, oh, he's not here, Mr. Andres Chait, or Mr. Webb, sorry. Maybe you can at least help us understand how you would go about consolidating these two committees, or any challenges that you feel would come about from it.
Well, thank you for sharing. I think that ideally, the whole focus behind consolidating these committees would bring about efficiency for our staff in terms of facilitating those meetings in combination with the various leads. So it would help us in being able to hear from both sides or whatever stakeholder views, and then be able to handle it in one arena, as opposed to having these opposing views at one meeting, here another one here, and then we're having to figure it out and trying to do it at different times.
So you would consolidate, how would you consolidate that? Who would you pick from both? Or are you just automatically consolidating them and without losing any members?
The idea would be to encompass, that's something that we could discuss in terms of encompassing members from both teams and having an opportunity to address the school-wide positive behavior intervention and support, also addressing the Safe School Task Force issues with the gun violence prevention efforts, and looking at having it in one committee as opposed to repetitive meetings taking place throughout the month.
I mean, I feel like maybe one resolution just to address that concern in more detailed and specific, I think would ideally help, at least for this specific purpose. As I was reading this resolution, I felt that the whole purpose of this resolution was to address that one committee, which is, I understand, but I think maybe just do one resolution for that specific committee, and then for the rest, we can just have a discussion or more input or a deeper analysis before we move, so we can move forward with a more specific resolution that really drives change rather than like something we don't know what the impact would be or the unintended consequences, particularly when it deals with equity and transparency and being inclusive in our resolutions and policymaking.
So I have an idea, if the superintendent and team could maybe do this, that we would move this resolution to the committee of the whole, depending on when it makes the most sense. If staff could come with the list of committees that would be impacted by this vision. I think my thought was that this would happen in January after this resolution, but I hear you, maybe we need to have it before. So if we could have staff come and say, here's the task forces and committees that have been created by board resolution, just so that we're clear on what would be impacted, and then the team could also be thinking about how to consolidate. That way the board would have the information, maybe a little more confidence on like what would it look like going forward. And so I don't think we vote at a committee of the whole though, right? So we would move this to discuss at a committee of the whole and then bring it back to vote on it at a board meeting.
So do you want to withdraw this request?
Well, I think I might procedurally request to move it to the committee of the whole. Is that how it would?
Well, there's no action taken at committee of the whole. The way our board rules operate, there's discussion there. So I don't think you need to take action to move this. I think the procedure would be withdraw it now, get a commitment to put it on the committee of the whole, to have the discussion, and then have it leave the committee in its final form for a vote, subsequent board meeting. That's how our board rules operate.
I will accommodate, my staff and I will accommodate. We can meet on when you feel it will be the best time to bring to the committee of the whole and the discussion, and whenever our district leadership is ready to present.
Okay, great. So we'll withdraw. I move to withdraw, and we will plan for when it will happen in committee of the whole. We'll coordinate with the superintendent's team on what would work this fall.
I was going to suggest a committee to study the committee,
Thanks,
but
Nick,
this works too, so great. You have my support.
There's nothing, so now this 25 is now off the table, so to speak. We just have 27 and 32 now. So tab 27 is a resolution requiring a waiver of Board Rule 72. Is everyone on board with, let's do it the right way, a motion and a second to vote on the Rule 72?
Moved.
Okay, moved by Dr. Rivas.
Second.
Seconded by Board President Schmerelson for the Rule 72. Ms. Newbill?
Yes.
Dr. Rivas?
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin?
Yes.
Ms. Griego?
Yes.
Ms. Gomez? Ms. Ortiz-Franklin?
Yes.
Board President Schmerelson?
Yes.
And Student Board Member Yang? Thank you. Okay, so the Rule 72 has been approved, and let's do a motion and second to take the underlying resolution.
Move it.
Moved by Mr. Schmerelson.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Newbill. Okay. Let's see if we have any public comment on tab 27. We don't have any signed up for tab 27, so Ms. Newbill, would you like to introduce your resolution?
Again, thank you for, obviously, first, the Rule 72, just so we can bring this forth. And I know this is, as many things mentioned today, has been a long time coming in for the sense of us being a district that kind of moves forward, and when we talk of freedom and we talk of things to liberate us and to learn has always been for our students to have that advantage. And so the core idea of this for students' ability to access and exchange a wide range in ideas and information and a fundamental right that should be protected. And this includes just defending comprehensive, inclusive education that reflects our diverse histories and perspectives, protecting our critical thinking and creativity from censorship, restrictive laws, ensuring that our students see themselves and their communities in their learning. And we saw that displayed here today, and it is always a warm feeling and just great for us to know that we are leading in this way, as well as advocating for our educators to be respected and supported for their professional expertise. This resolution is uplifting that inclusive curriculum that protects our educators and promotes safe and affirming schools and environments for all of our students. And some of the things we want to just take action is that we will demand accountability for our decision makers in guaranteeing the right to learn, and for us to ensure that it's safe, welcoming, and that our schools are effective in this way. Also advocating for inclusive curriculum, supporting the teaching of inclusive curriculum that covers the whole story of the country and includes diverse perspectives. Again, speaking against our censorship, which opposes book bans and efforts that restrict discussions about race, gender, and sexuality, and these censors which are vital information. We want to be in schools that attend schools meetings like such and engage in local decision-making processes to support quality education and advocate for the freedom to learn, as well as to connect the broader outcomes by linking our advocacy for freedom to learn to the desired outcomes of our students, being prepared for a diverse and interdependent world, and becoming engaged citizens. So I bring this before you just really grateful for this opportunity to be able to share this resolution in hopes that we, being this district, can continue to drive the force of learning and learning in a way that we learn about ourselves and that representation matters and that our students feel that, they believe that, as well as our educators and our communities see that. So thank you for being able to bring this forth.
Thank you, Charlotte. No public comment, right? So we're going to discuss. Go ahead, Rocio.
I have a few words on your wonderful resolution, and I kick myself for delaying on co-sponsoring, but so just, here are just a few words I want to say on your resolution. So I rise today in strong support of the Freedom to Learn resolution because at its heart, this measure reaffirms who we are as a district and what we stand for. I thank you, Board Member Hendy Newbill, in bringing this resolution forward, and please add me as a co-sponsor. At the Los Angeles Unified, we believe that every child deserves access to a safe, inclusive, and high-quality education, one that reflects the dignity and worth of every student, regardless of race, gender, background, or identity. This resolution makes clear that educational equity is not optional. It is the foundation of our mission. It also reaffirms that our classrooms must remain places of honesty and integrity, teaching the full truth of our history. The triumphs and struggles is not a political act. It is an educational one. Our students deserve a curriculum that prepares them to think critically, to understand diverse perspectives, and to meet the challenges of a multicultural world with courage and compassion. Equally important, this resolution stands behind our educators. Teachers are trained professionals who must be trusted to their work. In an era where educators across the country are facing political attacks simply for teaching accurate history, LAUSD will not waver. We will defend our teachers, respect their professional expertise, and ensure they have the freedom to teach California standards without fear of censorship or reprisal. This resolution also speaks to our unwavering commitment to anti-racism and diversity through cultural responsive teaching, professional development, and efforts to recruit and retain a diverse workforce. We strengthen not only our classrooms, but the bonds of understanding and respect across our communities. And finally, this is about the well-being of our students. We know that young people learn best in environments that are safe, welcoming, and supportive. By committing to trauma-informed practices, equity reviews, and policies that dismantle systemic inequities, we are making clear that every student, especially those disproportionately impacted by injustice, has what they need to thrive. So I hope my colleagues here that you will also support this resolution, a resolution that is both a declaration and a promise that LAUSD Unified will always stand for equity, for truth, for diversity, and for the freedom to learn. Thank you very much.
So well said. I couldn't have said it better, Rocio, really. And this, again, is going to enforce inclusive and culturally responsive education. And my quote will be, when education is equitable, the entire community wins. And thank you so much, Shirlette. I want to be a co-sponsor if I may. Thank you.
I just have a question. How will we know that like this has been implemented? There's a few action items that I was curious about, like review the curriculum, put in place practices that lead to a diverse workforce, review the discipline practices. Like, do you imagine some sort of like accountability metric here, or because there's a lot in here?
Hoping that we can get some tools that we can be able to check to see how the schools are doing in this way through, as you mentioned, some metrics, checking off, well, are they doing this? How are they doing it? Is the school reflective in that? With the standards that we already currently have in California, how are they adding up to that? Because some schools I know have been saying, do we teach the standard, do we not teach the standard? So I think that is something that we have to definitely have a metric to check and balance with.
Mr. Yang.
Yeah, like board members before me have stated, you know, in a day and age like this, with student needs under attack, I couldn't imagine a more perfect time to approve such a resolution. As the resolution accurately states, educational equity is not a zero-sum game, but a way to elevate student priorities and create an equal playing field. By removing educational barriers, students can more easily climb socioeconomic ranks after graduating, equipped with the necessary resources, connections, and skills to succeed. One of my priorities, and something that countless students have echoed with me, is the importance of educational equity in the form of support in and outside of school, especially regarding curriculum and accurate representation. When students learn about role models who look like them, they can relate more and feel more empowered, motivated, and inspired. When students have community support in safe spaces, they are more likely to perform better academically and more willing to involve themselves with extracurriculars, applying their lived experience to create change. This has been proven time and time again in personal experience and from other student anecdotes. I support this resolution for the precedent it continues, prioritizing student interests through an emphasis on diversity and differing perspectives. And I would like to co-sponsor.
Carla.
I don't have much to say. It's great that you brought this forth. I support it and would like to co-sponsor it.
Anyone else? Okay. All right, Mr. McLean.
Okay, let's vote on the amended resolution, including the Board 72, which we've already done. Ms. Newbill?
Yes.
Dr. Rivas?
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin?
Yes.
Ms. Griego?
Yes.
Ms. Gomez? Ms. Ortiz-Franklin?
Yes.
Board President Schmorlson?
Yes.
And Student Board Member Yang?
Yes.
Okay, we have just one tab left, tab 32, but before we get there, Ms. Griego, I have to collect your vote on tab 2. That was textbook and instructional materials.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, now let's go to our final item, tab 32. May I have a motion and a second to take it?
Move it.
Moved by Board President Schmorlson, seconded by Mr. Melvoin. Let's see if there's any public comment. Tab 32, there are two in-person commenters, Letty Gashian. Letty, are you here? And then Luis Sanchez, are you here? Luis Sanchez, neither of those folks here. This is on here because it was set for discussion or comment by someone. Does anyone have a discussion, comment, or a question?
I just have some questions. Sorry, it's late. I just have some general questions about Prop 28, and I don't know who's going to answer.
I have the team here, so we have John Trey and Dr. Bias as well.
Oh, Carla, over there, okay. All right, so just a few general questions about Prop 28. In terms of how the money should be spent, I understand there's a certain percentage that goes towards something and another percentage. Can you explain that to me?
Hi, everybody. I'm Sarah Chevalier, Deputy Budget Director. So I think what you're referring to is what's commonly referred to as the 80-20 rule. So within Prop 28, at the district level, after 3 years are eclipsed for each entitlement, we have to demonstrate that 80% of the expenditures are on labor. So that can include both positions as well as supplemental salaries. So that's one of the underlying rules around what we can spend that money on.
Is that, so when a school site gets their funding, does that rule also apply to the school site? The school site uses their Prop 28 funds with 80% for salaries, 20% for supplements, you said, supplementary materials?
So supplemental salaries would count towards the 80%, but the 20% can go towards community partnerships, towards materials. While that is a requirement that is enforced at the district level through the audit, it is something we ask schools to comply with as well, because if we don't do that, it's possible that everyone says, oh, someone else has got me covered, and everyone comes just shy of it, and then we're...
And then at the district level, we'll be off.
So we do hold schools to that.
I see.
Yes.
And then does the law specify certificated versus classified for that 80%? It could be either?
Absolutely.
And then can you give me some examples of when a school has purchased a certificated versus a classified, or I should say a classified versus a certificated, and why would they do that?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest expenditures that we see under classified are our instructional aids. So particularly for the secondary sites, they have fairly sizable allocations, and so as they're trying to spend those down, trying to make sure that they're reaching that 80%, they're leveraging all the different options they have available to them. So they're bringing in those instructional aids to help round out the offerings they provide to.
And they're instructional aids in the arts department?
They are instructional aids that are supporting arts instruction.
Yes, okay. And then how are schools allocated Prop 28 funds? Like what is used to decide how much each school gets?
Of course. The state determines site-level allocations. So then we push out those funds during budget development. Now, the problem that we have faced is that the state is not aligned to our timeline for when we push out those funds. So at each budget development, we provide an estimate of what we think their next year entitlement will be, as well as a projection of their current year carryover. So they have different pots to be able to work with in order to be able to invest in those people.
Okay, but is it based on enrollment? I guess that's what I wanted to know. So it's whatever the school enrollment is. That's how much money they get. Okay, and then this particular report is for this past year, 24-25.
Yes.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Questions, anyone? Okay. Clean.
Okay, let's vote on tab 32, having been moved and seconded. Ms. Newbill?
Yes.
Dr. Rivas?
Yes.
Mr. Melvoin?
Yes.
Ms. Griego?
Yes.
Ms. Gomez? Ms. Ortiz-Franklin?
Yes.
Board President Schmerlson?
Yes.
And Student Board Member Yang?
Yes.
Okay, that concludes the business for the day. I believe we have an adjourning motion.
Thank you, Mr. Schmelson. I'd like to adjourn today's meeting in memory of Frank Baxter, former United States ambassador to Bolivia and philanthropist who passed away on July 15th at the age, Uruguay, thank you, at the age of 88. He spent the last 30-plus years of his life in LA, and our city has benefited greatly from his work and our communities over that time. He was a tireless advocate for education, equity, and the arts, was committed to improving the quality of education and expanding opportunities for low-income and high-need students. And among his many professional, personal, and philanthropic achievements, Frank served as chairman of the board of the Alliance for College-Ready Public Schools, After School All-Stars, the LA Opera, LACMA, the I Have a Dream Foundation. Our deepest condolences go out to his family and loved ones, his longtime wife and the love of his life, Kathy Baxter. And we're forever grateful for his immense legacy that will help LA's kids thrive for generations to come. And on a personal note, in addition to his many civic and philanthropic accomplishments, Frank was just the loveliest guy. And such a mentor to so many, and just the kindest, loveliest man. So we will miss him, but his legacy will live on, so may his memory be for a blessing. His life definitely was. Thank you.
Yes, my apologies, I did not inform you all. This is an adjourning motion in the name of the passing of Erica Hoffman. Erica Hoffman was an employee and someone that we worked very closely with in the California School Board Association. Many of us, I know for sure Tanya and myself, maybe Kelly as well, had the opportunity to work with Erica or travel with her also to Washington, D.C. to discuss policy at directors and legislative committee meetings and enjoy her company over a good meal. Those memories were made possible because of Erica's work at the California School Board Association, and they are sealed in our hearts because of Erica's presence and profound impact she made on each of us. Erica was a bright star in the education advocacy constellation, and also Martha Alvarez worked with her. She was a steadfast advocate for children and trusted mentor who did not suffer fools gladly. Her unwavering commitment to public education over the past 3 decades left an indelible mark on California's education landscape. From her tenure at the California Department of Education to her pivotal role at CSBA, Erica stood out as an intelligent and passionate champion for students, especially the most vulnerable populations, including children with exceptional needs and those who rely on access to school-based health services. Her expertise on federal policy and funding issues will be particularly missed at the time when the federal education policy landscape is continuously evolving. Erica's legacy of service and her tireless pursuit of educational equity will continue to inspire all who follow her footsteps. Beyond her professional contributions, Erica will be remembered for her warmth, wit, and irrepressible spirit. Whether it was a clever joke, a sharp political insight, or a shared laugh in the midst of diligent work, Erica had a remarkable ability to bring people together and remind us of the joy in our shared mission. Please know that our thoughts are with Erica's families, friends, and the entire education community as we mourn her loss and honor her extraordinary life. May we all carry forward her passion, her dedication, and her belief in the transformative power of public education. And this is, I'm reading from a letter that we all sent on behalf of the board. So with deepest sympathy, members of the LAUSD Board of Education. So it's a letter that we sent on our behalf. So thank you, Tanya, for helping work this out. Thank you.
Okay, the meeting is adjourned. It's now 5:53 p.m.